Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Oh, my printer's just gone off, sorry. It's only one page. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It's now 10 o'clock and the inquiry is resumed. A few of the usual reminders. Can I ask you all to turn off your mobile phones and switch them on to silent? Close your email software, set it to avoid notification sounds if possible. And then just a quick recap on day one, following my initial openings and openings from the advocates. I heard from interested parties who opposed the scheme, following which we then had a roundtable discussion on landscape and trees, followed by a discussion on highway safety. On Tuesday, I heard from both parties' witnesses on golf need and provision. And then on Wednesday, I heard from the parties' witnesses on flood risk and drainage. And then later in the afternoon on Wednesday, again, I heard from interested parties who wished to speak. Yesterday, I heard from Mr. Eaton, the council's planning witness, and that means today I'll be hearing from Mr. Mitchell, the appellant's witness. And after that, I'll lead a roundtable discussion on planning conditions and obligations. I want to make clear that when we get to that part of the discussion, particularly for those watching on the live stream and may not be familiar with the process, this is part of the normal inquiry process, and it shouldn't be taken to indicate that I've made up my mind on the application. It's something that's done so that if I am minded to grant permission, I have all the information that I need in order to do so. Now, is there anyone present today who would like to speak who hasn't already indicated that they would wish to do so? I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, in that case, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Barrett, before we start, I did give some further thought last night to how we could best proceed with close-ins and the potential issue on the local plan. And what I'm going to suggest is that we do adjourn today, as discussed. And then we come back together in a few weeks' time and have a short roundtable discussion to discuss the issue of the wording of the local plan that we discussed yesterday, with both parties' witnesses being available. So if there is an issue, we can just deal with it as part of a discrete discussion before we hear closings then. And that way we wouldn't need to have written statements put in and responses to them. Any comments on that? Mr. Barrett? I think you might be on mute, Mr. Barrett.
See, I was getting my cursor from one screen to the other. Yes, I think that makes sense. Actually, I think it was in about 8 days' time. The final document will be ready, if I recall what Mr. Hunter said. So that makes sense.
Mr. Hunter.
So same. Yes, it makes sense. I totally agree.
Fantastic, thank you. We'll then hear closings after that. Now, the earliest date I've got available, taking into account the points you made yesterday, is Monday, the 4th of April. I think, Mr. Hunter, you indicated that you couldn't do anything before the end of March. Is that right?
So yes, we're smiling because that is the first date that we had available as well. So serendipitously and totally not as it normally happens, we all have the same first available date.
I had assumed that Mondays would work better for you gentlemen than Tuesdays to Fridays anyway, and they do for me as well, as we tend to sit on those days. So that's great. And what I'll do, do you have a preference of morning or afternoon?
I think Mr. Barrett has a preference for morning because he has to be somewhere else in the afternoon. So I think that would.
So I would have the preference for morning, definitely.
I think I prefer the morning as well. So shall we just say now, should we agree now that we'll come back together for closings and the roundtable discussion on maybe Monday, 4th of April?
So yes, should we pencil it in? So the only thing is I haven't checked with had time to check with the council yet whether that's okay for everybody else. But if we assume it is, I'll take instruction. No doubt I'll be told if it's not acceptable for anyone who needs to be at it.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. In that case, I'll say Monday, the 4th of April, and let's have a 10 a.m. start. I think we should hopefully be able to get things done by lunchtime then. But if you do think things are going to go on, then do let me know and we can always start at 9:30 if need be. In that case, are there any other procedural or housekeeping matters anyone would like to raise?
Not from me, sir.
No, from me, sir. Thank you.
In fact, I do have one. I did receive an email from the appellants team last night sending another copy of the unilateral undertaking, and I just wanted to be clear, I had received that in advance of the inquiry, and so I think it was the council in the discussion that we had yesterday that was missing the document, and I just wanted to check that the council had now received a copy of that.
So I received a letter yes, I have received. So I've received. So the copy I've got is not the signed copy, but it's presumably this is the final copy.
Oh well, I've got a copy. I've been sent I have 2 copies of the signed copy now.
Okay.
Right. Yes, there is a signed version of it. Mr. Eaton, I can see your hand's gone up there.
Yes, I received an email from Matthew Dorber from Barton Wilmore indicating that he'd sent it to me yesterday at 16:40. However, I didn't receive that email, so I've not had a signed copy.
I wonder, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Dorber, I can see your hand has gone up as well.
Yes, good morning, sir. Apologies, my camera is not working. I've sent it again since receiving Mr. Eaton's email saying he didn't receive my last one. So I'm wondering if there's an issue with someone's server. But yeah, I think there's been several signed copies sent to the council and the council solicitor now. So I wonder if Mr. Eaton could have a word with the council solicitor. I think they should have a signed copy on file that was sent last week as well. So in case that there is a server issue with me sending it direct to Mr. Eaton, maybe he could get it from the council solicitor.
No, I'll certainly check with the council solicitor this morning and come back to you on that. That's fine.
Great. If not, I can send it again, but we seem to have an issue of wiring.
Yeah, maybe we could use a file transfer if the email's not getting through. That might be an option, mightn't it?
Okay, well, I'll try that now, and we'll see where we get.
Can I just help? If there is some issue with the council server, so can I just suggest another thing, that Mr. Dorber sends it directly to me? I'll send him my email address, and he can send it to me, and if I will pass it on to the council as well, in case there is some technological problem that's impeding it for everyone at the council, including the solicitor.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I've got your email, Mr. Hunter, so I'll send that across.
Also, just been typing out an email to my case officer, and I've done the same thing. I've asked them to send it through to the council, the copy that we've received, and to you, Mr. Hunter, as well. So hopefully, one way or another, it will get through to you quite quickly.
So can I add one thing? I'm reminded that there was a short document being prepared by Mr. Blankenstein dealing with the question of tree cover immediately post-development and the impact of the 3-metre wide footway. I'm told that document has been prepared and has been sent copies been sent to PINS and copies sent to the local planning authority. I don't know if people have received that.
No, I haven't received anything yet.
I see Eaton's got his hand up again.
Yeah, I can confirm that I received an email from Matthew Dauber at 10 a.m. with the tree note on.
Okay.
Mr. Hunter, do you have any comments on that?
You're on mute, John.
Sorry, sir. I have seen that. I think it was sent 1 minute to 10, so I haven't had a chance to read it. So can I come back to you on it?
Certainly, and I'll chase that up as well with my case officer to see if they could send that through. We'll touch back on that a little bit later on, perhaps. In that case, gentlemen, if there's nothing else, Santa, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett, would you like to call the appellant's final witness, as I understand it, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, thank you very much. Sir, can I ask you to have the proof of evidence and the rebuttal, all of which will be taken as read? I'm going to use the proof of evidence merely to introduce Mr. Mitchell. But I would like you to have the document, the DLP main, the adopted plan that was sent out, dated the 2nd of March. I haven't got it as an inquiry document as yet, but I've no doubt it will be in due course if it hasn't already. And the document that we mentioned that was in the course of preparation in terms of the analysis of the policies and our compliance with it. And so if you have those to hand, I'll begin by introducing Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, is your camera on? Yes, your camera on. And
yeah, good morning. Hopefully you can hear me and see me.
Yes. You are Dan Mitchell, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
You're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. You hold a Bachelor of Arts Honours degree and a postgraduate diploma in Town and Country Planning. You're a partner within Barton Wilmore and lead the company's Manchester office, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Barton Wilmore, you tell us, is the United Kingdom's leading independent planning and design consultancy with 13 offices, employing some 300 professionals nationwide in the field of town planning, master planning, architecture and landscape planning. Is all that correct?
That's correct, yeah. Thank you.
You personally have undertaken a wide range of town planning consultancy work advising private developers, pension funds, landowners and the public sector clients on a broad range of planning issues, and in particular within the residential sector, an area which you have considerable experience within the north of England, you tell us. Is that correct?
That's correct, thank you.
In terms of the appeal site, you're familiar with it, the surrounding area and the general background to the scheme. You're also familiar with the planning policy relevant to the issues raised in the consideration of the appeal, and you participated, you remind us, in the then emerging local plan examination hearings in spring 2021. All
That's
that
correct.
Would you read paragraph 1.5, please?
The evidence which I prepared and provided for this appeal as set out in this proof of evidence is written in accordance with the Code of Conduct of the Royal Town Planning Institute as published in February 2016, together with Annex O of the Procedural Guide to Planning Appeals published April 2015 and updated March 21. I confirm the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinions.
And 1.6 is a preamble in which you tell us that Barton Wilmore Act on behalf of Anwell Homes Lancashire and Widnes Golf Club, that you refer to throughout as the appellant in respect of the land which is the subject matter of this appeal. Anwell Homes, you tell us, is a privately owned house building company based in Chorley in Lancashire, and it has a contractual position with the golf club to promote the proposed development. Is all that correct?
That's correct, yeah. And I think just to emphasise the point we made that the client is Anvil Homes and Widnes Golf Club.
Yes. Right. Now, I want you to have to hand the local plan adopted on the 2nd March 2022. And I'd like us to begin, if I may, with the new local plan and the spatial strategy CSR1. Can you just, before we look at the compliance document, just take us through the, if I may say so, the highlights of the plan?
Yeah, of course. I think to do that, so we just need to have one hand ready on the inspector's report, PD ALP 014, because I think that document helps explain some of the context to the local plan as well. Starting with policy CS(R1), the Halton Spatial Strategy. This is the document of the policy that tells us there is a vision to 2037. A new development should deliver at least 8,050 net additional dwellings. The maths on that is 350 dwellings per year on average. The policy also tells us that it will deliver 180 hectares of employment land. And my comment on that really is that Halton is a pro-growth borough. And it was accepted by the inspector that there was an uplift needed in housing to deliver that overall spatial approach. I don't think it's probably prudent to go through the inspector's findings and comments in relation to objectively assessed housing needs, but that was the position as set out in the report. You'd probably thank me for not going into that in an awful lot of detail. I just wanted to make a comment on the second part of policy CSR1, because I think Mr. Hunter took us to this in his examination of Mr. Eaton, but this relates to key urban regeneration, and there are a number of areas. There's 5 areas listed which sort of set out how the spatial strategy overall will be mainly delivered, in that regard. And I just wanted to draw attention to point E of that, which is North Widnes. And that is a change from the strategy set out in the previous core strategy in Halton. And there is reasoning behind that, because previously the old local plan, obviously now withdrawn, had a very firm grip on development on the Widnes side of the river, which was effectively meaning that the development needs were not being met. So there was a change in the strategy that introduced North Widnes, and in particular, paragraph E talks about delivering greenfield expansion and further extensions to the urban area in North Widnes. Those that involved with the local plan know that also involves an element of greenbelt release. The last part of this policy also refers to brownfield land being a focus, and we heard a little bit about that in the context of the councillors. If we could just touch on PDALP 014, the inspector's report. I just want to refer to paragraph 41 of that document. And the inspector comes to the conclusion that I've just endorsed, really, by stating that the core strategy inspector indicated that the previous core strategy inspector indicated that due to limitations on the supply of previously developed land, limited scope for additional land, a review of the greenbelt boundaries would be needed to provide a flexible and responsive supply of housing land. And goes on to say that areas about Widnes have a reasonable access to a range of local services and facilities. And I just wanted to flag that one point up, because this is my view that the sort of grip that was controlling Widnes in housing land supply was relaxed in the context of the new local plan. There's one more comment that is relevant in relation to the key urban regeneration areas, which is the notion of a key urban regeneration area is not defined anywhere in the context of the policies maps. And I think we've received a link to the new policies maps. And I just wanted to make that point that it's not demarked anywhere that these key urban regeneration areas have some sort of boundary or definition to them from a sort of spatial position. One more comment really in relation to the inspector's report, which is on page paragraph 166, page 32 of that document. And this is in the context of the sort of spatial split of development within the borough. As we probably all realise, that the River Mersey splits the borough with Widnes on one side, Runcorn on the other. And during the course of the local plan examination, there's quite a hefty debate about the balance between development north and south of the river. Paragraph 1.66 addresses that from the inspector, and halfway down that paragraph it talks about, we agree that Runcorn and Widnes act as largely separate housing market areas, largely separate housing markets. Consequently, there is a need to ensure the provision of land in Widnes to maintain its population to meet local housing need. So that for me is a recognition that the new local plan relaxes the grip on housing on the Widnes side of the river in particular, because there was a concern that the previous strategy wasn't going to meet the needs of the residents on that side of the river.
There's a reference there to a split in terms of the overall housing need that we've seen. What is that, the split there, 57 to 43, Runcorn, Widnes? Yeah,
that's about right. It was a marginal change from previously, but in favour of Widnes, which didn't have land for expansion previously.
Thank you. Whilst we're on, you referenced the absence of the key regeneration areas identified on the proposal.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Barrett. I just want to make sure I was clear on that last point. The split that you've just referenced, Mr. Mitchell, 57-43, is that 57 Runcorn, 43 Widnes, or 43 Runcorn, 57 Widnes?
Yeah, thank you. It's 57 Runcorn, 43 Widnes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Runcorn being the side where there was the new town development previously.
And you can see that, sir, I think paragraph 167, the following paragraph specifically references the split. And you've seen actually 167, about 4 lines down, that split to some extent illustrates the need for greenbelt release in Widnes Hale. That was presumably one of the more controversial issues at the examination in public, was the greenbelt release.
Yes, it was a very lengthy debate, as expected, really.
In terms of sustainability, what's the agreed position with regard to the appeal site in terms of
in relation to
sustainability?
The site itself. This is covered off in the planning statement of the common ground at paragraph 2.6, which states the site is in a suitable location, sustainable location, for residential development within walking and cycling distance of essential retail, education and healthcare facilities. It goes on to say that the site is well connected in terms of proximity to bus stops, frequent services to local centres such as the Widnes Town Centre, Liverpool and Warrington. It's within walking distance of Widnes train station, which is actually to the north of the settlement, and Widnes train station offers frequent services to key regional centres such as Liverpool and Manchester, and beyond.
Can I ask you to have a quick look at Mr. Eaton's evidence, more particularly his appendices? He produces a plan, if I can get the number right. Yes, his plan. It's the final plan before the table showing the affordable housing. And I think this is the next, his Appendix 8, that's right, his Appendix 8. Key diagram from the emerging plan. Now, there is a notation there, strategic green space.
Yeah, that diagram, I believe, is an extract from the new local plan. It's figure 6. I'm just trying to find it on my my hyperlink version. My new local plan hyperlink version is a little bit slow to navigate around, but I believe that plan is figure 6 from the new local plan. And my observations on that drawing really are, first of all, as you'll see in the point I've just made, the key urban areas are not referenced in the key at all, but instead we have some pink blobs and some buff coloured blobs entitled strategic employment locations and some strategic residential locations, which appear to be a sort of different categorisation. My other observation on this drawing is that, and I think it was picked up in a previous session, is that there's a large green blob in Widnes. It's a rather zoomed out plan that doesn't appear to be OS based at all. So it's really difficult to see what the blob applies to in terms of which land and which site, or whether it's relevant and applies to the appeal site. But the title of that green blob is strategic green space. Now, my point on that is that there is no other policy in this plan that relates to strategic green space. So I'm a little bit at a loss as to what that actually is in terms of what it's trying to depict.
Okay, there's no references there in the policies of the emerging plan to strategic green spaces and how and why that may be distinguished from, if I may use this expression, ordinary green space.
Not that I'm aware of, and we're going to come on to talk about green space in the policy context, I suspect, but I don't find any definition that there's some sort of extra important green space policy, on the Widnes side.
Okay, well, let's move on now. The housing policy is the overarching housing policy, CSR 3, dealing with housing, land supply and location.
That's correct, yeah.
We've referenced the 8,050 new homes. What's the sources? Presumably allocated.
Yeah, this is policy this is policy CSR 3, and it's entitled Housing Supply and Locational Priorities. And what this policy tells us, what I picked up before, really, that there is an at least 8,050 net additional dwellings needed at an average of 350 per year. It goes on to talk about a mix being required in relation to the SHMAR at point 2. But point 3 of this policy tells us quite clearly that a total of 8,050 new homes will be delivered from a variety of sources. I emphasise those words, from a variety of sources. The policy then sets out what the sources are. Point 1 is completions, point 2 is sites with permission under construction, point 3 is strategic residential locations, as identified on the policies map. Now that appears to tie back to what was on the blobby figure 6 plan as strategic locations, but it seems to be different from key urban areas. Point 4 is housing allocations as identified in RD1. Point 5 is mixed use. Point 6 is small sites and windfall. Now, my comment in relation to that is that the inspector's report at paragraph 362 does identify that there is a compelling evidence that there is a need for windfall and that they will form part of the supply. My understanding of that is that there is an allowance of 20 units per year through windfall, and figure 7 of the local plan, which is on page 49 of the plan, just below that policy, provides a housing trajectory which includes windfall as part of the components of that supply. So my observation really is that we have a planned supply, we have new sites being released, we have allocations, but the council is also relying on windfall to meet the overall housing requirement.
Okay. And in this respect, the proposal, if allowed, would be a windfall, would it, or not?
Effectively, yes. You know, we would be a windfall to the council and unidentified supply.
Now there's a turning to CSR 13. There's an affordable housing policy. 25% on green field is the position. Is the proposal compliant with that proposal?
Yeah, but let me just find that policy. My document's gone a bit slow again. Policy CSR 13 sets a requirement of 25% on greenfield, which we're policy compliant with in relation to the appeal proposals. I think we touched on affordable housing, what the need was in discussions with Mr. Eaton. The planning inspectors also address affordable housing. That reference is paragraph 95 of the inspector's report.
Can we go to that, please? Because it sets out, actually, it splits it to Widnes and Runcorn, doesn't it? So if you go to paragraph 95,
quite a lot of information.
And the evidence base for that is the Mid-Mersey Schmar. And the identified need is 199 affordable units per year across Halton. Remind us what the annual requirement for all residential development is.
The average is 350, and of which there is a requirement for 199 affordable per year in Halton, which is obviously, well, in fact, it's said by the inspector, is a substantial proportion of the overall housing requirement.
And then it goes on to say that sentence 95, this need equates to around 58 dwellings per annum in Widnes and 61 in Runcorn, with the need for around 25% intermediate housing in both locations.
That's correct, yeah.
So in terms of the contribution that the site could make at about 60 units, that's about a total of 1 year supply, roughly speaking.
Yeah, it's a very positive contribution to those needs on the Widnes side.
Whilst we're there, if you go on a bit to 110, we've had your evidence has referenced the fact that in terms of market housing's contribution to affordable housing has been virtually non-existent, but the supply has been maintained by RSLs, registered social landlords. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And paragraph IR 110 does touch on this issue that, well, in fact, it says there's been a relatively good track record for registered providers with about 576 affordable homes being provided in the first year. Now, that is actually, the 576 is set against the 6 years times 199 need, so 1,200. So it's about half. But I think the point we made in our proof really is that the delivery in Holton has been on affordable has been by registered providers. It's not been by Section 106. And in particular, the context of that on the Widnes side of the river is really important because there haven't been the market-led housing releases delivering 106 because the supply was so constrained.
And that penultimate sentence in 110, the inspector's view, consequently, the affordable housing need is likely to be met through a combination of direct provision and policy mechanism. The direct provision,
that's correct, yes,
and policy mechanism associated with the delivery of market housing.
Yeah, and I think it's also set that context in Mr. Eaton's proof at Appendix 9.
Yes, I think if we just
which demonstrates that well, in the last 6 years, the council.
I lost Mr. Mitchell for a moment there. Did you as well?
Yes, so did I. So, Mr. Mitchell,
can you hear me still?
Yes, now.
Yeah, just cross-referring back to the discussion I think we had yesterday about Appendix 9 and Mr. Eaton's proof, and I'm just making the point that the 199 need figure hasn't been met in the last 6 years, you know, on his table.
Yeah, so if we look at that table, if we look at the figure of 200 on the left-hand axis, that's very close to being the requirement, and we can see that it was exceeded 260 in the first columns, but thereafter there's been a falling away to the point where the latest figure suggests the delivery of 25 units overall.
Yeah, that's right, and that coincides directly with the problem that there hasn't been the land releases.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, I suppose now let's look at policy CSR 21 green infrastructure. I think we'll need to take this quite carefully because this was one of the largest issues that we the client on behalf of the client took to the examination in public, is it not, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, we were very concerned about the structure of the new policy that was proposed, and we got instructions from Widnes Golf Club and Amwell to go through and sit through quite a few of the sessions on the natural environment and historic environment dealing with green infrastructure.
And if we go to CSR 21 via the hyperlink on the new local plan, we see that that is not headed green space, but green infrastructure.
That's correct. It's not green space, and CSR 21 offers a different approach than the policies that were set out in the old UDP, now withdrawn, that were related to GE6.
Would you just take us through this policy and how it works and impacts upon the appeal proposal is something that I want to focus on later. But in terms of the structure of the policies, you see to the right of the policy, it has policy links that include HE4 and HE6.
Yeah, I can understand why a reader can get very confused on the council's approach to green space in the context of this plan for a number of reasons, which I'll explain. I think we start off at the heading that you picked up, which is that it is green infrastructure. It's not green space. 7.134 tells us the preamble tells us that green infrastructure is the network of multifunctional green space in both urban and rural areas, which are capable of delivering a wide range of environmental quality life benefits for the community. Amongst its many benefits, green infrastructure can improve sustainability, health and well-being. So it's an overarching policy, you know, in that regard. The policy itself has a number of sort of criteria, but the position on it is that Halton's green infrastructure will be protected, enhanced, expanded where appropriate. The council will work along providers and will achieve this through, and then there are a number of criteria. Just below the policy box, there is this paragraph that I think we touched on before, but paragraph 7.135. And I think we just need to look at the wording very clearly on this, because it says, for the purposes of the Halton local plan, green infrastructure is defined as, and then there are a number of criteria. I think the criteria that used to refer to in PPG 17 all those years ago. But one of those is outdoor sports facilities, including formal playing fields, golf courses, and other sports areas. So in that context, I read this policy that outdoor sports facilities, is included within a green infrastructure categorisation. The positions then slightly further ambiguous by table 10, which was main modification 17, and in table 10, I'll look at the inspector's reference number as well, but what happened here is that the council struck out in their modification outdoor sports from the standards in that policy. And I think that's quite interesting, because what it tells us is that whichever way you look at policy CSR 21, there are no standards in relation to open space. So when you look at the third bullet on that, talking about protecting, enhancing connections, in that regard, and the policy, it's really difficult to set out in the context of outdoor facilities what the baseline is and what the standards actually are. So I don't think that in the context of green infrastructure, the council has any mechanism for considering how much outdoor sports facilities are actually needed now or in the future in the context of CS21R.
Okay. I don't think I need take the inspect. We've been there a couple of times to main modification 17, where that deletion is quite apparent, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So how then do we relate policy HE 4 and 6 to policy 21? Because we can see the link.
Yeah, I think this is when it gets slightly more complicated. And if we could just go to policy HE4, policy HE4, page 203 of the track change local plan. The title of policy HE4 is green.
I'm sorry, I'm not there for a moment.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, what page was that again?
It's 203 of the local plan document. I'm not sure on the PDF.
I have it, thank you.
I think the point I wanted to make here is that the policy HE4 is entitled Green Infrastructure and Green Space. So this is where the notion of green space effectively gets introduced, in this policy. I won't touch on the policy that way, but there is the table at 12.46, paragraph 12.46 under that, which effectively sets out the position that outdoor sports is not considered green infrastructure and green space under the policy HE4. 12.46 is quite specific on that. It says, for the purposes of the local plan, green infrastructure and green space covered by policy 4 is defined as those categories. And that relates to MM42, where the previous inspector raised the concern about having outdoor sports provision within that structure. Now, I think we've also heard now in the position from the council that HE4 does not apply in this appeal position. I think the confusion comes then in HE4 where there are effectively, dare I say, a sort of clawback position to CSR 21, but point 3 of that. Sorry, am I going too fast?
Occasionally you're pinking out, I think, Mr. Mitchell, but I got that. I've certainly got the gist of it. I don't know if other people would want you to repeat it. Basically, what you were saying is that MM42 took out outdoor sport provision, but one could read HE4 as perhaps a clawback provision, whereby some aspects of it could be returned to consideration in HE4 itself.
That's correct, but point 3 of the policy, it does say that it refers to development that is green infrastructure and green space, is the point I'm making.
So in this context, it's got to be both.
Well, that's what I think it's trying to tell us here, that yeah, it has to be, where a site constitutes green infrastructure and green space is the clawback to CS21.
Okay.
And we touched on it previously. The ambiguity here is clearly recognised at paragraphs 234 to 242 of the inspector's report, and it was effectively modified. The council needed to separate out its position.
There is one issue of interpretation that I think is quite important that is between the parties, and is this: the extent whether at all HE6 and HE4 are mutually inconsistent. In other words, for the application of HE4 and 6, can you have circumstances where the policy will apply to both?
I don't believe that's the case. I think HE4 and HE6 are cast within the wider context of a green infrastructure, but they're separate policies within that.
Okay. No, that leads us on to policies map. The policies map doesn't, I think, identify green infrastructure, but refers to green space, does it not?
Yeah, this is on the link. I think there was a couple of questions yesterday about the key. I've just took out Mr. Eaton's proof, but we've also got the main proposals maps as well, that the link to that. I think either is sufficient in this regard. I would add one comment that paragraph 6 of the inspector's report does touch on the proposals map, the policies maps, and if I can just make reference to that, because it does say that the policies maps is not defined in statute as a development plan document, and so we do not have the power to recommend modifications to it. It goes on to say, however, as published, there are a number of changes needed. There are some instances where geographic illustration of the policies on the submission policies is not justified and changes are required. My point is that it was recognised there was some concerns with the policies maps through the course of the local plan examination. On the policies maps itself, we see the sort of lighter green colouring that on the key is labelled green space. There is no distinction on the policies maps between sites that constitute green space, sites that constitute green infrastructure, or outdoor sports and recognition. And I think this is what causes a lot of the concerns and lack of understanding of the policy context in this regard. I believe the key as set out on this policies map is basically wrong. And that's wrong for a number of reasons. Firstly, CSR 21, which is in the brackets on the key next to green space, is green infrastructure.
Let me just stop you there, Mr. Mitchell. I think it might be easy if we go to Appendix 5 of Mr. Eaton's evidence, where he provides an extract, and the key then is immediately below there. So can I invite you to go to Mr. Eaton's evidence, Appendix 5, where he provides an extract from the emerging plan. Then,
yes, Mr. Bowers.
Thank you. So we've got that mint colour green, which covers everything.
Yeah. So you've got well, it's labelled on the key green space, and you've got the baseline green colour.
Yeah.
And in brackets after that, there are a number of policy references, which I am concerned about, because as I just alluded to previously, CSR 21 is actually green infrastructure, not green space. RD6, well, RD6 is the council's custom and self-build policy. I think that should be RD4. We then have HE4, which is green space areas, but excluding outdoor sports areas. And then we've got HE6, which is the outdoor sports areas. So they can't all be coloured green, washed over everything, because there is distinction between all those typologies.
The heading that appears there is specific green space categories. E is a golf course, so that's a green space category golf course, and F cemeteries, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think cemeteries or allotments would constitute outdoor sports provision.
Right. Can you just draw those threads together? Right. No doubt the inspector will have to reflect on this for some time. But what's our position with regard to the local plan in terms of whether the ambiguity that the inspectors identified and wanted reconciling, whether it remains or has now been dispelled because of the final publication version of the plan?
Yeah, well, I don't know whether these policies are all going to be changed, amended and picked up through the council's additional procedure. The council was keen to point out that it was not intending to change the meaning of any of its policies or its proposals maps. I think there is still confusion here on how the proposal maps has been drawn. I think that's largely a hangover from the UDP, where the same proposal map seems to have been rolled forward. There's one other slight anomaly on the plan as well, which I just wanted to point out, which is on the proposals maps itself, part of the appeal site has now been excluded from the green space key categorisation, which we say is wrong in any event, and that's the clubhouse car park area, and you'll see that that's just white land that's retained there as well. So presumably on the council's new plan, we're part greenfield and part brownfield in that regard.
Okay. Was there any discussion that you recall about the proposals map and how the clubhouse and car park should be treated?
Not as such. No, we made representations through the process of the examination, saying, well, look, we think that these categorisations are incorrect. We draw some of the distinction in that process, and what I've seen here, still causes me concerns.
Now, policy HE6, if you would, agreed between the parties that this is a policy that is one of the most important policies for the determination of the appeal application. Is that correct, Mr. Mitchell?
That's correct, yeah.
So let's just consider that now. First of all, the wording of the policy, We've discussed how this emerged during the course of the examination in public itself. Is specifically, is golf mentioned within it?
No, I think just reading some of the preamble to it, it's paragraphs 12.63 and 12.6 to 12.65. It's just worth touching on that. That tells us that Halton has facilities for a number of outdoor sports, football, rugby union, cricket, hockey, baseball. It says the survey suggests that Halton residents are quite active, which is great, with partition rates above national averages. It tells us that population projections suggest that population of key team sports ages is expected to rise, and suggests that a requirement for sports, outdoor sports facilities is likely to be fairly constant over the planned period to 2037. And then at 12.65, the preamble tells us that the council's previous playing pitch strategy was completed in 2013. The council has worked with Sport England and the governing bodies to oversee an update of that, which was completed in 2020. So that's the background to the policy. As we've heard in our evidence previously, it was actually KKP, Mr. Wright's company, that did that assessment of need, and that assessment was focused on playing pitches and didn't include any assessment whatsoever of other sports such as golf.
Okay. In terms of an evidential platform for golf need, is there one anywhere?
I don't believe there's been any assessment of the needs for the game of golf in the last couple of decades, and the only information and evidence is that set out by Mr. Wright in his proof and his previous golf needs assessment work.
And does the framework have anything to say about the need for up-to-date evidence to support these policies?
Yeah, I think that's very explicit at paragraph 98 of the framework. The second part of that paragraph tells us that planning policies should be based on robust and up-to-date assessment of the need for open space, sport, recreation facilities, brackets, including quantitative or qualitative deficits or surpluses, or and opportunities for new provision. It goes on to say that information gained from the assessments should be used to determine what open space, sport and recreation is needed, which plans should then accommodate. So that tells me that there's a very clear need for, when you're casting and preparing your policy, you need to understand exactly what your needs are for the area.
Okay. Now then, I don't know whether this is an appropriate moment to address policy compliance, but looking at the policy, it closely reflects paragraph 99 of the framework, does it not? Particularly at A and B.
Yeah, there are a number of slight differences, but it largely reflects paragraph 99. I would agree with that.
Say for C, whereas if there is it's surplus to requirements, to recreational requirements, there's an issue about it being capable of helping to meet any of Halton's identified needs, and perhaps I've underlined the word identified in my question.
My comment on that really is that is different to MPPF. It's an additionality point that's been put in. I know that Sport England have raised that sort of point before, but I'm struggling to see how that could work in the context of para 98, where a council should understand all its needs up front, in that regard, and plan for them. And in this context, the evidence base, which is the playing pitch strategy, doesn't have any quantitative needs for more playing pitches.
Okay, so if I ask the rhetorical question, where may I identify the needs for golf, what's the answer to that question?
In Mr. Wright's evidence and golf needs assessment.
Okay. Other policies, I think it might be an appropriate moment just to take up the document that we referred to yesterday, the policy compliance table. Blow that document up.
Mr. Barrett, that just jogs my memory. I think I did indicate yesterday that I hadn't made a formal decision on that. So I think Mr. Hunter did indicate that he was happy for, or he'd had a chance to look at it and he didn't have any concerns. And so it's probably worth me saying at this point, just for those watching, that I will accept it into the examination along with the other document that was provided, which can't recall off the top of my head what it was now. Oh, it was the document in relation to the unilateral undertaking for this afternoon's discussion. So it's probably worth just me making clear that those will be added to the list of documents that were submitted during the inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that clarification. The length of the document really reflects the fact that the new policy is cited in its entirety in the left-hand column. Is it not, Mr. Mitchell? But the responses are a little more succinct.
Yeah, I mean, this is correct. I mean, the first we heard of the council's intention to put the new plan to committee arrived last Friday at 4:30 for us. Not a criticism, it's just the way it is. We very quickly looked at Mr. Eaton's proof and the policies that he said were the most relevant, which I think were set out in his paragraph 7.2. And then we very quickly given our view on compliance with those policies, and that's what this table shows. And you're absolutely right. The full policies on the left. It's the commentary on the right is our addition.
Okay, looking at the first policy that you and I discussed a moment ago, or not very long ago, CSR1, the spatial strategy. Whilst there isn't a proposals map designating the key urban regeneration areas as defined, there's an acknowledgement here that the site doesn't fit into a key urban regeneration area and is not mostly brownfield land, is not previously developed land.
Well, just trying to be fair, we're not trying to overcook a position on that at all. We think part of the site is now brownfield land where the golf club is. The wider key urban areas are not defined as such. My understanding, having sat through that examination process for many sittings, is that the focus on that was the green belt land releases.
And then you go on to say that the specific principles to guide this proposal would be CSR3, which is the housing supply policy.
Yes, that's set out underneath in the table as the next one. And we say the site constitutes windfall development and is therefore acceptable, but is also therefore required as one of the sources of supply in the context of delivering this local plan strategy.
Right, and you note there that there is a proposal for having 30% of new development on previously developed land. But self-evidently, that means that the majority is not going to be on previously developed land. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we're not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes that this is a brownfield site in any way. In that regard, it's a reference to that strategy.
We then reference CSR 7, infrastructure provision. I don't think that was a particularly controversial matter as far as Mr. Eaton is concerned, but for the sake of completeness, you identified compliance with that policy. Is that right?
That's correct. Just cross-reference back again to 2.6 and 2.7 of the Common Ground statement, where it's agreed that we are a sustainable site and a sustainable location.
Okay. 12. Housing mix and specialist housing.
We comply with that policy. There's a range of house types on there, and it's never been a concern of the council. Again, just to check the reference, I believe that's also in the statement of Common Ground. Yeah, 5.7 of the statement of common ground states that it is agreed the scheme proposed would create an environment for future residents that would be both of a high quality, a healthy environment, and would provide diversity in house typologies.
Okay, thank you. I've just slightly changed mine then to reflect that. Affordable homes now, CSR 13, we've discussed this already. We are policy compliant, and I don't think anybody's saying otherwise.
Yeah.
Sustainable transport 15.
Yeah, we're in a great location for that, very accessible to buses. Again, it's in the statement of common ground, specific references to public transport.
18 then deals with high quality design.
A couple of comments on this really is the statement of common ground again covers off design. The agreed position is that we are a high quality and healthy environment site. So, you know, pretty comfortable in relation to meeting that policy, maybe it's one for later, but you know, we do have the layout. You know, we touched on that a couple of times, and our layout, I think, you know, we've not talked an awful lot about it, but that layout does show that it's a well-conceived design. We include open space. We have a variety of landscape typologies in there, including wildflower meadows, children's play area. We have our multi-use games area, and we are opening the site up for the first time. And I'm quite passionate about that point, really, because this is a private enclosed golf course, and the proposal does open the site up. It has safe routes to school through that, and I think that's quite an important aspect of this scheme overall.
Okay. You then touch upon in the commentary box landscape evidence having been produced. Can you just comment upon that? Obviously, there's an issue there for the inspector to grapple with.
Yeah, I think well, when we went through the course of this this process and appeal, you'll recall that we had a previous appeal running, and the intention was from the appellate to co-join the appeals together with the updated layout and the improved scheme that we wrote to PINS on that, and that was not accepted by PINS. But there is some commentary in relation to the layout at PA004. Just find that document a moment. Now, this is a copy of the committee report in relation to the previous scheme. Just struggling to find the document at the moment. Yeah, PA004, it's the Public Reporters Pack document. I just wanted to reference this and take you to paragraph 7.21 of this document.
Do you have a page number, Mr. Mitchell?
The document itself doesn't have a page number, I'm afraid. There's no pagination on the document at all, but it's quite a way down.
Sorry, paragraph
7.21.
For anyone following online, it's page 64.
For some reason, my computer doesn't allow me to pick up the PDF numbers, but that's another point. Now, I know this is in relation to the previous scheme, but the previous scheme, the second application was a free go application, and it was our view that the layout wasn't materially different to where we were before. 7.21 provides commentary from the council on the residential and layout. And I just wanted to pick a couple of points up on this, because there's very few places elsewhere where we actually talk about the layout. And the reason for that is that when we looked to the second application, the council made it entirely clear to us that their concern was principle of development, in that regard. So we never really had much more of a debate about the layout from this point. However, we did pick up all the previous concerns that were had when we cast the second application. So 7.21 tells us that the proposed residential layout generally follows good urban design principles, avoid exposure rear boundaries where possible. It talks about the northern boundary of the golf course designed in a manner where fronts of properties overlook the site and the golf course, ensuring uniform appearance on the boundary, and is a better design solution having properties backing onto the site. It goes on to talk about site levels. It goes on to talk about how we accord with the council's residential development supplementary planning document. And then it does say that there are a number of minor shortfalls in separation of the scheme. However, these not considered to be significant detriment to residential amenity, which would warrant refusal on that basis. And we talk a little bit further of this towards the end of this paragraph. It says the scheme comprises a range of property types, including terrace, semi-detached and detached houses. It provides variety in parking solutions and makes appropriate parking provision, meeting the council's standards. It has sufficient space for soft landscaping the front of properties, and concludes that the residential layout and resultant residential amenity is considered to be acceptable. Now, I know that's in relation to the previous scheme, and I just then wanted to refer that sort of context back to the statement of common ground, where at 5.7 on planning and 5.8, those paragraphs are relevant. It's agreed that the scheme proposed would create an environment for future residents that is of high quality, healthy, and provides diversity of housing types. And then it talks about the parties are in agreement about open space as part of the scheme, incorporating children's areas as appropriate, children's play areas as appropriate. So diversified a little bit there, but I think the view is that this is a very high quality scheme.
Okay, let me just get the document back up. We were discussing then landscape evidence. That was a pretty comprehensive answer, and you referred to what would be provided as part of the design, high quality design. Can we turn to 19, sustainable development and climate change? There's a reference to compliance with building regs.
Yeah, that's fine. And obviously we've also heard from Mr. Aldridge that the scheme betters issues of flooding that are existing known problems by some of the properties in that area.
Okay. Natural and historic environment policy 20, CSR 20.
Proposal doesn't affect any of the statutory designated ecology, landscape or heritage designations listed in the policies or MPPF.
Okay. Yes, there's then a reference to, in terms of landscape character area, that landscape character area is said to be dated, doesn't recognise the changes that have happened on the ground since it was prepared. That's a factual point, is it not?
I think that's right, and I think there's a further comment on that. It is a document, a landscape character document. These things are everywhere in that regard. The document doesn't address the changes in the strategy of the council, that the land constitutes green infrastructure now and is not green space. There's lots of references in the LCA document about the site comprising green space, and the evidence of Zante Quayle focused quite a lot on green space. I think it was almost suggested that there was some degree of spatial separation context, from the landscape character. That's not what the local plan states.
So when one looks at that landscape character area assessment and the reference to green space, one shouldn't confuse it with the green space that appears in the latest iteration of the local plan.
That's absolutely correct, yeah.
Okay. 21, we've touched upon this at length, but this is the analysis in terms of compliance with the policy, is it not?
Yeah. This is our assessment of those particular criteria, the more generic criteria overall, and we've provided the context to that, and we look specifically at points 2, 3, and 4. And there aren't any deficiencies in golf provision here, as discussed within the needs assessment. Golf has not been assessed by the council as part of its playing strategy or open space strategy. A green link is retained through the residential part of the development at part 3. In addition, to the green link is provided to connect 2 greenways to the site on the DALP. Just commenting on that, really, because that's a quite interesting point, that was a very specific requirement of the UDP, and something in conversations with the council previously they were keen to ensure that we provided. They have this sort of green linkage running through the borough. The new local plan doesn't carry that proposition forwards in terms of the policy requirement. However, we think that is still a really important benefit, because it does provide connectivity from the green link to the south of Liverpool Road to the school, to the public footpath to the north of the site, along our eastern edge.
Okay.
And then 4, we refer to the greenways again and connectivity that this scheme actually delivers. And the site is, there's one public footpath to the north of the site. The rest of the site is private land. So I think that is a significant benefit, that we're opening up and providing connectivity between the existing public rights of way.
Okay. Health and well-being, we've touched upon the health impact statement was provided as part of the appeal application. Its conclusion was that the impact was acceptable. We say compliance, and you set out your explanation for compliance. It continues to be a sports.
That's right, and it's in the statement of common ground that the scheme is high quality and will create a healthy environment.
Yeah. Okay. There isn't a conflict with that policy where there's a loss of sport or leisure facilities. I notice another comment that you make there.
That's correct, yeah.
Pollution and risk. You say there's a plan.
We refer back to our planning statement on that. It's a rather generic policy, which we see no conflict with.
Okay. RD4, there's probably a typo in one of the policies that we looked at earlier that referred to RD6, but this is green space provision for residential development. There's then different typologies and a requirement per person. Do we comply?
Yeah, that's correct. This is relating to the new residential development and the residential components on site. We have a range of open space on this site, meeting these areas, and in particular, we are providing a neighbourhood play area for children and young people, which is one of the things that the council's open space quantitative study has identified as being important.
Right. Transport network and accessibility. Don't think there's a dispute on that, but you reference Mr. Woollerscroft's evidence and the sustainability credentials of the site.
That's correct.
That actually is quite a lengthy policy. So if we get down to parking standards,
yeah,
again, Mr. Woollerscroft deals with that. We comply with it. HC5 community facilities and services. There isn't a lot in that context from golfing use.
Not at all. I think, on top of that, the proposal obviously to replace what is a pretty dilapidated clubhouse with a brand new facility, which we would expect to be used on a much wider basis.
Okay. HE1 natural environment and nature conservation. No part of the council's case relates to.
Yeah, no, we've had discussion with MyHouse, the ecology unit, throughout this proposal, and there's no objections in that regard.
Okay. 4, green infrastructure and green space. Well, it's not a policy that applies to us, according to the council. So it's not applicable. We say.
Yeah, I think we just put that in for completeness. And in the column there, you can see that that relates back to the previous UDP proposal at GE6. In that regard. So I think it's framed that HE4 is a replacement for GE6, but that no longer applies to us.
Okay. HE5 trees and landscaping. We acknowledge here that there's some harm. Mr. Blankenstein's evidence deals with this.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I've set out there what our view of compliance with that policy is, noting in particular towards the end that the site is very well contained visually, impacts in terms of the site, a glimpse views from Liverpool Road, and in the context of landscape, any localised landscape harm is considered through the design process. It's certainly not a valued landscape, and it's certainly not a site in the open countryside. I also refer to at the bottom there the policy that was cited in the council's statement case previously on the Mersey Forest, as far as I'm aware, doesn't exist anymore as well.
There is a table that actually shows the old policies and where they are. G28, the Mersey Forest policy in the old UDP is gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any replacement for that. It's just left blank in it's Appendix D to the core strategy document.
HE6 policy now deals with outdoor sport.
Yeah, well, we set out our compliance on that. There is that interesting conundrum as well that worth touching on in the context that there is no golf evidence base to HE6. In that regard, and there could be a rather purist view that how can that be applied if there's no evidence based underpinning it in the first place. So I think that's quite interesting. I don't think it's been our core position through this. We have touched on that, but the interesting thing is how do you assess a golf against HE6 when there's no evidence from the council on where the starting point is. But what we have done is we've then set out how we comply with HE6 in the context of this particular table here, and hopefully that's helpful to the inspector.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think we need to dwell on it. 7, pollution and nuisance. We assert that we comply with this. Council doesn't appear to have raised any issues about not meeting appropriate standards.
That's correct.
Land contamination, we addressed this in the course of the application.
Yeah.
Nor has the council raised any particular concerns in this regard. Water management and flood risk. Well, FRA flood risk assessment was submitted. Mr. Aldridge has already given evidence, and there's been about a day of inquiry time discussing flood risk and flood issues. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Design of the development policy GR1.
Yeah, I think I probably touched on that previously and referred to the references in the statements of common ground about us being high quality.
GR2 amenity again addressed. And no residential amenity issues raised. There is some
I think
neighbouring houses with views.
Yeah, I touched on this in the context because it was raised about the receptors and the importance of localized views. Zonti Quell talks a lot about that. From a policy perspective, the council does have policy GR2 on amenity. It also has its residential design guide. That document, it is actually in the library. Might be just worth referring to the reference number if nothing else. I'm struggling to find the reference number on it on the long list, but I think it is before the inspector. But the document refers to the back-to-back standards.
Oh, yeah.
And back to side gable standards in the context of how you design properties that relate to existing properties. We accept that there is some localized change there.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to cut in here. I think if we're going to refer to the document, then we should have the reference and I should be able to access it.
Yeah.
Can
we take a moment just to find it, Mr. Mitchell? This is the one.
I think it's PD 002.
Okay, yes, I have it. Thank you.
Yeah, so PD 002, it talks about the principles of urban design, it talks about layouts and characters and structures of design, talks about incorporating open space in here, and it's policy 5 on page 25 of the document, which is entitled Privacy, Outlook, Daylight and Sunlight. I don't know. Have you found that? Yeah. Okay. And that refers to in that policy. It says to maintain adequate levels of privacy, development is required to point A. Ensure that residential development achieves the minimum expected standards of levels of privacy and outlook. And there is a cross-reference to figure 3. And below that, there is a diagrammatic with a number of sections, cross sections, showing what you need to achieve in terms of gable to back to rear gardens and when putting properties back to back. And the point I was making is that those standards have been achieved in relation to this particular layout, and therefore the scheme complies with the council's policy tests having regard to privacy and localised outlooks.
And then you've got policy GR3, finally, boundary fences and walls. The council's not raised any particular issue in this regard.
No, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, right. It's always the position of the.
I just wanted to check one quick point with you. As you went through that document with us, the order that you went in is different to the order in the document that I've got. Now, I was able to follow and I could move around and find it. I just wanted to make sure I have the most up-to-date version of that document, and that we're not working from different ones.
I'd look, Mr. Mitchell, to help.
I believe you have the up-to-date one. Whether I've picked up an older version that I've been working on when I prepared it, I don't know. I will ask Mr. Dorber to send across the version that was sent to the council, so there's no confusion.
I just want to make sure that I was just conscious that the order that Mr. Barrett went through it in was different to the order that it appears on my screen. I think the points there, and there wasn't anything in terms of what you were discussing that I thought wasn't included in it. I just wanted to make sure that we were working from the same documents.
So started my examination in chief. I wasn't speaking to the document that we've just been looking at. I was trying to look at an overarching view of the main policies, and then I then cut into dealing specifically with the document we were looking at.
Yes, the compliance table.
Yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to check that you weren't working from a different document to me, Mr. Barrett, because the order that you went through those policies in is different to the order that I have them on this document. Your intention wasn't that you weren't following a specific order on the document that you had.
Well, I was, sir, but I am hoping that you've got exactly the same version as me. So I'll ask Mr. Dorber to send us all a copy, and we will just cross-check our notes to make sure that it's the same.
Yeah, I think what we've done is we've pulled out HE6 and CS21 up front as the more important relevant policies. That's the only difference.
Yeah, so on the document that I have, it starts with main policies where the council claims conflict, and then it's CSR 21, 22, HE6. And then I have further down on page 4, I have a separate table which says other policies listed as relevant within Mr. Eaton's proof of evidence.
Yeah. I think that's right. I think you've got the correct version, sir. I will ask Mr. Dorber to send that through to all parties just for completeness.
Okay.
That's the up-to-date version. Okay, thank you.
Now, there are a couple of other matters that were raised during the course of the inquiry that I think you could assist with. Firstly, the position with regard to St. Michael's. We know it closed, I believe, at the beginning 2004 or thereabouts. Don't know if you can help me with the precise date. Can you just bring us up to date with what the position is at St. Michael's as you understand it, Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, I mean, as I understand, I think Mr. Eaton's tasked with pulling some of this, these consents and things together. My understanding is that St. Michael's Golf Course is council-owned land. In that regard, that it closed in 2004, and then so it's been closed quite a long time. It closed in 2004. There was then a series of applications that related to the golf course, and those applications go back. The council's planning history on file on the online search is a little bit vague on it, but it goes back to 2009. Application 09250 was a change of use to allow some remediation works to take place. At that point, there wasn't any proposal for a driving range under that consent that was granted. There was then in 2015 a Section 73 application submitted, which had a variation of conditions 7, 11 and 14 of the previous change of use application. And that was in relation to importing 1,188,032 tons of inert material. There is a high level course layout at that point, but no detail as to how that would be provided or delivered. So it's not quite clear on 2015 consent how a driving range could be introduced through that consenting process. You then have in 2018, so 3 years later, a application 18/00617 FUL, which is proposed development for a new clubhouse with residential apartments at first floor, car parking, landscaping. That application, which was granted consent, doesn't appear to have a driving range associated with it. It just appears to be standalone for the clubhouse and the car park. At the same time, there was this application 18/0087 for a solar farm on there. Now, the solar farm has been completed on site, so that exists, the solar farm. The clubhouse doesn't. And then the only more recent activity is there was an application in 2020 for discharge of conditions 4, 5, 6, 8, 13 related to the clubhouse. As I understand it, and I suspect we'll probably see this through a site visit at some point, the clubhouse hasn't been built. there are reports, including reports from some of the local residents, that lorries have been in and out of the site with material. So I assume there's some work's gone on site that might relate to the importing of inert material. But doesn't appear to be any overall proposal for a golf course on this site. The consents don't appear to allow for a driving range, and of course there are other uses like solar farms been put in the interim. So this has been an ongoing process since 2004. So I'm sure the council will probably give us an update. At the end of the day, they own the freehold of the site, so I assume that they've probably got a very good idea, or may or may not have entered into a contract with the developer on it. I've got no idea.
So the upshot, Mr. Mitchell, seems to me is that there do seem to have been some planning permission, but it's by no means clear whether there is.
I think it's largely. I mean, I've anecdotally, I've done Google searches on it, trying to find what's going on there, and there's absolutely, no information about what this shiny new facility is, when it'll open, what its purpose is, how big it is.
Okay, now let's turn to another issue. The council, in the course of its flooding evidence, have referred to avoiding part of the residential. The vast majority of the residential proposal is in flood zone 1. There is a portion that would be in the flood zone, and the argument is that notwithstanding the exceptions, sequential and exceptions tests, there shouldn't be any housing. I think there's about somewhere between 10 and 17 units who are being discussed on the site at the eastern extremity towards the brook. What's your take on that?
I think in that respect, we heard a lot from Mr. Aldridge, who talked about the approach that we've had to water management on the site. When we're dealing with any development, clearly you're balancing a whole range of constraints in that regard. I think it's common ground that we've passed the sequential test, we've passed the exception test. I alluded to a number of the design features on site. The fact that we're providing access to a clubhouse which is relocated further into the site, the fact that we're providing greater connectivity, we have open space on the site, we have a high quality layout. There's a range of factors that the applicant has considered in the round there. It's not purely focused on one particular point.
Okay. In a sense, would it be appropriate in your view to further disaggregate the development?
No, I don't. I think that would be a highly unusual point to take, and I'd concur with the evidence that Mr. Aldridge gave in his comment. And my experience is the same. That's not the approach we use on pretty much every other residential site.
Now, I want to essentially draw the threads together. There's been a great deal of commentary, including by councillors, not part of the formal LPA case, but councillors who have commented upon essentially the motivation of the golf club. Can you just give us an overview of what this application is for and what lies at its very heart?
Yeah, I think that's really important. I just bear with me a moment. I just wanted to refer to paragraph 4.44 of my proof of evidence. That is an extract from the open space study 2005. We've heard the commentary before, and it basically states that as far back as 2005, facilities at Widnes Golf Club are considered to be inadequate for an 18-hole facility, and the club is hoping to relocate at that time. I think that's the starting point, really, that we have had for 18 years now, 18 years now, an issue that the facilities at Widnes Golf Course are not fit for purpose. The reason for that is that the yardage of the course and the containment of the course within the urban area, with no opportunity to expand, limits this golf course's potential. That is unchanged for a long period of time. And on top of that, we have the position where we have the declining membership. We have the position where the buildings and the services are no longer fit for purpose. Just wanted to have a quick look for another document in that regard as a reference. There is document SD031, which is it was appended to the planning application originally. It's a building survey report, and that is the evidence that we have in the context of the facilities at Widnes Golf Club. You know, I have sat in that golf club with the boiler broken in the freezing cold because the facilities and the club is really struggling. And I think that's the really important context here. The building survey report picks all of those particular issues up and notes the problems that the club is facing. And these are real problems. You know, it's not problems that have been created to try and get over planning policy in any way. This is a club that's constrained, its membership's going down, and it needs intervention. And for that reason, I think that the proposals from Widnes Golf Club are eminently sensible. The club is well managed. It does its best it can within the constraints that it operates within. And they have recognised that rather than wait for the inevitability that the club faces liquidation or administration becomes redundant, they want to do something about it. And for me, in the context of planning policy, that is really important. The ethos of this project is to best use the land as a whole to facilitate the game of golf in quantitative and qualitative terms, and to attract as wide a cross section as possible. We touched a lot on you know, we've accepted that there is a loss of acreage, you know, that's a common ground position, and the retained land. What this whole project is about is functional improvement in the quality and the use of the course as a whole. Now we also did touch on the golf layout drawing,
which is PL 035. Is that the one?
Sorry, bear with me.
I think it's PL 035 amongst the inquiry documents.
That's right. This is the one without the residential part on there, but I think it's worth just touching on this for more reasons. I am a golfer, so I do play golf. Sometimes questionably, but I do dabble in the game. This is not the overall master plan, but the part relates to the golf site. This diagram here, we see the new clubhouse and facilities and the access road going through. That clubhouse includes new changing facilities for women, for men. It is DDA compliant in terms of accessibility for disabled people. It has a new pro shop associated with it. It has improved catering and bar facilities. It has improved buggy store and buggy connection. And the buggy connection is quite an important point in the context of Widnes Golf Club. The low level of it has caused some water issues in the past and drainage issues in the winter, and that they are all part of the improvements that we're making on this course. The course itself goes to 9 holes. We talked a lot about that. I just wanted to talk through that a little bit as well, because the club has done their best here to achieve not just 9 holes, but 9 holes that really offers diversity to the game overall. And you see that in the context of the greens and the tee areas and how they are used. Just commenting on the tee areas, there's been quite a big debate about what a golf tee is as opposed to a tee area. The tee areas on this drawing are the hatched square areas that you see at the start of each fairway. Now, I don't have a scale ruler on this PDF document, but if you look at the size of the tee areas, the squares, compared to some of the houses around the periphery of that drawing, my estimate is that these areas will be typically around about sort of 12 square meters. And what that means is that when you put your tee down, which is normally between two flag points on here, it allows you to vary where those tee areas are within that wider tee area. And Mr. Wright talked about men's tees, ladies' tees, youth tees. The reality is that the 2 flags that mark the tee area, where you put your ball down on the tee behind it to take your first shot, does vary within those tee areas. It's quite common practice to do that. So we have variety in that regard. And in fact, it makes common sense, because in the winter, for example, if a lot of people have been using exactly the same tee area, you might get a muddy patch. So it is moved around. The drawing here also shows fairway number 1, and this is quite important because what fairway number 1 does is it splits to 2 different greens. There's a sort of northern green and a southern green at 1A. The 1A reference is rather difficult to split. On a 9-hole course, that's really beneficial, because fairway 1 allows us to get a par 5 more challenging hole, more challenging fairway and hole, which is not common on a lot of 9-hole courses. So that's really important, and that builds in variety immediately as well. There is another point in relation to varying yardage on here, is that in terms of the greenkeepers and the game of golf, it is entirely common practice that pin areas move within those green areas. And if anyone's ever watched any of the Masters or the PGA Championship tours, they'll know that every single day on those competitions, the pin positions move on these greens. I think Mr. Smith referred to the comparison of Widnes to St Andrews a couple of times in his evidence, which I'm sure the members at Widnes Golf Club would welcome. But St Andrews has a number of shared greens between fairways. It's a common practice. I think my final comment on this drawing really is that if you follow the sequencing around the club, you follow holes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When you get to hole 8 at the top, which doglegs back, and you can see the square tee area at the start of the 9th fairway. Forgive me if I'm going too quickly on that. Can we see that? Yeah. That allows an option of cutting back to the green on the 1st again at the 10th. And that does a number of things. It just introduces more variety. It gives more flexibility to improve users of this course. And it allows you to loop back on the 10th, pick up the 5th again, and do 5, 8, 9 to finish. So it allows you to play 9 holes, straight 9. It allows you to loop back on that route that I've just talked about, giving you 12 holes, or you can play the whole thing twice and do 18 holes and pick up the difference on the fairways. So,
Mr. Mitchell, before you go on, can I just make sure I do understand what you're saying there? I'm
Yeah.
looking at the plan now, so I'm going from the 8th tee, I go to the 8th green, and then I go down to the 9th, and then I can play the 9th either by playing it down the 9th fairway, or I could actually loop back around. I say I don't mean I personally, but you could then go and play the 10th instead rather than playing down the 9th. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yeah, you either go straight back to the clubhouse from the 9th, or you can go play the 10th, which is an extra hole, giving more option here in that regard. And then once you've played the 10th, you pick up the number 5 again, and then follow that loop round. And that gives you 12 holes, more flexibility. And this is important because the strategy for the site, yes, we've lost acreage, but the overall position is that this is something England Golf is wanting to encourage. It's rather akin to when they introduced the 2020 cricket rather than the 4-day test matches, to take that sort of analogy. There's a format called the Express 9 golf format, and the whole idea is to have a sort of a shorter game that's more flexible and more open to a much wider cross-section of the community, including the female game, elderly, disabled people, the youth game, and that is all part of the strategy that Widnes Golf Club is advancing. So hopefully that explains that diagram in a little bit more detail.
I just then want to briefly touch about the relationship with Blundell's Hill golf course. How's that intended to be operated, the two sites together?
Yeah, there is in the document list, just trying to find the relevant reference, there's a document which is the Blundell's redevelopment proposals, and the Widnes Golf Course redevelopment proposals. Just trying to find the relevant reference number. It was submitted as part of the application.
Hoping to find it in the core documents.
Yeah, it's I think it's SD036. It looks a bit like that. It's got the crest of the club on the front.
Can you give me SD
036?
Yeah, I'm just having a few problems getting in here again.
A lot of documents.
No, I'm trying to cut and paste the inquiry. The application reference into the search engine for the council, and if you don't get it absolutely spot on, it tells me to go away, but very politely. Right. SD036.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it. Now, there are some matters which are land use, which can be covered by Section 106 or conditions. There are other more ephemeral parts. Can you just take us through what's proposed?
Just the document, just for reference, is part of the club's redevelopment proposals. It's been produced some time ago now to help understand the concept as a whole. In this document, it sets out the works at Widnes, 2A, from the clubhouse building works perspective. 2B talks about the course modifications, which I've just run through on the drawing. And 3 talks about the course improvements at Widnes. Section 4 of that document talks about the proposals at Blundell's Hill. That's on page 6 of the document. Have you got that? Sorry.
Yes,
and I just, it's only short, so if I could read it out. So it says Blundell's Hill is an existing and challenging 18-hole course with potential for improvement and development that would be facilitated if the proposals for Widnes are approved. Areas of potential improvement are increased car parking provision to 74, including 6 disabled spaces and 4 spaces with electric vehicle charging facilities. Maintenance and upgrading of existing hard surface buggy paths, provision of ride-on buggy storage and charging facilities. That's effectively a new build replacing containers on site at the moment. Upgrading of the practice facilities, provision of indoor teaching facilities, a rolling programme of modifications and improvements to the clubhouse, internal layout and facilities, expansion and encouragement of women's and junior golf development. And the document then goes on to tell us how Widnes Golf Club sees those two synergies coming together to create the sort of 27-hole golfing complex overall.
Okay. Finally, I'm just going to ask you about the Bicester case. What do you draw out from the Bicester case? Is it unique to its facts, or does it espouse a more general principle that can be applied?
I think the Bicester case directly relates to the case in this regard. They clearly looked at what was their performance issues in that regard. They've looked at how they can intervene and improve the position overall, and they deal with that in their way. It's a slightly different proposition in terms of the actual development that's proposed, but the sort of concept of what they're doing is entirely aligned with what the proposals are for Widnes Golf Club.
Okay, and finally, Mr. Mitchell, will you just lay out as succinctly as you can your assessment of the planning balance and the weight that ought to be given to the various considerations?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the review of this, has been somewhat fluid this week with the introduction of the new local plan. I'd refer to section 6 of my proof, and I set out in section 6 of my proof a number of the benefits in terms of sustainable development. That's at page 37, para 66.7 onwards. I also provide a table setting out the planning balance in that regard. The only difference between what I wrote in my proof and the change now is that on the harm side of things, we did look at the context of the harm at GE6, which obviously no longer applies. But I think beyond that, what I've listed in table 2 of my evidence is exactly the same. In that regard,
we would delete the reference, wouldn't we, with conflict with policy GE6, that no longer,
because the policy is withdrawn. Yeah. So in terms of where we are, one could take a view that the most important policy here for us is HE6. The applicability of HE6 to the case in question comes down to a view on the extent to which there is evidence underpinning that policy. And we don't have any golf evidence produced by the council at all. The only evidence is our evidence. So one could take a view that the relevance of HE6 is questionable, and we find ourselves in 11D of the framework. Now,
11D being the tilted balance.
A tilted balance point, yeah.
Those listening.
Now, that's a difficult notion to understand 2 days after a local plan has just been adopted by a council, and we obviously need to give the council the benefit of the doubt in that regard and attribute full weight to the new local plan. So having put that proposition to a decision taker about this scheme, that's something that they will have to think about. If we're not in 11D, my view is that we very firmly fall into 11C, because we're entirely in accordance with the relevant policies of this local plan, and we should be approved without delay.
And in that context, you refer to really the table that Mr. Dorber has, I think, just distributed. I've just spotted an email going around, so I'm assuming that that's the document.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you very much.
What I don't see is that there are any policies that we are so in conflict in that causes us a problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. I've got no further questions of you. Is there anything that you would wish to add to assist the inspector in your examination in chief?
No, I think we've probably covered all my points off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Mitchell, I do have one question, and I really do think that I want to be clear on this point. Is it the appellant's case that policy HE6 is out of date, and that I should be considering that we are in 11D territory? Now, you put it as a proposition, but I want to be clear: is that the appellant's case?
Yeah, it's something, sir, that we've been grappling with for the last two days. The appellant's case was that G6 was out of date and we were firmly in the tilted balance. We've now got the adopted local plan with HE6, there isn't the evidence base in the context of golf that underpins HE6. So you could lead straight to that proposition that we are in 11D territory in this regard. I'm somewhat. It's a difficult one to be completely firm about, because I'm also the view that we've got a brand new local plan here, and with the policies that have been supported by an inspector, and it's difficult to come to that view. If we were 2 years down the line, we'd probably saying to you, sir, that there isn't any evidence base here on golf. So how can policy HE6 be applied?
But I suppose what I want to be clear on is that I don't want to make your case for you in my decision. Either you're putting forward that case or you're not.
Well, so can I just?
I don't want.
It's going to be my first question, sir. Can I just say this? It's you're absolutely right with respect, because can I just make it clear procedurally, if an 11D case is being made on HE6, that's not being put to my witness, and I need to. It may require an adjournment, because it's quite different to be saying we had an old plan policy that we thought, for the reasons set out in our proof, the tilted balance was engaged. If we're saying it on the basis of a policy which is just been adopted, then we need to be clear about it, and I need to consider practically what's required to present the planning authority's case on that regard.
So I do think, Mr. Barrett, do you have anything that you want to come in your own?
Yes, I do. I think I put it fairly and squarely to Mr. Eaton that there was not the evidence base to support the 2C point.
Sorry, so if I do recall that, sorry, and if I've omitted something, so, but what I don't recall being put was that 11D was engaged because of the lack of evidence on golf. I recall
well, before we go there, Mr. Hunter, I think what my question's getting to is whether that is the case that's being put, because I think Mr. Mitchell's evidence, and Mr. Barry, you can correct me now if I'm wrong, and Mr. Mitchell, but Mr. Mitchell's evidence is that there could be a case, but I'm not sure whether that's the case that's being put. And I just want to be clear, is that the case that's being put or not?
So,
sorry, go on, Mr. Mitchell.
So, I mean, my answer to that, we've been grappling with this since Wednesday night when the new policies came in and were adopted. There isn't any evidence base underpinning golf needs in the context of HE6. Para 98 of the framework makes it very clear that there needs to be a robust and up-to-date evidence base framing these policies. The only evidence that we have available to us is the playing pitch assessment, which didn't include any of those points. So it is my view that it can be quite clearly an 11D case. If you take a different view to that, then from my perspective, we fall into 11C and we're in accordance with the development plan in any event.
Yes, I understand that. I suppose I'm still trying to establish, is the appellant's case that we're in 11D territory? I'll come to my own decision as to whether or not that's the case or not.
Make the point. We are in 11D territory simply because if one reads their policy, the most up-to-date policy, and in particular 2C, I'm just going to try and get the precise wording of it, which is what I did put to Mr. Eaton. Let me just get it. Jeez. I placed very firmly emphasis on the word identified in Holton's identified needs.
Yes.
And what I put to him, and there was some debate about it because we went backwards and forwards in respect of whether the evidence that's been provided to this inquiry met that. But our position is that identified needs are for the borough, not for a bespoke golf course. And that's the distinction that we've got in the appeal. So our position would be that 2C, insofar as it is to be considered, there is not an identification of need. So that policy doesn't run against us. Now, if it's to be argued contrary to that position, then we are in 11D territory because they haven't identified what those needs are. I'll start.
In order to get us into 11D, there needs to be a trigger for 11D. Now, my understanding of the case that might be being put forward is that that trigger is that policy HE6 is out of date on the basis that you've just said. Is that the case being advanced by the appellant or not? That's what I'm trying to understand, because if it is, then I have to come to a conclusion on it. And if it's not, then I don't, in my view.
It is. And so I don't want to be too overly pedantic on this. It is in the sense that there is no identified needs, and therefore, insofar as that policy seeks to militate against the loss in circumstances where there is an identified need, insofar as that there is that absence, then that would be the case. But, and it's an incredibly important but, sir, reading that policy correctly, and this is where Mr. Mitchell is, that can't be read against us on an 11C basis, because if you look at that policy, it doesn't engage with us. We don't conflict with it because there haven't been any identified needs. So if,
yes.
If you see the point,
there are 2 points there, though, Mr. Barrett, aren't there? The one point is that that you don't conflict with the policy. Now, if you don't conflict with the policy, then we don't need to necessarily worry about 11D in that sense. If I come to the conclusion that there's no conflict with HE6, then the issue as to whether or not 11D is triggered by that policy, if I understand correctly, that wouldn't come into play, would it?
yes.
No, so it would, I think. So the problem is because the policy is relevant, and it is undoubtedly, well, there has to be a key policy, and if any policy is key, it's HE6. Mr. Mitchell's just said that. Otherwise, we're in the development plan is silent territory, because there are no most important policies.
Not there. I mean,
no, not no. But so you're entirely right. There's an elision of several different points, maybe more than 2 here, sir. I understand Mr. Barrett's point, which was the point that was put to Mr. Eaton fairly, which was we can't conflict with the last part of 2C, which is the bit that goes a little bit beyond what's stated in national policy, because it says the site also has to not be capable of meeting any identified needs, because they said there's no identified need for additional playing fields, because or anything else here. That was his case on that. But as you say, sir, that's a question of compliance with 2C, and only the last part of 2C. There's the first part of 2C to consider on any view as well. There's also the part of 2B, and so as you say, compliance is distinct. So if the appellant, so even if the appellant shows compliance with HE6 2B and or C, and therefore overall compliance with HE6, the council is obviously alleging other conflict with the development plan. And the reason why the issue wouldn't go away is Mr. Mitchell, I imagine, would still possibly now be arguing that, or want to arguing, possibly, we don't know, we still haven't answered that question actually, might be arguing that the tilted balance is engaged in respect of your balancing of all the other considerations. Okay. So it doesn't get rid of it, I'm afraid.
No, I do see that. Yes, yes, I think I see your point, Mr. Hunter. And but before we go into this, because clearly these issues will be drawn out in the close-ins and the arguments and cross-examination now, what I'm trying to be clear on is it the council's case that 11D is engaged or not? Because I think the evidence that I just heard caveated that to some extent, and I wanted to be clear on that specific point. Is it the council's case that HE6 is out of date and as a result engages 11D?
So you say the council's, do you mean?
Sorry, the appellant's case. The appellant's case. I apologise. Yes, I apologise. Is it the appellant's case that HE6 should be considered to be out of date and as a result engages paragraph 11D?
So let me. So I have to qualify it. I don't think it's a yes, but well, it's a no, but actually, my client's case is that we comply with HE6 because the council never gets to the position of being able to demonstrate that the use of the site is capable of helping to meet Holton's identified needs, because it hasn't done that exercise, or hasn't done it comprehensively. And insofar as it has done it, there isn't an other, and I emphasize the word again, identified need. Now, it seems to me that the council itself is saying, well, no, you have to engage with 2C because there is a need for golf course, which this is exactly what Mr. Hunter had said. The inspectors at the EIP had accepted that this was an appropriate policy, and they must have known that it would apply to golf courses as well. And therefore there was, nebulous as it was, an identified need for this policy to engage with. Now, if that is essentially the council's case in respect of their interpretation of 2C, then they can't have it both ways. There is either an identified need or not. And if we look at the evidence of what that identified need is, there's a complete paucity insofar as the starting point for golf needs is concerned. And in those circumstances, it's the council's interpretation, the LPA's interpretation, and the way that it wants to put 2C in the context of golf that leads us to say, well, if you do go down that line, our response to that is 11D then, because you don't have an up-to-date policy, because that up-to-date policy, in accordance with the framework paragraph 98, should be underpinned by, I can't remember the precise words, but it's something like robust and up-to-date evidence, and you haven't got that.
So I don't know whether, I think you're entirely fair to ask the question. I mean, we could spend a long, so what I'm really conscious is we've had nearly about 2 hours of evidence in chief. I've got to cross-examine on all of this, and we're at risk of me not even finishing Mr. Mitchell today if I don't start fairly soon. So I'm going to ask this straight at the start of my cross-examination. I'm going to bottom out the issues with Mr. Mitchell, rather than, I think, engaging a sort of premature set of submissions with Mr. Barrett. It does seem to me that we're sort of talking at cross purposes, and you haven't had an answer really to the question. It's sort of contingent answer based on one issue that isn't actually the main issue in the case, actually. But I'm conscious that if I respond to it now, Mr. Barrett will want to respond to it again, and we'll spend another 25 minutes on it, and then I'll have to ask Mr. Mitchell about it when I cross-examine him. So I think, I wonder if the best thing for me to do is whether or not we're going to take a break as well, because it's been, as I said, 2 hours or so. If we're going to have a break and I start cross-examination, I'm going to go straight to this issue, sir. So I'm going to try and pin Mr. Mitchell down on it, and he can think about his answers over the break, because it does need to be sorted out one way or another.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Barrett, do you have anything else that you'd like to add to that?
I think that's sensible and fair, actually. To some extent, there's always a risk when we have these sort of debates of putting witnesses on notice of what the questions are going to be asked and what the response is. And I think, in fairness to Mr. Hunter, he should be allowed to develop his cross-examination unfettered by any comments from me.
Very well. Thank you very much. I'll agree to that for the time being, but I think I would like some clarity, Mr. Barrett, around what the actual case being put to me is, because I'm not sure I'm entirely clear at this point what the answer to my question was. But yes, if Mr. Hunter's going to deal with that in cross-examination, then so be it. It's now 12:15. I think we have been going for a while. Can I suggest that we take a lunch break? Is that the best way of dealing with this now? We take a lunch break and then we come back for cross-examination this afternoon? Or would you like to go for another 45 minutes, Mr. Hunter? I think we'll have to take a break because I am conscious that Mr. Mitchell has been there now for 2.25 hours.
So I think so let's take the lunch break now. I think it would be, just so we can make sure that we make maximum use of time, really, that would be helpful, I think.
Mr. Barrett, is that suitable for you? You're on mute, Mr. Barrett.
Entirely happy with that, sir, yes.
In that case, let's take 45 minutes for lunch. I'll adjourn now and we'll come back at, well, it's nearly 12:15. So if we adjourn now, we'll come back at 1 o'clock and hear cross-examination of Mr. Mitchell. Thank you all very much. We're now adjourned. Welcome back, everyone. I think like to start with Mr. Hunter. It's 1 o'clock. The inquiry is now resumed. Before we get back into Mr. Mitchell's evidence, Mr. Hunter, you did indicate this morning, I think I mentioned that I had a TEP note that had been sent through and that you were going to try and have a look at that during the adjournment. I'm just wondering if you've had a chance to look at it yet.
I'm sorry, sir. I forgot about that. I have my mind on other things, I'm afraid. So I haven't had a look at it. I think, I mean, it's not being referred to, I think, this afternoon. So, sir, it's probably something. I think the answer is, and we're told, and I think it's right, that it was requested in order to respond to something you asked for in the roundtable sessions. So on that basis, it's probably going to find, I won't have any objections provided it was doing that, and we can pick it up, I think, in closings. It's not being referred to in evidence, so I apologise, but can I come back to you on that?
Yeah, but I'll leave that for the time being, and perhaps you can have a look at it while we have the discussion on planning obligations and conditions this afternoon, and then maybe we can have a chat about it again before before the end of the day.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mitchell, I can't see.
Sorry, go on.
I can't see Mr. Mitchell. It may be my. If you can see him.
Sorry, I was waiting for the introduction, but here I am. I'm here, Mr. Hunter.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Mitchell. In that case, Mr. Hunter, would you like to start cross-examination of Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Mr. Hunter. Thank
you. Mr. Mitchell, let's start with the issue we left off on just before lunch. I just want to be clear about a number of things. you helpfully explained at the end of your evidence in chief and in response to the inspector's question that in your original proof you had set out a planning balance analysis based on your evidence and that of the other members of the appellant's team, where you weighed up the various benefits that you found to exist and harms that you found to exist and came to a conclusion, which it's clear it was based on, in the first place, your submission that the tilted balance was engaged at that time based on your arguments around old policies in the UDP, namely GE6 and GE10. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And I think you said in your evidence in chief that really the only thing that needed updating to that was the reference to conflict with G6 in the harm column of the planning balance, because obviously that's an old UDP policy, no longer part of the development plan.
Yeah,
Right.
that's good. I was just making reference to the fact that this was written in an entirely different context. Things have moved very rapidly during the course of this week, and I just was making the point that it's the third row down on the right-hand column, is not obviously relevant now the plan's been withdrawn, UDP has been withdrawn.
Okay, but just so we're entirely clear about this, I'm going to come straight after this to the substantive issues, but we need to sort out the approach first and the general parameters of your case. There is clearly dispute over whether HE6 is complied with or not. Yes.
Insofar as point 2C in particular is the point I would say. I think on HE6, which we say is the most important policy in determining the application, and we've talked about this a lot, and where it comes from, and the fact that this is the strip out, if you like, for what was in GE6, and we are in agreement that 2A doesn't apply. Our case is that 2B, we meet in the context of we are equivalent or better. Mm-hmm. And of course, when I refer to 2B, I mean the 2B text that's in the inspector's note, not the 2D in the working draft version, which is obviously different. And I think the council is correct. The part that we're struggling with, that I'm struggling with, is the 2C point on how that can be applied in the context of helping to meet any of Halton's identified needs.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can come back to that, but that's with respect. I'm not sure that's the main issue. Your case, as you say, is you comply with HE6 via 2B first of all, because equivalent of better provision. You also say that you comply with 2C because it's surplus to requirements.
That's right.
And as I understood it from Mr. Barrett's cross-examination of Mr. Eaton, you say that the additional wording that's in 2C that isn't found directly in paragraph 99 of the MPPF about meeting capability to meet other identified needs is not engaged here because there isn't an identified need for additional quantitative pitch provision.
Yeah, that's the part we're really struggling with on the issue here is about golf and how can you apply that when the needs assessment doesn't relate to the core topic.
Okay, I understand all of that, but that I think the inspector would correctly identify that's a bit of a different issue from the issue that was raised just before lunch, which is whether 2D, that's a question of compliance. You can say, well, we must comply with 2C because if we're right on surplus, we comply with that bit. And the latter words we don't arise here because there isn't any relevant identified need. I understand that argument. That's a compliance argument.
But I think, sorry, I think my point is that if you follow the logic on 2C, how could it ever be applicable to a proposal that relates to golf when the evidence base and the needs that it refers to set out in the plain pitch assessment has absolutely no reference to the subject matter? So how could the second part of 2C ever be applied in this instance?
right? And I understand that point. You said, well, that's not a relevant part of the policy and we comply with the first bit and that's that. But the argument that was potentially raised before lunch was that HE6 is out of date. And the reason it's out of date seemed to be suggested was the evidence base before the inspector in terms of the assessment of sporting needs and so forth was insufficient before the local span examiners because it didn't include in particular any assessment of requirements for surpluses and deficiencies in relation to golf. Now, is that argument being run or not being run?
Yes, it is, Mr. Hunter. It is being run.
Right. So you're saying actually that the plan is unsound. The freshly minted plan is unsound.
Well, you know, our argument is the most important policy for determining the application, which is HE6. You know, in that regard, I don't see us having any other policies that are most important. I think it very much is HE6. And then, you know, I struggle with this notion of how HE6 can be applied under Part 2C.
Okay, so but just to be clear about it, so you're saying there was insufficient evidence for the local plan examiners to recommend that HE6 be adopted in the form that they recommended it be adopted, because it doesn't comply with national policy and is unsound.
The evidence before the local plan inspectors, which I think is probably referred to in the context of the inspector's report, which we may or may not go there in a minute, but was the playing pitch assessment. And I think what has happened is I don't think the local plan inspectors in that position foresaw situations where other facilities that weren't playing pitch related but did comprise outdoor sports provision would be assessed or determined. And there was, I think it's probably worth noting that in the context of that process, there was a lot of rewriting of this policy going on to separate out what was a combined approach to open space and playing pitches in the past to the new mutually exclusive position that's set out in this plan.
Well, we're going to come back to the allegedly mutually exclusive position, but the proposition that you put that the examiners can't have foreseen that HE6 would be applied to, for example, golf, anything other than playing pitches, is demonstrably wrong, Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to put to you, because let's turn to the DALP. Have you got a copy of the working draft? This is the same. This is the parts I'm going to refer to you. There's no difference with the inspector's appendix to their report.
Which bit are you referring to?
Yeah, so we go to, first of all, to CSR 21 on page 92, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter, are we looking at the adopted plan or the main mods?
The adopted plan, I'll only go to the inspector's appendix to their report where we need to do that. So I'm going to, when I give local plan references, you can take it unless I tell you otherwise. I'm referring to the working draft.
So I've got CSR 21 in the to be amended adopted version.
That's 92 and 93, yep.
Page 92 and 93, yeah.
So we're going to come back to this policy anyway in a little bit, but green infrastructure policy. Green infrastructure defined on page 93 in the reason justification to include outdoor sports facilities, yes?
Yes.
And then we see including formal playing fields, golf courses and others outdoor sports area. So the judges are well aware that when CSR 21 was talking about green infrastructure and including outdoor sports facilities, that included golf courses. Agreed? I
agree, yeah.
Not just formal playing fields, in fact, other outdoor sports areas. But that was the golf courses specifically given as an example, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct.
Then if we go to policy HE6, within that document, again, there's no, sorry, I beg your pardon. I mean HE6, I mean the definitions at the end of the plan. So page 259. Appendix A glossary.
Sorry, I'm just hyperlinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, 259, the definition. I think you're going
Outdoor sports facilities, facilities with natural or artificial surfaces, either publicly or privately owned, including tennis courts, bowling greens, sports pitches, golf courses, leisure tracks, school and other institutional playing fields, other outdoor sports areas. These facilities may have ancillary infrastructure such as changing accommodation and pavilions. So the examiners would be completely aware that when the plan was referring to outdoor sports facilities, that included a lot more than just playing fields.
Yeah, I agree. It's a broad definition.
Right. So there is no chance that when the examiners were considering whether the evidence base was sufficient to justify recommending adoption of policy. Hang on, let me finish my question, please, Mr. Mitchell. That they did not know that that would be applied to things other than playing pitches on which they had specific evidence.
I'd agree that they'd be aware of that wider definition. The evidence before them was the playing pitch assessment only, and it was acknowledged that it was a limited piece of evidence base in that regard.
Yeah. And what they had to decide was whether that was a sufficient and proportionate evidence base, wasn't it, in order to recommend adoption?
I would agree that would be the approach.
Yeah. And in order to do that, they did not need to, indeed, it would be probably impossible to have evidence on every single conceivable area of sport that might be engaged in within Halton. That's not a realistic ask for anyone preparing a local plan.
Well, I think there's probably a sort of slightly different view I would take on that. While you would not expect to look at every eventuality, in that regard, clearly there are some sports that are very active in the borough, including golf, that you would normally expect some degree of assessment of. And I go back to the point that is in my evidence, that the notion at Widnes Golf Club and the needs of the club and its problems have been around for an awful long time. I think I said it was first flagged up in the 2005 evidence-based study. And in that regard, I'd have thought that where there are proposals emerging, there's an ongoing and long credible history of an issue associated, that there ought to have been some sort of wider assessment that included golf.
Okay, but that's the difference of opinion and judgment. You may take issue with how the inspectors dealt with it, but that was, there was a chance. You took it. You put your case admirably for your client at the examination, but the inspectors in the end have to decide whether they think there's enough there to justify them recommending adoption. That's their call.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. And it's perfectly clear, isn't it, that when we look at paragraph 99 of the framework, which if you want to turn to.
Yeah, I think it's probably important that we double check everything. Yeah.
So
I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter, bear with me. My framework has disappeared for some reason.
No, of course. Yes.
Yes, I have it now.
The application of paragraph 99 of the framework does not depend upon there being well, let's break it down a little bit. We're going to have to come back repeatedly, I think, to this, but existing open space, sports and recreational buildings and land, including playing fields, should not be built on unless one of the three exceptions apply. Yeah. And the paragraph as a whole, and indeed none of the individual exceptions rely on there already being some assessment which specifically identifies whatever facility it is that's being, land or facility that's being lost, as needed. Rather, it's the other way around. What 99 tells us is, if it's being lost, we need an assessment to show at that stage either that it's surplus to requirements or evidence that one of the other two criteria are met.
I can understand your point. I think I'd refer to 98 in the plan-led system.
Yeah.
The reference that I made a bit earlier, that planning policies should be based on robust and up-to-date assessments of the need for open space, sport and recreation facilities, and it goes on. You know the reference that I'm referring to. So I would expect there to to have a degree of understanding of what the needs are in that area, and before you apply 99.
No, but we can see from 98 what the last sentence. So yes, they have to be based on robust and up-to-date assessments of the need for open space sports and recreation facilities, etc. But then it says information from the assessment should be used to determine what open space sports and recreational provision is needed and which plans should they then seek to accommodate. So what that's looking at least in that sentence primarily, is if the plan is seeking to plan for new provision, or if you have, then these need to be based on assessments of that need, isn't it?
Well, I look at the whole paragraph there as a whole and suggest that there ought to be a full and rounded assessment, in those areas. And I come back to the comments that I made earlier that the proposals and the golf issues in Widnes have been around for a long time. I think my additional comment on that was that we've also heard an awful lot about St Michael's, which is a council-owned facility and council-owned land. And is clearly, according to the position that's been put to this inquiry, a very important asset and component of Halton's open space and recreation and strategy as a whole. And it seems to me that if St Michael's is so important to this district as a whole, why on earth has the council never thought to include that in any assessment? And there's one more reason why that is important, which is that the policies contained in the local plan here also relate to Section 106 contributions. And there might have been the opportunity for the council to identify St Michael's as a whole as this important component of its strategy, and indeed get some contributions towards this borough-wide aspiration.
That's all very interesting again, but we're not doing the local plan examination again, are we, Mr. Mitchell?
No, but I'll give you my view on what I thought a robust assessment might look like in the context of golf and Halton.
Well, let's return to what this inspector has to decide. The inspector is going to have to decide whether that paragraph 99 of the MPPF is complied with or not, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
And in doing that, it matters not whether or not there has been an assessment of golfing needs within this area. That policy applies regardless of whether there is any pre-existing assessment of need, doesn't it?
Well, in that case, I would invite the inspector to take our evidence as Mr. Wright as the relevant evidence, because the council doesn't have any evidence.
Hang on, but I'm asking. I'm going to come to compliance, and we're looking at which policy is doing. Do you agree? I think you agree with me that paragraph 99 applies regardless of whether there is an assessment of golfing or whatever other type of facilities needs are being considered. You have to satisfy one of the exceptions if you are building on existing open space, sports or recreational land.
The policy does require an assessment. It's not explicit who does that assessment. That's right.
No, it's not explicit. But what I'm saying, this doesn't. It doesn't only apply to existing open space, sports or recreational land, which has already been the subject of an assessment identifying a need for such land, either existing or in future. Does it?
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Then can I go back to the sort of start of things again? So in terms of the overall parameters of the case, can we go to MPPF as we're in it, 11? We'll go and look and see what the options are in light of what you said. So you say, as I understand it, that your case is based on 11C first and foremost. You say your client's proposals accord with the development plan.
Yeah, we've had a look at that. We've had a look at the relevant policies in there as well.
Yeah, but that refers to an up-to-date development plan. So are you agreeing it's an up-to-date development plan, or are you saying it's not an up-to-date development plan?
I am, as I've set out, the plan has been adopted subject to a couple of changes. I am with you and give the council the benefit of the doubt that has full weight as an up-to-date plan.
Okay, but you can't really have both. You can't have your cake and eat it here, Mr. Mitchell. It's either an up-to-date plan in which we apply, in case we apply 11C.
Well, we say, our position, as I've said, is we say that the most important policy, and we've gone through that in the context of the policy. I know the council's case is different. Mr. Eaton cited different policies, so I accept that your case is different to our case. We say the most relevant policy is HE6, in that regard. And I've explained why in the context of 2C, it's very difficult to apply that in this circumstance.
But do you not see a level? You actually, I can understand you can run an alternative case, but I want to understand what your primary case is to start with as well, because see, there's 11 talking about things that are mutually inconsistent. C and D are at least partly mutually inconsistent, because C refers to approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date plan without delay. So if it's not an up-to-date plan, we're not within C, and you look to D.
Yeah.
So is your primary case that this is an up-to-date plan? And can I just set out the options? It seems to me you can either say primary case, this is an up-to-date plan and we comply with it. My secondary case is, however, that it is not up to date and the tilted balance applies and we satisfy the tilted balance test.
It's the other way around.
Okay, so you said primarily your case is actually D.
11
so your
D.
case is D, yeah. So primary case is D. This plan is out of date because there is insufficient evidence to support policy HE6, and therefore policy HE6 should be considered out of date.
The plan is out of date in the context that the most important policy for determining the application is HE6, and HE6 cannot be applied to the application in question under Part 2C in specific reference to meeting the identified needs.
But so this is the collision of different arguments, it seems to me, Mr. Mitchell, because that argument, the latter part of Part C can't be applied because there aren't any relevant identified needs, is, I'm repeating myself, I suppose, a compliance argument. It doesn't follow, or at least doesn't follow necessarily, and I think this is what the inspector was asking you to clarify, that even if you're right about that, that the policy is out of date. So I'll ask you that question, which was the inspector's question again. Are you saying that HE6 as a policy, forget how it applies to this case, as a policy is out of date?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll make my submissions and consider where we are in relation to that. If you're wrong in that, that's an argument you can't advance at all, given where we are, or if you're just wrong, the inspector concludes you're wrong in that, you retreat to 11C and say, well, we comply with HE6 on the basis of Mr. Wright's evidence primarily. Yeah?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and therefore you're in accordance with an up-to-date plan, and that both the statutory and the policy presumption mean you should get planning permission. Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah.
If you're wrong about that, though, if the inspector concludes you are contrary to HE6, and deems and finds that the policy isn't out of date, the territory we are in is paragraph 12 territory, isn't it?
Yeah, which is I think you put that to Mr. Eaton the other day, and I'd agree, with your position on that.
And in that case, the approach to be taken is set out, which is that if there is conflict with an up-to-date plan, planning permission shouldn't usually be granted.
Correct.
And in that case, in that case, you haven't suggested that the inspector should still grant planning permission, have you? If you're wrong on your first two arguments. You haven't said in that case, if he finds that there's conflict with what you admit is the most important policy for determining this application in the development plan, he shouldn't find that the material considerations outweigh that conflict with an up-to-date plan.
Can I just read the paragraph again, if I may, Mr. Hunter?
Yeah.
No, I would concur with what you're saying there.
Excellent. So we know the battle lines then. Thank you. That's helpful. we go forward. Is the plan out of date because of is HE6 out of date and therefore the tilted balance engaged because it's the most important policy? If it's not out of date, you say it's complied with. If it's not, we're in paragraph 12 territory. That's very helpful. Thank you. Just a few sort of more general questions before we delve into the detail. In terms of the interpretation of policy, because we're going to have to do a fair bit of that, I think. Although it's ultimately this is a matter of law, isn't it? It's an objective question, which in fact the courts can determine if needs be. Yeah.
Sorry, what's your question there?
Yes, when we interpret planning policy.
Yeah.
Well, let me put it to you. It is an objective question, isn't it? We interpret it objectively. Yeah. And what that means is in accordance with the language that's used and what a reasonable person would understand by it, read in context.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Now, in cross-examination of Mr. Eaton, Mr. Barrett referred to doing some archaeology when he was looking at the inspector's report. And at various points, you referred to the inspector's report. And indeed, I'm probably going to refer you to it myself, so I'm not criticising you for this. But we have to bear in mind what's legitimate and not when we're referring to it. And do you accept that it is not permissible in principle to use the inspector's report to interpret the local plan unless there is a real ambiguity that you can't resolve without doing that?
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree with that.
Thank you. The authorities at TW Logistics and Rectory Homes for that, which I can come back to in submissions. Thank you very much. Then let's go back to the substance. Let's turn to the substance of the case. And we're going to go, for that purpose, I want you to go back to MPPF paragraph 99 and we're going to interpret it and then look at the local plan policies and then try and apply it. So have you got that, Mr. Mitchell?
MPPF 99, yeah.
Thank you. So Mr. Barrett put to Mr. Smith and I think Mr. Wright as well, and I'd submit he must be right about this, that the loss with which paragraph 99 and the exceptions are concerned is the loss of existing open space, sports and recreational buildings or land referred to in the opening words of the paragraph.
Under criterion B, the loss point, yeah, it's under the heading open space and recreation.
Thank you. And that's the word. Okay, thank you. And indeed, that's also the case, the subject of exception A as well, isn't it? Because it's what the thing that has to be shown as surplus to requirements is the open space building or lands which are being lost to the development.
Sorry, open on assertion A.
Yeah, that's.
So can you just? I missed your question there. Just the last.
Yeah, yeah. What each of the paragraph overall and each of the exceptions are concerned with is the loss of existing open space, sports or recreational buildings or land to development, isn't it?
Criteria B relates to the loss. Criteria A relates to an assessment as to whether it's surplus to requirements or otherwise.
Yeah, but the thing that you have to assess whether it's surplus to requirements is the thing that you're losing. Don't you? That's the point. It's about 99A. In fact, all of them are about that.
Yeah.
You look at what you're losing and you see whether it's surplus to requirements, whether it's been replaced adequately, or whether the development that you're carrying out is actually itself alternative sports and recreational development.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether there was any circumstances where it could be surplus but not lost. But yeah, I understand the point.
Yeah. Okay. And we agree. I think it follows from what we said before. It's clear under this that there has to be an assessment. You're right, it doesn't say exactly by whom, but in the ordinary course of events, if there isn't an existing assessment, the applicant will have to produce an assessment in terms of A, to show that the open space, building or land being lost is surplus to requirements, or there will be conflict, or you won't be able to come within paragraph 99A.
99 says an assessment has been undertaken. It doesn't say who and at what point. It just says.
No, I agree with you on that. I'm just saying, but if there isn't one by the time you make your application, you're going to have to provide one.
Yeah, one would reasonably assume you'd have to do that assessment. Yeah.
And but the burden. So if there is no such assessment, the burden's on the applicant then to produce one, isn't it? In practice,
I think that would be a reasonable assumption to make. Yeah.
And equally, the way paragraph B and C, paragraph B, let's ignore paragraph B, I suppose, for the moment, because you're not relying on that. But the way paragraph B is put, it's going to be an applicant's going to have to make the case to show that that they are replacing what is lost with equivalent or better provision that meets the standard in 99B. Yeah. It's not for the planning authority to show actually this facility is needed. It's the other way around. It's for the applicant to show it's either not needed or that it's been adequately replaced.
Yeah, you put that in your planning statement or whatever you do as part of the assessment process. Yeah.
Thank you. And would we agree when we're doing that as a general principle that would apply that you can't double count? If you're losing something, you can't double count things, replacing one thing and replacing another.
I don't understand what you mean by the double counting point.
Yeah. So if the development involves the loss of, let's say, 2 sports facilities, I don't know, a tennis court and a football pitch. Yeah. And you say, well, I'm providing a 3G pitch to mitigate the loss somewhere else, to mitigate the loss and compensate under paragraph B the loss of the football pitch. You can't also rely on that to demonstrate that you've mitigated the loss of the tennis court.
It depends how if the new facility is not able to be used by the other function, I'd take that view. But generally speaking, we see all the time, don't we? I think I don't know whether yourself put it to Mr. Eaton about, you could have 10 football pitches and consolidate them with a multi-use games area that's more intensively used. So the quantitative assessment is met in that regard.
Okay, now I think the point that was Mr. Eaton's evidence. The point that I would make to you, or ask the question I would ask you, is slightly different. But I will come back to it then in a moment. But can we just have a look and see what the difference is between work out what the different exceptions are aiming at? So the first thing is consider whether the buildings or land being lost is surplus to requirements. Can you demonstrate that it's not needed? Yeah.
We're in 99A still, are we?
Yeah. And if you pass that, then that's fine. You've made out your case under 99. Yeah. You don't need to establish B and C as well.
I read the criteria as all exclusive. There's the word "or" in, so any of them could apply.
Yeah. I mean, there are some cases. There can be cases, and we see them on the facts in the reports we've looked at already, where it's both surplus to requirements and being replaced by alternative. It is for alternative recreational provision, or it's being replaced. That it's possible to be within A and B or A and C, as well as A. Yeah. But if you don't pass A, you have to obviously then pass either B or C. Yes.
I don't think that was my reading of 99.
Well, it's just, I'm sorry, it's just a matter of logic, isn't it? And what it says, if you're not within A, you have to be within either B or C, or else you're not within the paragraph at all, and you're contrary to paragraph 99.
You could be in C, couldn't you?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you are not surplus to requirements, you either have to satisfy B or C, or you are contrary to paragraph 99.
I don't think you have to go to, if you were in C, you don't have to go through A to get to C.
No, I didn't say that, but no, what I'm saying is, but if you're not within A, okay, I think we're talking at cross purposes, Mr. Mitchell. I'm saying you can demonstrate compliance with paragraph 99 by satisfying any one of those or more than one of those. Yes.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Sorry, I thought you were suggesting
this is not unfavourable to the case. But what I'm saying is, if it's not a case where it can be demonstrated that the facility is surplus to requirements, you must then meet one of the other two, B or C. Yeah. And normally that's what, sorry.
I don't think that's the case. I think, you know, if you could meet criteria A on its own, and the assessment's been just taken to show it's surplus to requirements.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Mitchell. Maybe that I'm just putting my question very badly, but I'm not disagreeing you with this. You can meet any one of those three, but if you don't meet A, you've only got two to choose from. In this case, you are arguing we meet A and B, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Right. If the inspector rejects your case on A, he has to consider whether you meet B, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah.
You might have argued, but haven't, that we also meet C. But in that case, you'd have had to decide whether you meet B or C, wouldn't you?
And we haven't argued that, have we?
Yes. But what I was going to look at is that B and C are dealing with quite different situations, aren't they? Because C is about where the development that is resulting in the relevant loss is itself sporting or recreational development. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the point on C then, it talks about alternative sports, isn't it? So if you've got a football pitch and your alternate sports is a ski slope,
yeah,
how do you then contextualize that analysis about the benefits if your evidence base doesn't cover ski slopes in the first place, for example?
Yeah, I'm moving back to that. We're also on yes. I'm just wary of going into a discussion of the issues which has gone over about the evidence base, which we've agreed the paragraph 99 doesn't depend on there being an evidence base at all. There could be no evidence at all about sports pre-existing the application, and paragraph 99 would apply. Yeah, I think you agreed before.
Well, it's what on if you're in that situation at Part C, how on earth do you do that assessment? How do you work that out? How does any reasonable person taking a decision work out what the alternate use is and whether or not the benefits outweigh the loss without any evidence?
Okay, but all I wanted, well, let me just try another question. The point, you're not relying on C here because the development isn't. There is actually partly alternative sports provision. There's a 9-hole course instead of an 18-hole course, but the residential development is clearly not alternative sports or recreational provision. Yeah.
No, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry if I got a bit lost there.
No, it's okay. It's probably
angles.
You say that the loss of well, Mr. Wright puts this, doesn't he? He said it's accepted that there is a loss of 9 holes. We're losing an 18-hole course and having it replaced with a 9-hole course, and we're losing land on the south of the site, which forms part of that the existing golf course. That's the case, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the 18-hole course you say is being adequately replaced by a 9-hole course. Is that right?
That's what we say. Yeah.
But the land that's being lost is not being replaced anywhere else, is it?
The acreage isn't being replaced elsewhere, no.
No. And would you accept this, that in order to fall within B, now, and this is where the Bicester decision comes in potentially as relevant, and the proposition that you were referring to in evidence given already by Mr. Eaton, in order to amount to replacement provision of equivalent or better quantity as well as quality, that isn't simply a question of measuring the size of the site. We agree on that, yeah?
So in terms of, no, we've said throughout it's about the function of the land, not just purely on a loss of acreage point.
Yeah, I think we're agreeing, sorry, when you said no, but I'm saying I think we agree that one can have equivalent provision on a replacement site that is smaller in land size area, subject to other considerations. Just look, it isn't always just a question of looking at the area of land occupied by the relevant sports facility. We agree that, don't we?
That's agreed, yeah.
If you don't, that's the end of your case. So but there has to be replacement provision of some sort, doesn't there, to come within paragraph B? There has to be, the loss has to be replaced by
replacement equivalent or better provision.
And as I understood, the point that was being put in relation to the, when there was a dispute over the interpretation of the Bicester decision, is that we couldn't have regard to the academy course or the driving range because they were on land that was already provided as sporting land. They were just being upgraded, so they could be a quantitative improvement in provision, but they couldn't be treated as a quantitative improvement in provision.
My understanding of the Bicester is that the academy course and the driver range pre-development was sort of part of the 18 course and couldn't be used at the same time. So there was an overlap going on somewhere.
I know, but if that's right, then we can't count the retained part of the golf course as when we're examining B and determining whether or not there is replacement provision of equivalent quantity, can we? Because that land is existing golf land.
No, I think you're intensifying the use. I see it as the parallel of improving the function of sport overall from, say, if it was 10 football pitches going down to 5 football pitches and a mugger. You know, we're using that land more effectively and there is a quantitative improvement. I also think that's part of the council's own strategy on its playing pitches.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to come within 99B. The question, the question is that there are. Anyway, I'm not going into the playing picture. I just want to deal with the position here. We're told in relation to Bicester, we can't treat the golfing academy course, the academy course, or the driving range as quantitative replacement.
Sorry, which part are you reading from there?
Go to the Bicester decision. Yeah, so I think it was CW 02. If I remember. Yes, CW02.
Sorry, just bear with.
Paragraph 60.
Yeah.
So the question was, looking at paragraph 60 on page 13, along with the benefits of the graded driving range and the introduction of the academy course, the reconfiguration of the front 9 holes would on balance provide at least equivalent provision in terms of quality and quantity. And the point that was being put in cross-examination of Mr. Smith and in examination of Mr. Wright, I think, was that the quantitative improvement that the inspector was considering here couldn't include the upgraded driving range and the introduction of the academy course because they were on existing golfing land, just used differently.
I interpret 60 as they've looked at all of those matters as a whole and have concluded, the inspector in this case concluded, that the reconfiguration would on balance provide at least equivalent or better provision. So it took into account the driving range, position, the upgrading and the academy course.
You see, the thing is, I'm not too bothered about whether we can make sense of the inspector's decision in Bicester, because that's not really the task of this inquiry. But what I am concerned with is what interpretation we should be putting here on MPPF paragraph 99 and what implications it has here. But the argument that seems to be put was you could only have replacement provision of equivalent or better in quantitative terms if there was some new land being provided. And I think I'm inclined to agree with that, as I say. And the simple point here is you aren't providing any new sporting land, are you? Or your client isn't.
I think it was set in paragraph 57, wasn't it, in the Bicester decision?
Yes, it is. But as I said, we've looked at. I did that because this is where the issue came out through the Bicester decision. But what I'm putting to you is and I thought it was the way it was being put to the witnesses in earlier on, but is that it's right that in order to come within paragraph 99B exception, you have to show that you are providing replacement provision of equivalent at least quantity. And whilst that may not require you to show that you are providing replacement land of the same size, because there's more to it than simply the gross size of the site, you have to provide, if you're losing land, you have to provide some land as additional land as replacement, and you can't simply rely on land that already exists in sporting use, is the point I'm putting.
I don't think that's what that paragraph states.
Well, I'm not interested, as I say, I'm not particularly interested in working out exactly what the inspector might or might not meant by reference to Bicester. I introduced it that way because it was the way it came out. So could you just answer my question?
Yeah, sorry, I was referring to
framework. What I'm putting to you is, as a correct interpretation of the framework, in order to show that you are providing replacement provision of sufficient quantity, you have to provide some land. Doesn't have to, and if you're losing land, you have to provide some land, new land. It doesn't have to be the same size necessarily, but there has to be at least some land, or else you can't claim to be within B at all.
I think when you're looking at in the context of this 99B, it doesn't talk about you have to provide an area of loss equivalent or otherwise or smaller elsewhere. And in our case, we say we meet 99B by virtue of the intensification on the northern part of Widnes Golf Club's existing site.
Do you accept it? Sorry.
So, you know, so I think if 99B was expressly saying, regardless of the loss, you had to provide something somewhere else in terms of some land, it would have said that. I don't think it does. Okay,
and if you're wrong about that and I'm right about that, then it's clear that you can't come within 99B, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd accept that. And our case on that is set out, well, this is one of those points that we referred to, and we referred to Mr. Wright's evidence at 3.16 when he addresses that point, which I think you've quizzed him on already.
And no doubt myself and Mr. Barrett will be dwelling on it endlessly in submissions. So that's fine. That's very helpful just to know where, again, the back lines are on. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I want to go to the local plan next. Again, so could we use the working draft document? There is a point at which I'm going to take you to the inspector's report appendix, but I'm going to, for the most part, ask you to look at the local plan working draft. Could you have that open with one window? Or get on to do that, but I want to set the context as well by looking at the report prepared in relation to the planning authority's stance at this appeal, which is CM01. So if you have two windows open, have the local plan and CM01. Well, I should be able to deal with CM01 first. So if you have to put one in front of the other, have CM01.
Which one was CM01? Officer's report.
Yeah, it's the officer report from last December the 7th. And I just want to set the context a bit more for the reason why we seem to be so entangled in a debate about green space and HE4 and all of that. If we look at if you look at section 3 of the report, the relevant planning history, there's reference to the earlier application and the 4 reasons for refusal, which are then set out. You see that?
So this is the paragraph, bottom of the page goes on to the following page. Members will note.
Yeah. And then there's application 20.00153 full was refused on 3rd of March 2021 for the following 4 reasons. Have you got that?
Yeah.
And the first reason for refusal, we see ruled up together all the green space as a green space issue, both the sporting issue and the green space issue. Yeah?
Yeah, that relates back to the policies of the UDP.
Yeah, and that was exactly what I was going to, just so the inspector's clear about this, because, you know, we don't have to go troll through now dead policies, but the basic position was that under the old UDP, green space included sports, didn't it?
Yeah, there was in fact I think 4 policies, G, 6, 7, 8 and 9, all interrelated, a very cumbersome approach. So I for one, Mr. Hunter, very pleased we don't have to go through all of those policies as well.
Yeah. So, but I was just explaining how we get to where we are later on. This is just setting out the background. So that's why the council ruled everything together in the first reason for refusal, because the policies at that time, green spaces included land with value as sports and land that had amenity value and nature conservation value, all the other sorts of values that the policies said green spaces could have. And can I just note something else as well? The paragraph, sorry, reason for refusal 4, which is on the 6th and 7th page. That was clearly a tree and landscape reason for refusal, wasn't it?
So yeah, it was non-determination, but these were the reasons the council said they would have applied if they'd have refused the scheme.
No, these were not only that, but they were the reasons that the council had refused the earlier application, which you said you don't think is that different. So I just want to be totally clear about this. I mean, it was clear from the time the council refused the original application that it took objection to develop the proposed development on this site, albeit in an earlier reiteration, based on, amongst other things, landscape grounds, didn't it?
At that time, yes, it's referred to in this context of the tree preservation order under there, and it goes on to talk about the ball odor and character area.
Yeah. So it said there was, in respect of trees, landscaping and landscape impacts, the proposed development is contrary to the provisions of all the policies set out there. Okay. Now, what happened when we come to the new local plan, in essence, was that the inspectors thought that I should say this: the emerging local plan also rolled up within green space outdoor sports provision, didn't it? The definition of green space in the submission version of the plan, the policies related to green space also applied to sports.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact wording of the policies at that time. I was involved with the sessions, but it was overcomplicated, those 2 elements in that regard, which is we put objections into that at the time.
Yeah, and those are your objections. And, you know, to greater or lesser extent, the inspectors agreed with the thrust, or at least some of those objections, and they said we need to separate out some of the issues here. And the key change that we're interested in, I think, or that gives rise to a lot of the issues, is the inspectors pulled out outdoor sports from the definition of green space in those policies. I
do refer to this in my my proof of evidence, actually.
No, I understand, but I'm just trying to distill. Obviously, we've talked about it a lot. The key change, which leads to a lot of debate, is that the HE4 becomes a green infrastructure and green space policy, but that is defined in that policy as not including sports land, basically.
So I refer to it 420 at my proof that it was on the 15th of June 2021. I attended the Matter 23 hearing. That was at the time there was new evidence coming forward on open space, which is the council own RAND study. I don't know whether you were actually in the session as well, Mr. Hunter, but the council was, the inspector had quite significant concerns in the policy approach and effectively asked the council to go away and rewrite the entire chapter dealing with the HE policies. So that was at the point that it changed. And as a result of that, we subsequently had the significant changes and disentangling of HE6 and HE4, plus the new approach to green infrastructure set out in CSR 21. And that's come later. That's my understanding. Yeah.
But I'm just explaining. So I'm explaining how we got here. Then we'll see where we are and what it all means. But how we got here is there was the fundamental shift was that instead of sports being considered as one type of green space, they were separate, they were pulled out of green space and given their own dedicated policy in that respect. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. And at the same time,
Yeah, sorry.
Just at the same time, the council changed its fundamental approach to green space as a concept and created green infrastructure.
Right. Okay. Well, let's have a. I was going to say, let's have a look at the modifications document then. Sorry, I said we'd go to the other one, and now I'm think it would probably actually be easier to go to the PDAL 15, the main modifications appendix.
Yeah, I have that. Thank you.
We can see the changes if we look at page 93 onwards, and I just want to go through them. In relation to HE4 and HE6. Do you have that?
Yeah, I'm just getting there to 93, on page 93.
So are you there? Are you got that?
Yes, yes, I'm there, Hunter.
Thank you, sir. Right, so the underlined text is the new text, the non-underlined text is the pre-existing text, and then there's some struck out text, which is text that was there and is no longer there.
Yes.
Will be there. Okay. So we see from on page 93, actually, green infrastructure was already was the policy before. What the inspectors have done have added the words in green space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm going to ask you to trot ahead to page 95, going on to 96. A modification, still main modification. The definition of green space in the reason justification at 1241 deleted, struck out outdoor sports facilities. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
But what it's been defined here is it said green. Originally, what was being defined here was green infrastructure, and what the inspectors have added in the words is and green space covered under policy HE4. And so I just wanted to just see where we were before. So in the original version, we had green infrastructure, which is dealt with in policy CSR 21, and you covered that in your evidence in chief and pointed out that's a green infrastructure policy now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But green infrastructure was also dealt with in policy HE4, wasn't it? In the same sense, meaning green infrastructure, including land used for outdoor sports.
The HE4 is green infrastructure and green space. So it's the and is the important part of that policy.
Now, originally it was just green infrastructure, and that included sports, didn't it?
Originally, yeah, but it didn't refer to HE4 under that. It was just green infrastructure is defined as and included the sports bit.
Yeah, but I'm just saying there was consistency between CSR 21, green infrastructure defined so as to include sports as well as nature conservation, land amenity, green space, and all of that stuff. And that was the same under HE4.
We just cover that point again. I think that's quite an important point. But could you just put your question to me?
Yeah, and we can see from these changes that the version prior to the inspectors recommended modifications of HE4 applied the term green infrastructure. It was a policy relating to green infrastructure. Yeah. And that term embraced all the typologies of land we see at 1241, including outdoor sports facilities. And what the inspectors did was added the words and green space, and deleted outdoor sports facilities.
Yeah, no, I'd agree.
Yeah, and then they put that wording in at the end of the policy itself, which we see on page 95, saying the requirements for formal indoor and outdoor sports provision are in policy HE6. So signposting that you now no longer look at the requirements for formal indoor outdoor sports provision in HE4, you go to HE6.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Now, okay. And what we can also see, the inspector can see, is that, because I think what you're saying is now these policies must be mutually exclusive. You must either be green infrastructure and green space within HE4, in which case you tested against HE4, or you are within HE6, or you're within neither of them. Obviously, in some cases, you can't be in. They're mutually exclusive. You can't have to pass both HE6 and HE4. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I just want to understand why you're saying that, because as a matter, standing back from the policy, as a matter of fact, there can be no dispute that a single piece of land can both have value in terms of its function as sporting land and have value in terms of the other typologies we see in the reason justification at 1241. So we could have, and in fact, this is Mr. Barrett put this point. Every golf course is going to have some natural or semi-natural green space. If that is important and valuable, it could be it could be regarded as having some significance in terms of the local plan.
I can understand your position on that, but it's not what the policies as amended tell us in this.
Oh, no, I'm standing back. I'm just saying standing back from policy. There's no dispute between us, is there, that a piece of land used for sports or outdoor recreation could also be could also fall within the description of amenity green space in 1241B.
My only comment on that would be that if you go back to the table that was amended in the context of CSR 21 that deals with green infrastructure, we note that the council has specific standards on that. So it is seeking to differentiate between those types.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think there's any disagreement about it. There was clearly, the inspectors thought there was a fundamental distinction that should be drawn. But all I'm saying is that in the same way that, for example, sites can be subject to multiple designations, which might be subject to separate policies, but it doesn't mean you only have to apply one of the policies. My building might be a listed building. It might also be within a conservation area. It might be a scheduled monument as well, and you have different policies. They're not necessarily incompatible, unless there is something in the wording of the policy that tells you that only one of them can apply.
That's right, and I think that's why in the context of this local plan, there needs to be the proposals maps, I say is wrong, because it should have coloured the outdoor sports different to the other areas. It's a lot of local plan policies maps are overlaid these days, aren't they, on a GIS type basis? And if you did that, you could very easily click on and click off which policies apply. Yeah.
Okay, so but we agree there's not necessarily anything inconsistent with it. It's just that you're saying, I think then it's an interpretation question then, isn't it, of the policies? Because it could have been that the inspectors decided that one site could fall within both policies, but your reading of the policy is that they have made them mutually exclusive. Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it very clearly factually states that in my view, that they are mutually.
Where in your view does the policy tell us that or either policy tell us that they are mutually exclusive?
It doesn't use the word mutually exclusive.
Where does it imply that they are?
I think you look at comparing para 12.46 with 7.135. It gives you the definitions of when these policies apply.
12.46.
12.4. Is this a numbering that we've just changed?
It's okay.
Sorry, it's the section we're looking at, 12.41 versus 7.135 in the document.
So sorry, just bear with me. So it's 12.41, which is the revised. It's the exclusion of outdoor sporting facilities from the definition of green infrastructure and green space covered by HE4. Yeah.
So if you go back to CSR 21.
Yes. Oh, it's the tech. I see what you mean. It's the definitions. The definitions of green infrastructure for the purposes of CSR 21. Yep.
Yeah, so there's a difference in the wording between 7.135 and 12.41. 7.135, in the context of green infrastructure, states, for the purposes of the local plan, green infrastructure is defined as, and then we've got the sports bit. 12.46 takes a different approach, and that's the bit, sorry, 12.41. Takes a different approach and gives us a different definition as to how that shall be applied.
Yeah, I mean,
now I accept that there's a degree of confusion, ambiguity, because there's overlap and it's very, very, very similar wording, but they are different.
Yeah, but where that takes us, isn't it? The strategic policy is CSR 21, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can I just check that I've got these references right? You said 12.41 in comparison to 7.135.
Yes.
Is it 12.46 instead that you're referring to there, Mr.
Well,
Mitchell?
that's what I thought it was, but
it's 12.46. Yeah.
12.46. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
So it's the two sets of definitions for green infrastructure and green space, as it says in 12.46.
And I referred to that in my evidence sheet. That the point is that the definitions are very, very, very similar, and it's really hard for a layperson in particular to work their way through that. But outdoor sports pitches is included as green infrastructure. It's excluded from green infrastructure and green space.
No, I agree. I totally agree. Whether that means you can't apply both policies, I think we'll disagree. But let's we're on CSR 21 as understand. So the CSR 21 comes first. It's the strategic, more general policy, yeah. And what it tells us, as you've just pointed out, is for the purposes of the local plan, we could put in brackets generally, because we know about HE4. Green infrastructure is defined as, and we have the broad definition of green infrastructure, which includes outdoor sports facilities, including golf courses. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that the proposals map, if the green infrastructure bit should be the washed over bit, not the green space bit.
You may be right about that, but let's just go through the policies. So we start out with green infrastructure generally for the purposes of the plan includes sports, yeah.
Yes,
but not in the case of HE4, because it's specifically excluded from the term used there, green infrastructure and green space. The excludes sports and recreation. Yes, we agree.
Yes.
Okay. But you were gonna. What I was asking you to take me to is something that says that a site that is both within HE6, because it is outdoor sports and recreation, can't also fall within HE4 by virtue of one of the other bullet points that are described in 12.41. As a matter of interpreting the inspectors, sorry, not the inspectors, but as a matter of interpretation of the policy, because you accept that as a matter of fact, a site could be both, and Mr. Barrett did, that a site could be both natural and contain both natural and semi-natural green space, and be land for outdoor sports provision. But you say the policy makes it impossible for them both to be dealt with, for them to be dealt with under both policies. And I was asking you to take me to some wording that shows me that.
The word, I mean, our position is very clear that the site does constitute green infrastructure. Happy on that. Yeah. And we're happy on it is HE6 in terms of the sports. But HE4, on the wording that we just referred to, as amended through the modifications, expressly then takes the sport away.
Okay, so it's the wording of HE4 itself that excludes the possibility that a single site could need to be considered under HE4 and HE6. That's what you're saying, yeah?
It expressly tells us that, yes.
And is that then is the wording simply the one at the end, the requirements for formal indoor sport and outdoor sports provision are contained within policy HE6. Is that why you say?
Yeah, I say it's that wording. It's the wording in 12.46, which tells us for the purposes of the local plan, this is how it's defined. You know, in that regard, the heading has also changed in that respect, hasn't it, under this policy from to green infrastructure and green space.
Yeah. So, but I know, but if we have a site which happens to fall within one of a site that's used for sports that also falls within one of the typologies in 12 described in 12.4.6.
Yeah.
Whilst it must be right, and is, I would agree, absolutely right, that insofar when one's considering it if we consider this I'm mixing my metaphors, but a site wearing a hat of being a piece of sports land, you have to consider it under HE6. That doesn't stop us from considering the site as one of the other typologies under HE4, does it? Because a single site can have multiple values.
I could understand the proposition. It's very difficult to try and work that through in those circumstances, because the plan, you know, seems quite ambiguous to me in that regard.
Okay, well, listen, in the end, it's a matter of submission and interpretation, and it's also, I think, in the event that this site isn't argued to be caught by both policies, probably an academic point. So I'm going to leave it there and move on. Obviously, there's some time being spent on it, so I felt like I needed to put my case. Now, going to HE6, which there's no dispute is applicable here and is the most important policy, you say. Do you want to use the let's use the inspector's appendix, because that's the basis on which we said the policy will probably be worded. So that's PDL 15 paragraph page 94 onto 95.
Page 99, is it MM 44?
I'm sorry, yeah, bear with me a sec. Yes, sorry, I beg your pardon. I've got the reference. Thank you for that. It's page 99, but the relevant bits we're concerned with are on 100 and 101, aren't they? Protection and enhancement.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the numbering and lettering is different here and between the different drafts. So ignoring that for the time being, the first, well, what we say is the council will not permit development likely to result in an unacceptable loss of existing sports and recreational facilities for non-recreation purposes unless it can be demonstrated that A is ancillary, the development's ancillary and doesn't reduce overall recreation function of the site. We're agreed that that is not this development. You can't satisfy that exception. Yeah.
Yeah.
B is in issue, and are we agreed that in substance, even if the words are slightly different, I can't remember whether, no, they're not exactly the same as 99B in the MPPF, but in substance, they are the same or materially the same.
Yes, it's 99, yeah.
Yeah. And C, however, the first part before and bear with me one moment, sorry, just me. Yeah. Do you accept that that is in substance the same as national policy?
The first part, yes. The second part, no.
Yeah. It's interesting though, because I was looking at it again. What national policy says in 99C is, sorry, 99A, I'm muddling them up now, which shows the open space building and land surplus to requirements. It doesn't just say you have to be surplus to the requirements for the particular sport that's already on there. that can quite properly be read as surplus to requirements for open space sports and recreation generally, can't it?
I'm just opening it up as we speak under MPPF.
But,
Yeah, it doesn't further qualify the position. No, I'd agree.
yeah, but it can be read as so it can be read as open, leaving open the option that a planning authority, that somebody might say, well, the current use of it is not needed for its current use, but there's another sporting use to which it could be put to which it is needed for. And therefore the exception doesn't apply. That is a tenable position under 99A, isn't it?
It could be interpreted that way, yes.
Okay, right, but okay, thank you, that's helpful. So it follows though, doesn't it, that if you if either because my interpretation of 99B that we discussed earlier is correct, or for all of the reasons debated between Mr. Smith and Mr. Wright regarding quantitative and qualitative matters, that if you fail to satisfy the exception in 99B in the framework, you also fail to satisfy the exception in HE6 2B.
On B and B, yes.
Yeah. Okay. This one follows from the other. If you satisfy one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Because obviously the intention of one of the inspector's intentions, understandably and for obvious reasons, was to make them consistent with each other.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. Right. Right, dealing with compliance, I'm obviously not going to go over all the ground covered by witnesses on need and so on, but some matters I do need to pick up with you. When we're considering whether there is the site is surplus to requirements for the purpose of the first exception in 99, we need to understand what is required by way of provision, at least for the sport that's currently taking place on the site, don't we?
You need to understand the baseline, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And it's also clear that members, sorry, I beg your pardon, it's also clear that in terms of considering exception B in paragraph 99, the inspector is going to have to decide whether what is amounting to replacement provision is in a suitable location, and in HE6 as well, isn't he?
Yes, I'd agree, yeah.
So he's going to have to consider issues of accessibility within that framework.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. The KKP report doesn't set out anywhere, does it? Nor does Mr. Wright's evidence how many 18-hole golf courses there should be in Halton or indeed within the catchment area.
So the KK, the golf needs assessment.
Yes, SD.
Yeah.
0. 35, I think it was. Just make sure. Yes, 035.
So I'm looking for SD 035.
We can wherever we look within that, it's not going to. We can't find anything that tells us what Halton, how many golf courses there should be within the catchment area, much less in order to satisfy existing or future demand.
As a standard within a catchment area, I think you cross-examined Mr. Wright on that, and he gave his view in detail about that. I don't really want to be commenting on Mr. Wright's evidence. My understanding is that there was a golf needs assessment done based on a methodology that's aligned with England Golf, looking at the catchment area, and Mr. Wright considers all the existing provision within the appropriate catchment area.
Yeah, but I'm just saying there's nowhere within that. I mean, you've read the report, and I think it wasn't it appended to the planning statement, I think, when it was submitted, but there's nowhere in that where we can see what it is, what level of
the
golf are required in this catchment area below which there would be a problem.
The golf needs assessment was submitted as part of the planning application. It was appended to Mr. Wright's proof. You know, I don't really want to be getting drawn on Mr. Wright's evidence, Mr. Hunter, but my understanding was that that's the process that he's gone through in his assessment of looking at the catchment and the facilities within that catchment. Okay. I hope that's sufficient for you in terms of that.
Okay. Well, it is. I mean, I'm just giving you, I wanted to flag some things up and ask if you want to say more. That's fine. Similarly, do you want to answer similarly, or I don't want to not give you the chance to answer them if you think that you should. That it's clear that there is going to be a increased distance for a substantial portion of the membership of the current golf club to travel if they want to, an additional distance for them to travel if they want to use an 18-hole golf course after the development goes ahead.
I'd have thought there will be some change to travel pattern. Some of those members of Widnes Golf Club, so start in a different way. So, Blundell's Hill is 3.5 miles from Widnes Golf Course. It's a 30-minute journey time. I don't know where all the members of Widnes Golf Club live right now. I suspect some of them live close to the course, some of them live further away. So some of those members will probably find that Blundell's is closer for them. Others might be a bit further away. It's difficult for me to say anything more than that, really. Okay,
but you know, there might be people that have particular issues. Maybe, I don't know, maybe some of them don't have access to a car. Maybe some of them have certain disabilities. Whatever. Maybe they will. Those things could be problematic for them.
There absolutely could be, yes.
Okay. In terms of Blundell Hill itself, we know that I think it was 63% of the members, or 67%, sorry, the members surveyed suggested that they would be using Blundell's Hill if the project went ahead, and this golf course were turned into a 9-hole golf course. It's right to say, isn't it, that there's no assessment of the impact of that on Blundell's Hill, either with Mr. Wright's evidence or anywhere else within the appellant's evidence.
What, as in the additional population to go to Blundell's that might come from Widnes?
Yeah.
I think Mr. Wright covered that in his examination. I don't think I can add anything further to that for you.
Okay. What I do need to ask you about, because you specifically referred to in terms of your benefits and your weighing of the benefits, I'm going to have to come back, I think, just to that. Just a second. I'll come back to that when we're considering benefits and the balance. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, in your evidence in chief, and again, it was put in cross-examination of Mr. Eaton, this question about what the 2005 open space study said about the course. Could you take up that document, please, at EB01? And when you have it, it's page 94, I think.
EB01 2005 study.
Yeah, paragraph 13.8. It's the bit that says about facilities being now considered inadequate.
So I'm just about getting there. 13.8.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
We looked at this several times now, but what we see there is PMP, the consultants who prepared that. What they're doing is reporting on what Widnes Golf Club's proposals are on a it's proposing. There's 4 golf courses. It doesn't say anything about the other ones. tells us, and it tells us that the facilities of the golf club are now considered to be inadequate for an 18-hole golf course, and the club is hoping to relocate to the edge of Widnes in order to improve these facilities. A fair and reasonable reading of that is they're reporting on what Widnes Golf Club have told them about their plans, aren't they?
I think that comes under the section 13, outdoor space facilities, and then there's the subheading in here as well, strategic context and consultations. So I'd agree with you that clearly the author of the report is having conversations with the golf club at the time about the issues that they're experiencing, any strategy that they've got, and the position in relation to the facilities at Widnes Golf, which I expect them to do, really.
Yeah. What PMB aren't doing is carrying out their own assessment here of the adequacy of facilities at the 4 golf courses they say within Halton Borough.
They are undertaking their own view in consultation with other people. I think if the response would have been that Widnes Golf Club has this rather aspirational plan on the edge of town, that that have put some context into that report in that regard.
Yeah. But I mean, what they haven't done, it's really clear here, is that there isn't an assessment of golfing provision within the borough in the round, is there, as to its adequate?
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Right. All there's just a recording of there's 4 golf courses, as a matter of fact, and then there is the rest of the paragraph is about Widnes Golf Club. But that, as I say, on a fair and reasonable reading, you see what's happening. There's been a consultation. They've spoken to the golf club. The golf club said, we consider our facilities to be inadequate for an 18 course, and we want to relocate to improve. I think this is not PMP's opinion. It's a reported opinion of the golf club about their own golf course.
Yeah, I'd assume that the author of the report would have asked the various golf courses about their issues and what they're facing, and took a balanced position. If there was nothing else on those other golf courses, they probably haven't put it in. So no, I agree that it's not a full assessment in that regard. It's an indication that there are some problems at Widnes that need to be addressed.
No, but I don't think it's even that. I think I'm putting to you that it's clear that actually what all it is, because they're not setting out to do it, and it would be very unbalanced if they just did it in respect of one golf course and not the other. All they're doing is responding to whether it was a consultation or a proactive contact from Widnes Golf Club, telling them that what they think about their own club and what they want to do.
Yeah, I don't take that view. I take the view that they've done what you said before, which is have a sensible conversation about it, and they've talked to them about the facilities. I assume in coming up with that statement that they probably visited the golf course, had a look around themselves, and were showing the problems. It doesn't say that, but you wouldn't ordinarily write a report and just literally lift off what someone else tells you.
Well, I think if you're reporting on, okay, well, I think that ultimately comes down, doesn't it, to how the inspector reads it and whether or not he's with me or with you on that. So I'm happy to look. Thank you. One thing I am going to have to pick up, though, although there is overlap with Mr. Wright's evidence, because it was part of your evidence in chief, is the question of the layout of the proposed 9-hole course. And I think you gave evidence on it as a golfer, not a golfing needs expert or anything. So this is lay golfer, unless you're going to tell me. Unless
I'm giving evidence as a planner. I mentioned the comment that I play golf as well at this Hunt.
Okay, can we take up the layout drawing, which I think is PL035? Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And if we just establish here what there is. So out of the 9 holes, the only ones in which it's possible to play in a different direction or towards a different green the second time round are identified by you and Mr. Wright, are holes 1 and 9, and 9 becomes 10. I think, if you play it the other way. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry. What I said in the evidence in chief was that what 9 allows you to do when you've played the 8th green and potted your ball, you could walk to the tee bed on 9. You then have the option of playing to the 9th green next to the clubhouse. And for clarity, you asked a question, Mr. Wright, about what's the other green next to the clubhouse. That's the putting practice area, which I think you were absolutely correct on. Or what 10 does is a sort of, dare I say, Brucey bonus hole, but it allows you to loop back into the course and play 10 in a different direction from 9, and it picks up the same green as shared with 1, and that, as I say, allows you then to loop round, and you end up doing 12 holes.
Right. Can I just understand this as well? I think I do understand that. So that's the alternative to you second time round when you're playing the 9th hole. You can go.
No, it gives you a further parameter. You can play 9 holes.
Yeah.
You can play the loop that I talked about to get to 12 holes.
Yeah.
Or you can play the 9 holes twice using the varied extension to fairway 1.
Yeah. So okay. And okay, but I'm just saying the only variations of the way from playing the different tee areas that we've identified are, instead of going south on 9, you go northwest back to the green shared with 1. Yeah. And when you're on 1, you can go to one of 2 greens.
Yeah, and the reason I said in my evidence in chief that variation on 1 and 1A is important is because that allows you to do a par 5 fairway on a 9-hole course, which is quite unusual and quite a benefit of this scheme.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry to cut across you. Go on.
So there was one more point I made on the variation, which is within the tee beds and on the greens. You often find on golf courses that there's the flags are in 2 places on the green and the tee beds are in 2 or 3 places on the tee areas, and that gives you variation to vary your yardage when you play golf. Right. And that's important because if you hit a 7-yard 150 yards, but start in a different place on the tee area, the hazards on the course are in different places and it represents a different challenge.
Okay, but that's, I mean, the teeing area is always within a single teeing area, as I understand. You always move, as you say, you move your tee around depending on what your ability is and what exactly you want to do, presumably at that point. That's not a specific feat, no difference in this course.
No. What often happens on a golf course is you will have there'll be a set yardage. Say, for example, just the 3rd hole is 150 yards, and there's a tee area and there's a little marker post that says 150 yards. But then within that area, you can bring the 2 flags that you take your tee shot off forwards or backwards, and it varies it. And that's quite common practice on golf courses to do that. And that's what the square areas allow us to do that in this location.
Yeah, I think that's the same as I was saying. But okay, and what you were pointing out, I think, there is you said, well, because of 1A, I'm just going to refer to them as 1A and 10 because that's how they're shown on that plan. So they clearly are separately identified there. One looks at it. You can play. You said you can play par 5, and you can play 10 holes if you want, or you can play some different number of holes. Is that right?
Yeah, there's lots of variation within that layout allows us to do that.
But what I wanted to ask you about, what I wanted to focus on is the extent to the experience of those who want to play an 18-hole course, because that was the issue that the inspector thought was important in Bicester when he was considering the application of exception B, whether it was quantitative or qualitative. He thought that it was important to see that there would be sufficient variety when playing the 9-hole course the second time round.
Yeah.
I
can understand the point. Yeah.
So if I am a golfer on this course wanting to play this as an 18-hole course, the only holes where it is possible for me to hit in a different direction from the teeing area, or is the only hole in which I can hit in a different direction from the teeing area is hole 9, where I can go back towards 1 along what's called 10. Yeah.
Yeah, following you.
Yeah, and the only other way I can play any of the other holes is on hole 1, where I can go to 1A instead of 1. Those are the only differences in the direction or greens.
The point I was making about the tee areas and the greens is that can vary. You know, quite often you have a green with 2 flags on, for example.
Okay.
So there is variety in that regard there as well.
But there aren't separate teeing areas to play off on the second time round. There is one teeing area.
No. The tee area is the square of which the flags for the tees can vary and move all around that area.
Okay. And can we go to the BIS decision briefly again on that point? So it's bit CW002.
Yeah.
So it's the relevant paragraph is 59 on page 13.
Yes, yeah, got that.
The variety in stroke play is a fundamental part of the game, particularly determining where to place the ball in relation to hazards and the approach to the green. And the accepts based on the illustrative design submitted to the inquiry, the drives of the second tee would appear to be only marginally different to the first. Moreover, the first and second shot, the approach to the green itself would be the same. However, from my detailed inspection of the front 9 holes, it appears to me that apart from 1 or 2 holes, there's the potential to position the second tee in such a way as to produce a materially different direction of drive and to introduce additional hazards through new planting or sand or water features. And so, with careful design, the placement of the ball and in most cases the approach to the green would be materially varied. In this situation, the second time around, the experience of playing the hole would be materially different. And he thought that was clearly an important factor when applying the exception in MPPF para 99, didn't he? All those issues were important.
Yes, that's right. And, you know, my point that we just discussed on the layout is, you know, that's what we're doing. There's great variety within the layout on the retained part of the course.
Yeah, but where apart from the 2 examples that we've just discussed, would it be possible to play with a materially different direction of drive or with additional hazards?
I don't think that's what the decision at 59 is actually telling you as well, because what Bista doesn't do is it enable you to go for 1 tee bed in lots of different directions. It's the same 9 holes, they're just different tee positions and flag positions within there that creates you know, a different experience. I did have a quick look at the Bista layout, and I think our golf layout is actually a lot better than that because it does allow even greater variation.
Okay, can I ask you about the issue of conflict on hole 1 on the green first hole? So can I understand as well? Are there going to be two holes on the first green, or is there going to be 1 hole to which you can play towards either when you're teeing off from the first, or when you're teeing from the 9th, but in the alternative direction towards that hole?
Sorry, Mr. Hunter, I got a bit lost then. You said you were.
Are there going to be 2 holes on the green or 1 hole on the green?
Well, they can change very regularly. Quite often there's 2 holes on a green. You know, that's I think.
What's the plan here?
Well, I don't have the detail of where the holes are on the green. The green managers will do that on a regular basis. I did explain in my evidence in chief that if you look at any golf course, including the St Andrews one that's been referred to several times and others, it's common practice for holes to move all the time. to vary the challenge on a golf course.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what
going to
they
take
do.
instructions from Mr. Smith in the lunch break on that, because I wanted to. I'm not a golfer. I have been to St Andrews actually, but I'm not a golfer, or not at least since my teenage years. And I asked them specifically about the position in St Andrews, and St Andrews, as it's common knowledge, I'd have thought, it's a very open coastal site, isn't it?
It's a links course, yeah. There's lots of sand
Construct-
dunes and things. Yeah, sand dunes, and it's a links course, yeah.
And it's the greens on St Andrews are very large, aren't they, as well?
The green areas, some are not, yeah. But generally speaking, there's a bit more space between the sand dunes, yeah.
Yeah, but the greens are. What I understand is that the greens have that it is possible on some of the holes that people will be playing from different directions on to some of the greens. Sorry, that to play two groups playing in different directions towards them, but the greens are large and that there are two holes spaced fairly wide apart.
Yeah, I've not played the St Andrews Ancient course, Mr. Hunter, but I do understand the point. I think there are those situations that happen. Yes.
Yeah, but in the present case,
yeah,
the greens on this site aren't going to be the same sort of size as St Andrews, are they?
some of the big greens at St Andrews are broad areas. Yes, ours are smaller, I'd have thought, in this context, but I've not done that analysis at all.
Okay, and we do have areas of woodland in particular between. Well, we have tree planting. Sorry, between proposed between both the teeing area on 9 and the fairway on 1. So it might be difficult for someone teeing off from the 9th teeing area or towards the first green, i.e. hole 10, to see someone hitting from or moving up from the fairway on the first hole.
Yes, it might be difficult to see someone hitting a ball in the other direction. Yeah, but they're on entirely different fairways, and golfers are generally pretty courteous people. If they skew a ball or hook it, they generally shout 4. And sometimes on longer holes, on par 5s, what you actually find is there's a little bell halfway through, and once you pass that point in your play, and arguably are out of any risk zone, one would ring the bell to alert the other people to play on. That's just normal what happens on courses.
Yeah. But someone hitting, but it's clear, isn't it? Someone hitting from, and what would the 10th be? Would that be a par 3?
Yeah, I think that would be a short par 3. Yeah.
So you'd be hitting directly from the teeing area if you're any good onto the green.
Yes, if you're any good, you'd be trying to get it on the green with a chance to get your birdie putt.
Yeah, so you are going to have to watch out, though, aren't you, for people playing play the first.
I don't think that's something specific in relation to those fairways. I think it's a general position that golfers would do. You know, you look around, you're aware of others on the course and respectful of them.
Okay, thank you. That's really where we are. Right, yes, I'll deal with. So what I was going to suggest, I've got a little bit to go before I get to the sort of benefits part of the analysis. Would it be sensible then if I stop there? It's probably about another maybe another 5-10 minutes, and then we have a break, because I think Mr. Mitchell's been here for an hour and 45 minutes, and you've been listening, and everybody else has been listening for that long as well. So I'll finish this section, if I may, of the cross-examination, and that this is then that's the main part of it. Don't everyone will be reassured here. Now,
Mr. Hunter, just to give me a rough idea in terms of timings, as you've mentioned,
yeah.
How long would you propose to be in cross-examination after the break?
I think probably about another half an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Possibly a little bit longer, so it depends on the answers, but yes, I'm aiming for half an hour. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I need to ask you about that. In terms of compliance with either of the exceptions that are relied on in paragraph 99 or in HE6, Sport England have expressed their view. That is a view which the inspector necessarily is going to have to give weight to, isn't it?
Which document was that?
Like several documents of Sport England one. The most up to date comments are set out in the comments on the UU. So there is
CO 19, 20, 21, 22.
Exactly, yeah.
A couple of other comments in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I have those references again for my note, please?
Yes, it's CO 19, 20, 21, 22.
Thank you.
So if you want to take up 1st of February, let's take up CO 21. Mr. Mitchell, have you got that?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I'm sorry, can I just, you're frozen on my screen. It may be my, let me try if I can. Sorry. I think it's, I sometimes have a problem with my laptop on that. So, but we see, if you have that document, the inspector has that document, we can see the grounds for objection specified there. The golf needs assessment doesn't demonstrate that the golf course to be lost is surplus to requirements as a resource to meet the needs of the sport and the needs of the sport and not surplus to the current ordinance requirements. Paragraph 99A cannot be demonstrated. No replacement to an equivalent or greater quantity of golf course land or equivalent or better quality in a suitable location has been put forward. Only qualitative improvements to the retained part of the golf course and Blundell's Hill have been put forward. This doesn't comply with 99B. And then there's other issues. I know that they've been dealt with, but you know, we have multiple contacts. We know that Mr. Wright was in discussion with Sport England on this. Their position is crystal clear, and the inspector's bound to give that, I'd submit, significant weight given their role in these matters. You may disagree.
My comment on that is that there's various comments because they were also involved with the first application and the second application, so they have been engaged through the process. I don't believe they ever came out and looked at the site. I know the club was trying to talk to them at one point. I know that England Golf was trying to talk to them at one point. I personally found the position from, I think it was Fiona Pudge, the author of that. She became rather entrenched in her viewpoint and didn't really want to discuss things an awful lot further. We've disagreed with the conclusion Sport England had, and we refer to Mr. Wright's evidence in that regard to pick that up. But I do take the point that the inspector will need to come to a view on the Sport England comments.
And we can note, can't we, as well, that at number 2 there, we see that the Sport England position in relation to the interpretation of 99B is consistent with the council's and the one that I'm putting forward on behalf of the council rather than yours and the appellants, because the first point she's making there is there isn't any equivalent quantity replacement provision because
that's their position, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you know, Sport England are a body which is very, very used to considering and applying and consulting, no doubt is consulted by government on planning policy related to and guidance related to sports provision.
Yes. It is a body in that regard, but England Golf is the body that deals with golf provision in particular.
Okay, but the point being made there, as I repeat, is that the problem is we haven't got any quantitative replacement provision to consider. That's what she's saying. The only things you're putting forward fall under the heading of quality, not quantity. That's their position.
That's her position, yeah.
Thank you.
We disagree with it.
On behalf of Sport England. Thank you. Now, flood risk. Mr. Aldridge accepted that, and I think quite rightly, there's not really any doubt about it, and that in order to show compliance with national policy on flood risk, in this case, the appellant will have to show that, or the appellants will have to show that there is no other place for the housing which is currently shown in the area of highest flood risk, there's nowhere else it could reasonably go on the site. And secondly, we'll need to demonstrate the sort of wider sustainability benefits that are required by the first part of the exception test, and that they have to prove both of those things. You can't just prove one.
I understand Mr. Aldridge's position, and there's the statement of common ground on flood risk as well, was that the sequential test was passed, and the exception test was passed. He also accepted the proposition that you would seek as far as possible to design around the flood risk issues, but he also set that in the context of the wider site layout and benefits as a whole.
Yeah, but there was what I'm saying. There were some issues left over for you. So the first one was when we looked at the sequential. He said he thought the sequential test was met so far as the site was concerned. He accepted that there has to be a sequential approach to development within the site.
Yeah.
And I put to him that wasn't really a question that he had answered in his evidence, because what he'd said was, we can't use the north of the site because that's where the golf course is going, and we need access onto Liverpool Road at the south. So that's where the residential development has to go. And I said, well, that doesn't answer the question whether or not there's a different way of doing the residential development in the south to achieve that. And he accepted that was an issue that planners would have to discuss. And in terms of demonstrating compliance with the exception tests, obviously you have to the first part is wider sustainability benefits, which is more of a planning issue than a flood risk issue. So those are the two issues I have to come to you. The point I was just putting to you is the inspector needs to be satisfied on both, doesn't he? If he's not satisfied that a proper sequential approach has been taken in relation to the layout of the development, then that will make the development contrary to national policy on flood risk. And if he's not satisfied that there are wider sustainability benefits, then you can't pass the exception test.
Yeah, and our answer to that, and it's set out in our sequential test note that was appended to Mr. Aldridge's proof.
Yep.
And we talk about that in the context of the site. And I'd refer to paragraph 27 of that, which talks about the justification of the dwellings being located to the south due to the ability to access the site from Liverpool Road. There's a little bit of a typo in there in terms of the formatting. We talk about this being the only really reasonable vehicle access points into the site, and as access is not possible from the north of the site, and that's due to the housing, the school pitch, and the railway lines in that context. So there's a number of reasons there given why we say, it is what it is. We've also obviously talked a lot about the wider layout being acceptable, being sustainable, creating all the linkages that we did, and that's the process that the developer went through in balancing all of those issues together.
Okay, but the question of whether or not there is a way of reconfiguring the southern part of the site in order to accommodate the same number of dwellings, but not on the side of the site set by which is affected by flooding, has Anwyl attempted to do that?
Yeah, I think the process that we went through is all part of the design process, Mr. Hunter. I think the only way you could possibly do it is significantly increase the density of the site, which would bring us into conflict with other relevant policies. And I referred to in the evidence chief to document PA004, the previous committee report, which I did reference there. There's generally been a consensus with the council that we've followed a robust design process that leads to an attractive layout of high quality and a healthy community. So that's all been part of the process that we've gone through in getting that far.
Okay, but so just the first point, your first point was in relation to density, but I don't see it, the density of the site wouldn't change because the number of dwellings and the land area wouldn't change. It would just be the distribution of dwellings across.
No, if you take, for example, took out 20 houses in that area and pushed them into the other parts of the site, we would be increasing the density in those other parts of the housing area.
But I'm saying the housing density on the site would remain the same unless you change the land area. If you keep the numbers of houses the same.
Yeah. I accept that point. I would say then it will be the character and the type of those houses that would be very different.
Yeah, but that would come down to whether or not that was unacceptable. You know, whether or not there were, as you say, the character that was created on that part of the site was unacceptable. But what I'm asking is, is there any evidence of Anwell having a go at trying to do that? Are there some layouts that were discarded because they encountered fundamental problems when trying to locate the development away from any of that? Only 10, 15 or something.
I don't think there's there is a design and access statement as part of the planning application, which is before the inspector. I don't think there are the sort of discarded drawings of the architect before the inspector in that regard. So I just have to refer to that document as which explains the sort of design evolution of this particular scheme. The result of the scheme is set out in the planning statements of common ground, which is those paragraphs are referred to. We've been very careful to balance up the sustainability of the site, the walking distance, cycle connectivity that is so important, and refer to was it 5.6, 5.7 and 5.8 of the statements of common ground.
Okay. So there aren't any layouts that were prepared but rejected because they encountered problems in trying to avoid this part of the site.
No. I think, as I explained as well when I referred to that, I appreciate the 7.21 reference I gave is the committee report to the previous scheme. But we went through an evolution process at that time with the design. The previous scheme was 249 dwellings plus the reconfigured golf course. That dropped to 233. There was improvements as part of that incorporated into the resubmission. And then there was the subject to the appeal. So that was the process really.
Okay. And the case isn't being made in any event, though, is it, that the specific quantum of development proposed here is necessary in order to deliver the identified improvements to either Widnes Golf Course or Brundles Hill Golf Course?
From a sort of enabling perspective, no, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, in terms of wider sustainability benefits, could I ask you to take Mr. Aldridge's Appendix 11, and within that page, go to page 2, paragraph 9.
Okay, yeah.
And we see that paragraph 159 of the NPPF highlights that inappropriate development in risk of flooding should be avoided by directing development away from areas at highest risk, whether existing or future, and where development is essential in such areas, development should be made safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere. Was this your document?
This was our note, yeah.
Yeah. So were you involved in its preparation?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Well, then I don't need to ask you whether you agree with its contents then. So MPP, can I ask you to go then next? I've just highlighted the words where development is essential in such areas, areas that are inappropriate because of.
Sorry, Mr. Hunter, I didn't get that last reference. Where were you then?
So in the
Mr. Aldridge's proof of evidence.
Mr. Aldridge's proof of evidence is Appendix 11.
11, sorry.
Which is a sequential test and exception test doc papers prepared by Barton Wilmore, which Mr. Mitchell has just confirmed he was involved with.
Thank you.
And paragraph 9 says, in the second sentence, where development is essential in such areas, being areas that would normally be being appropriate because of flood risk. Development should be made safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere. Now, could we go at the MPPF and look with the wording of that itself? Mr. Mitchell, thank you. And we see that's obviously a slight change of wording, but reflective of MPPF paragraph 159 on page 46. Inappropriate development in areas at risk of flooding should be avoided by directing development away from the areas at highest risk, whether existing or in future, where development is necessary. So you use the words essential, the framework uses the words necessary. Development is to be made safe for its lifetime.
Yeah, not a point that we've been deliberately trying to.
No, I'm not criticising it. It's no criticism. I'm just saying that we're treating necessary and essential as broadly synonymous, aren't we? Yeah. And what I put to Mr. Aldridge, and he said, well, this is a planning policy issue, so this is why I'm bringing it back up with you.
Yeah, sure.
Is that what 159 is doing in the second sentence is really talking about cases where the exception test needs to be passed, isn't it? It's talking about, because it's talking about when development is necessary in areas that are at risk of flooding, where you'd normally try to avoid putting in appropriate development. Your development has to be made safe for its lifetime and not increase flood risk elsewhere, which is the second part of the exception test, which we're about to look at.
I don't. 159 doesn't expressly solely relate to the exceptions test, does it?
No, but it's giving us the broad objectives, which we then see, I think, put in to action in the exception test.
Yeah.
And so the broad policy is set out in 159, and then the sort of detail or meat on the bones is put out in the rest of that part of the MPPF. Yep. But what I'm saying is there's clear correspondence between the second sentence and the exception test that we see in 164, because one can see all of the elements there. You don't normally put, it's areas where you wouldn't normally put certain types of development, inappropriate development, whatever that may be, in 159. Unless it's necessary, the development can be made safe for its lifetime and will not increase flood risk elsewhere. So 3 points within that second sentence.
Yeah.
So if we go to 164, for the application of the exception test, should be informed by a strategic or site-specific flood risk assessment, depending on whether it's been applied during plan production or at the application stage. To pass the exception test, it should be demonstrated that the development will provide a wider sustainability benefits to the community that way the flood risk, and the development will be safe for its lifetime, taking account of vulnerability users without increasing flood risk elsewhere, and where possible will reduce flood risk overall. And the point I want to put, and I think was accepted by Mr. Aldridge, is that when one is looking at what are wider sustainability benefits to the community that outweigh flood risk, they are things which it is necessary to deliver in that area.
Yeah,
so
my comment on 164 there, I just refer back to the statement of common ground at 5.9 on flooding, which demonstrates that the report, the sequential test and exception test report demonstrates the proposed development cannot be located anywhere else at a lower risk of flooding.
Yeah, so but
we're in the point, perhaps just for my clarity, but we're at the point where the sequential test is passed here, the exceptions test is passed, but you're putting to me how are these the parameters that you would ordinarily do to then avoid the highest areas of flooding?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure. Except that that sentence in the statement of common ground says either the sequential test is passed, but it absolutely doesn't say that the exception test is passed.
Well,
all it's saying is this proposed development could not be located anywhere else, i.e., the whole of the development, because it includes reconfiguration of the existing golf course, which can't take place anywhere else.
If I could just read 5.9 out in the statement of common ground. I don't have the document reference number.
It's AD07.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do beg your pardon. 5.9 states, it is agreed that the sequential test and exception test report prepared by Barton Wilmore LLP January 2022 demonstrates that the proposed development cannot be located at an alternative site at a lower risk of flooding owing to the nature of the proposed development. In brackets.
Yeah, but that's that. I mean, if it's an issue that's maybe relevant to the sequential test, whether or not there is an alternative site at a lower risk of flooding, and it's being said it can't be, because if you look at if the right thing to do is consider the proposed development as a whole, you can't do that because it involves something which is tied to this site, namely the reconfiguration of the golf course. What it's not saying is what is proposed here is something which conveys a number of benefits which it's necessary to achieve for the local community, and which outweigh flood risk.
Okay, my response to that, and the benefits analysis that we've undertaken is in the back of the planning proof.
Yeah.
And that's where I set out what the benefits of the scheme are. And I've also talked through the layout of this scheme overall as well in the past.
But it's really saying what you've got to show is this is going to be essential development for the area.
In my evidence in chief, I referred to the policies of the planner tool at CSR3 and the need for housing in the area.
Yeah,
we've referred to the golf's needs, in that regard for their project, and I've referred to the fact that this is a sustainable site in a sustainable location within the built-up area of Widnes, where the council is reliant on sites including Windfall to deliver its needs.
Yeah, okay. So, but unless you show that this site is delivering something which is necessary or essential for sustainability purposes, what I'm suggesting is it's pretty hard to. That's really what the this part of the exception test is demanding. Something quite high, something to really justify why you're putting development in an area of flood risk where it shouldn't normally go.
And I think my response really is that we are delivering a significant number of benefits and meeting needs. We are meeting affordable housing needs. We are meeting market housing needs. We are meeting needs identified in the concept of children's play areas. We are providing footpath and pedestrian links, and we are providing open space. So I do think we are meeting needs.
And that is an excellent place for us to finish, because I'm going to ask you about all the things you just mentioned after we come back.
Very much welcome a cup of tea too. Thank you very much.
Everyone else will do it right. So thank you, sir. Is that a good point? I think.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Hunter, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell. It's been quite a long afternoon so far, and there's more to go by the sound of it. So yes, I think it's definitely time to take a break. Mr. Barrett, you're back now. Something happened. You disappeared again then, but now you're back. It's now 3:10. I'm minded to take a 20-minute break, but before I do, just to give everyone a chance to make a cup of tea and relax a little bit before coming back, I am conscious of the time. What I'm going to propose, I'm not sure if we're going to have enough time after all to do everything that we need to today. It's looking more and more unlikely as the day goes on. I'm going to suggest that we don't do both conditions and obligations at this point, and we focus perhaps on the obligations discussion this afternoon. And then I understand that there may have been some further work between the parties on conditions anyway, and I don't have the updated list. So what we could do then as a suggestion is that would give time for that to be tidied up, sent to me, and then we could pick up on that discussion as part of the round table on the 4th of April. Is that something anyone would like to comment on at this point? Mr. Barrett?
So obviously you will need to read the conditions and apply your own mind to them. My understanding is that the conditions are agreed between the main parties.
Is that, Mr. Barrett, on the basis of the document that I received, or the document that, or has that document been updated since, is my question, I suppose.
So the version that you should have is one signed by both parties. It is that version, if it's signed by both parties, that represents the agreed conditions. If I'm wrong, Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Dorber will correct me, but that was the email flurry that I was looking at recently.
I have
that
had
is
that
the
as far as I'm
position.
aware.
I
I
don't
think it's on the core document list as well. Just try and find the reference, perhaps.
Double check. I don't think I have a signed copy.
Mr. Dorber's got his hand up, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the signed copy is in the core documents list. I think that's the one in the flurry of email activity that was referenced earlier. I think that was in relation to a discussion during the highways roundtable where Mr. Williscroft mentioned the tension of a tweaking of the Eastern access to Liverpool Road. So that was just a slight change in condition 23 to address that possibility, but there would be no real material change to the meaning of any of the conditions proposed other that's on the signed version in front of you, sir.
The version I have in the core document is AD09. I've just brought it up now. That's not the one I've been given before, the one I've been working on. So I'm not sure when that went into the core documents, but it certainly hasn't found its way to me.
Well, sir, I don't disagree with the position that you were expressing a moment ago. It may be that when we come back on the 4th of April, the condition session won't be overly long if you've had an opportunity to consider them and reflect on them and raise any queries that you have. If the main parties are agreed, self-evidently, there's not going to be a great deal of discussion about them, but there may be elements that when you reflect on them, you would prefer to be seen drafted in a different way than the parties have.
Yes, Mr. Bowers, I probably already said that I do have some comments on them,
Uh-huh.
but that would be on the last version, so I'll have to compare the newer version. Mr. Hunter, do you have any comments?
Mute.
Oh, mute.
No, so I was going to say that I think it makes sense to come back and discuss that bit before closing next time, because we are probably going to be a little bit tight.
Okay, but on that basis, at the moment, depending on timings, we'll try to get the discussion on obligations in, but we'll postpone the discussion for conditions to the 4th of April, assuming that we're not going to get it done today. But again, we'll see how it goes. Okay, well, thank you all very much. It's now 3:15. Let's come back at 25 to 4 to continue Mr. Mitchell's cross-examination. Mr. Mitchell, I'm sure you're already aware, but I'll just give you a quick reminder, important that you don't discuss anything with members of your team during the break.
Absolutely, sir. Noted.
Thank you. We're now adjourned until 25 to 4. Thank you all very much. Oh, well, welcome back, everyone. It's now 25 to 4. Inquiries resumed. Just before, do we have Mr. Mitchell? No, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello.
Just before we took a break, we were hearing cross-examination of Mr. Mitchell. Gentlemen, before we continue, is there anything else at the moment?
Not for me, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir,
Mr.
thank
Andrew,
you.
if you'd like to continue.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, can we take up your main proof of evidence, please? I just want to establish the way in which the appellant presents its case in relation to golfing benefits and related matters. So in your proof, page 20, 4.67, paragraph 4.67.
Yeah.
Under the heading of whether or not you meet paragraph 99A of the framework, whether the course is surplus to requirements, you and the appellant rely on the appellants rely on Mr. Wright's evidence to show that that criterion is met, that it's surplus to requirements. That's right, isn't it?
That's in the context of the Sport England point, isn't it? Because we're talking about disagreeing with the conclusion of Sport England at 4.67.
Yeah, but more generally, in order to demonstrate that 99A is satisfied, the appellant's case depends on the evidence of Mr. Wright, doesn't it? And KKP's assessment.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Similarly, in relation to the exception under 99B, replacement of equivalent or better provision, you depend on Mr. Wright's evidence and KKP's assessment in that regard, and we can see that 485.
Yeah, we relate to Mr. Wright's evidence. We've mentioned the Bicester position in that regard, and then we talked through the golf position and the layout and the application as a whole. I think I've done that several times myself.
Yeah, okay. And do we agree that in terms of assessing 99A, the surplus question, what we need to consider is we don't just consider quantitative elements, we've got to consider qualitative issues under that as well, haven't we? It's not just whether there are enough golf courses in quantity, it's whether the quality of those golf courses matters as well in terms of deciding whether there is a surplus or deficit of existing provision.
So you said then, you're a long afternoon, I think you mentioned qualitative and quantitative under Part A, surplus to requirements.
Yes, and I'm saying they're relevant to both exception A and exception B, because you might have an area which has got a lot of low quality golf courses or low quality sports provision.
Yeah.
It will mean that an existing high quality course is not surplus to provision because you don't be left with a lot of low quality ones. That's a theory. I'm not going to ask you to agree to that's the position here, but we need to know what the quality of the courses are in order to see whether the current provision is adequate. We don't just need to know their number. We need to know about their quality.
Yeah, I think it will be reasonable to take an assessment overall in a wider sense. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And can I just finishing off on your proof? In terms of the improvements proposed, what are said to be the improvements to Widnes Golf Club and the improvements proposed to Blundell's Hill, they are said, you give those significant weight, and we see that at page 39 of your proof, table 2.
That's correct. And in examination chief, I referred to the Widnes Golf Club redevelopment proposals, which gives you further information on those points as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I ask you, with that in mind, then, to take up the KKP needs assessment submitted with this application, which is SD 035.
Yeah, I have that.
And within that, could you turn to page 24?
Is that PDF page, Mr. Hunter or Norm?
It's the internal document page. So it's PDF page 22 somehow.
Is that the one entitled Quality of Provision of the Course at the top?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got that.
So have you got? So have you? If you've got that, yeah. Thank you. We see. I'm going to come. We see at the top there are no official national or county course rank golf course ranking. Some courses get status by the hosting country, national, international golf events. Some tend to feature in ranking articles put by golf magazines. Maintenance tends to be the key factor in determining quality. See that point?
Yes.
And then I just want to note, because in relation to just what we just said, I'm going to go to the middle paragraphs in a moment, but the last 2 paragraphs first. Whilst the quality of other facilities, i.e. other than Blundell's Hill and Widnes Golf Club, which are addressed in the middle paragraphs I'm going to come back to, whilst the quality of other facilities within the catchment area haven't been assessed, it's the assumed that the majority are also generally of a high standard. And then in the final paragraph, consultation with other golf providers in the area hasn't highlighted golf course quality issues. All quality existing facilities are considered to be of an adequate standard at the least, although drainage issues are noted at Walton Hall Golf Course and Bowring Park Golf Course. So what we know is that there was no assessment by KPP of the quality of other golfing facilities apart from Blundell's Hill. There was an assumption made that they would be generally of a high standard. It's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks correct in that respect.
Insofar as the quality of courses is relevant to both exceptions, it's a surplus question as well as replacement provision question. There hasn't been an assessment of quality.
I do beg your pardon, Mr. Hunter. Can I just, I've just had a further look down that report. Yep. It does say on the following page, in relation to, under the heading quality of provision ancillary facilities, it goes on to say consultation with other golf providers within the catchment has not identified any major issues with ancillary facilities, which many considered to be good quality. This is particularly the case at Shirley Park. So I think there seems to be some dialogue between KKP about quality in other locations as well. And I'm, you know, it's relatively late in the afternoon. I have a chocolate hobnob now, but it might have been something that was asked of Mr. Wright previously. But it seems to be that there has been some degree of conversation, if nothing else, about quality elsewhere.
I agree, but what's acknowledged is that there hasn't been an assessment, and paragraph 99A requires an assessment, doesn't it? We know that. We looked at that earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just, as I say, just trying to put the rounded position there.
Okay. And it's perhaps, no doubt there was clearly was based on what's said here. There was consultation with discussions with other golf course providers, and it said, well, they didn't highlight golf course quality issues or major issues over the page with ancillary facilities. But that's perhaps not surprising, is it? Because you wouldn't expect a golf course operator to do down its own course.
No, absolutely.
No. So can't necessarily put too much weight on the fact that operators haven't pointed out problems with their own courses.
You know, I'd agree with that sentiment. Yeah.
And I said I'd come back to Blundell's Hill and Widnes Golf Club and what's said on page 24. As we're told, as the part of the top which I cited to you at the beginning, maintenance is the key, tends to be the key factor in determining quality. And what we're told in relation to Widnes Golf Club in the third paragraph is that it's undertaken by the club itself by a dedicated team of clearing staff. The course is considered to be a good standard in terms of the condition of the greens, tees, fairways, bunkers, but numerous perceived issues in relation to proximity of housing and roads surrounding it. So the course itself, apart from whatever issues that there may be in relation to proximity of the housing, is not in great need of improvement, according to KKP.
Yeah, I think what this is saying is that within the confines of the constraints of the course where it is, they do a relatively good job. Well, in fact, a good job, I would go so far as saying, in terms of maintaining what we've got.
And even more so in the case of Blundell's Hill, we're told in the next paragraph, it's perceived to be a good quality course with very few areas that could be improved for its current market. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the market of Blundell's Hill isn't programmed to change, is it? It's going to be the same. The course is going to be left the same, I think, under the proposals. Yeah.
I just checked that because I think there are, in the redevelopment proposals document, which try and find the relevant number for you, it does propose changes to the course and the facilities.
Okay. We went to the UU. I'm sorry, I went to the old So the version, the updated version provided.
Sorry, this is SD041 is the reference that. Sorry, that's the account. It's SD036.
Mm-hmm.
And on page 6 of that document, which is the Widnes Golf Club's plans, it gives us some specific references at Blundell's Hill and what the improvements proposed are. We talked about car parking, but you asked me specifically about the facilities on course, I think was the point. It talks about maintenance and upgrading of existing hard surface buggy paths. That's an on-course provision. It talks about upgrading the practice facilities. That is also an on-course provision there. So,
right, but what we're told by KKP isn't there isn't any need for course improvements because it's really pretty good, very few areas to improve. So there may be, let's take it at its height, these may be improvements to Blundell's Hill, but they're not ones that are needed to make it a good quality course because it already is.
I mean, the way I read this is sort of slightly different slant on it, but the Widnes Golf Club is the whole proposition is about investing in the game. That's what this whole project's about, and it is identified that when it purchases Blundell Hills through the contracts, it wants to make a series of improvements. It's making further qualitative improvements.
Yeah, but we've got to decide, and indeed you have in your proof, what weight to give to those improvements. And if it's already a pretty high quality course with very few areas that could be improved for its target market, then that would tend to suggest that whatever improvements that are proposed aren't going to make as much difference there as they might do on a course that was of lower quality and in greater need of improvement.
And I put in my proof, it's table 2 on page 39, 6.17, that I've assigned them moderate weight. So I do think there are improvements. I do think there are course improvements. There are also internal improvements there, but I don't think I've overcooked them in that regard.
Okay. And the thank you. Thank you. Now, in terms of the building, which the clubhouse, which is I think the major facilities improvement proposed on the Widnes golf course, that'd be fair to say, wouldn't it?
Sorry, in terms of I just dropped out, yes. Or you just dropped out?
Yes, sorry, what I was saying, in terms of the improvements on the Widnes golf course, one of the key things you're relying on is the replacement clubhouse.
Yeah, it's the same document, SD036, that we've just had up, and that tells us at section 2 what the improvements at Widnes are, and there's 3 subheadings to that. There are the clubhouse building works point, and then there's the clubhouse modifications, and then it goes on to talk about course improvements on site as well.
Sorry, actually, before I left Blundell's Hill, I should have just said this. You've referred to page 6 of SD36, which talked about the upgrading of the practice facilities. There's a provision of indoor. There's a number of things mentioned there, which, just bear with me. I'm not sure, have they made their way into the unilateral undertaking?
Oh, yes. You make an important point there. I think that there are a number of things that in the UU relate to matters which are physical improvements that might require planning permission or some form of approval on. Quite clearly, the benefits at Blundell's Hill go beyond that, and the point at page 6 of the document talks about things like the rolling program of modifications for internal layout, kitchen areas, and things like that. So there's a number of things inside the clubhouse at Blundell's which the club is also looking to invest in. Does that?
Yes, I might. That may be the case, but in terms of what is secured by the UU, I'm looking at Appendix 2 of actually the final signed UU, which is AD 37. Now, that
can we just
so if you have that, yeah. So it's AD 037, and then Appendix 2 is on page 14.
AD 036, and then it jumps to 38.
I've got, so you might have to reload that page because it's been, I think it's probably come on this after, it may have come on this afternoon, so it might be
the same problem.
I'm sorry, if I got, so maybe check I give you, or if I've not given them, sorry, AD 46, I beg your pardon, 46. If I said 36, I apologise.
Okay.
But 46 and 47 are the unilateral undertaking signed, and then the WGC letter.
So 47 is the letter, yeah?
Yeah, well, 46 is the undertaking, and the undertaking does not contain in Appendix 2 as the works which are said to be secured all of the things that are listed in SD 36 that you've just taken us to. So whether or not they're the intention of the appellant, Widnes Golf Club, to provide, they're not secured through the UU. The inspector needs to bear that in mind, doesn't he, when he's looking at this?
Yeah, and I think the difference, from my understanding, I think we've got a session on the UU afterwards, was that some of those are internal works, and how you might go about securing them is, that's the issue then.
But I know, but that's a separate issue. Whether they need planning permission or not is one matter. But if they're not in the UU, put bluntly, the inspector can't assume that they're going to be provided, can he? Because there's no commitment to provide.
No, I'll accept that point. I think it was more of the physical works were in the UU in Appendix 2. I suspect that Lisa Ty from Shoesmiths, who will attend the session, will explain that in a bit more detail.
In any way, in terms, I wanted to go to the clubhouse on the appeal site. If we could go to SD 31, which is the building survey report.
Yes, yeah.
In fact, we see a summary of repairs and investigation, various things, lateral restraint required for the green. There's various things that are required for the greenkeepers building, it said. And in relation to the clubhouse, we see that in the second paragraph, in about the middle of it, we see the clubhouse pitch roof areas require ongoing localizing repairs to the tiling, to the tiling ridge tiles, in addition to removing moss and lichen growth. The roof, flat roof areas need refelting with a single ply membrane or coating system within the next 5 years at an estimated cost of 150,000, excluding that. That's the biggest single cost item, I think, in the report, isn't it? The roof of
it was done in the report was done in 2019, specifically looking at the issues associated with those buildings. Yeah,
and there's various other things, and we see in the conclusion section over the page, the gamekeepers building the cottage are in very poor condition, require significant cost to bring them into a reasonable state of repair, whilst the clubhouse isn't in such poor condition. There's a high cost item to the roof area. And then that's quantified at approximately £400,000, including VAT and possibly some more fees, which it says might be reasonable to allow 15% for. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I can see the conclusion. Yeah.
Okay. But I just want to we don't know what it is because we haven't had the financial information, but it's obvious, isn't it, that the return, the land receipt from the sale of the land to the south is going to be many times orders of magnitude greater than the 400,000 that would be required for these repairs.
The land receipt, yeah, but and obviously that's going into the purchase of Blundell's.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's also right to note, isn't it, though, Mr. Smith's raised a number of concerns about whether if the clubs found it difficult to make this 18-hole golf course work, they'll find it any easier, if not harder, perhaps, to make a 9-hole course work. And we have no evidence from the club or anybody else itself as to why its business should be easier to conduct if the proposed redevelopment goes ahead.
Sorry, I'm not. Can you just repeat that question?
Mr. Smith has said, based on his experience of advising in relation to such matters, that he thinks if the club is having difficulty making the current 18-hole course work, I think in broad terms he said it may be in for a nasty shock, because he thinks that it's more difficult to make a 9-hole course work if it doesn't have a driving range. And all I'm saying is the club clearly thinks it will be a good idea, but the club itself hasn't given there's no one from the club to give any evidence as to why they think it's going to be much better if this is a 9-hole course.
There's no one from the club to give any evidence on that in terms of this inquiry. I hear your summary of Mr. Wright's position. I've met the club several times over the course of events, as you'd expect, and I'm confident that they have a very thorough strategy on delivering the proposed 27-hole complex and running both courses. The club is very organised. It maintains what it has very well. There is a very active golf pro in the club, and the role of the golf pro in the club, as well as sort of typically running the golf pro shop, is that they organise the tournaments, the events, the programmes, the youth game, the ladies game, the elderly access, and he's a very, very enthusiastic man, and very excited about the proposition of running the wider offer. So I can only talk anecdotally about that, Mr. Hunter, but that's my experience, in terms of the management of the club.
But he hasn't given evidence as to why he thinks it's a great idea. We haven't got the golf pro, whatever his background and qualifications, to tell us why he thinks actually it's going to be.
He's not here in front of us today or this week now. I agree.
The inspector has to go on the evidence he has before him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Can I just pick up finally on this particular point in relation to the UU as well? I think Mr. Barrett pointed out that there is commitment. Well, no doubt we can discuss it later. If you want to postpone the discussion until later, then that's also fine. But I'm going to raise it now in case it said I should have brought it out in evidence. I can't for the moment understand how it is that the authority is supposed to monitor whether the funds released by the sale of the land to the south are being spent purely on golf-related matters. Do you want to answer that now, or do you want to discuss that in the UU session?
I will leave that to Lisa Ty, who's probably made a note of your point, Mr. Hunter.
Okay, thank you then. In relation to the supply of housing, that is something which, what you say, is a supply of market housing in a sustainable location, the urban area. You say that's a factor you give significant weight.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And that is based on MPPF, at least in part, paragraph 60, and the Secretary of State's approach in the Nantwich appeal decision.
It's based on that, but it's also based on the strategy of the new local plan the council adopted a couple of days ago on policy 3. And I explained the spatial approach of this council. If you recall, I mentioned it was releasing the grip in Widnes having been constrained, particularly previously, by earlier versions of the development plan.
Okay. Okay, I'll come to that. Turning first to MPPF paragraph 60, can we go to that, please?
This is significantly boosting, yeah?
Yep. So, have you got that? Sorry.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Thank you, sir. We see support the government's objective of significantly boosting the supply of housing. It's important that a sufficient amount and variety of land can come forward where it's needed, and that the needs of groups with specific housing requirements are addressed, and that land with permission is developed without unnecessary delay. What the objective is about is boosting, in the first place, to boost the supply of land where it's needed. The government's objective isn't to significantly boost the supply of homes in areas where it's not needed, is it?
No, I would agree that is the sentiment of that, and I would go on to say that it is needed in North Widnes from a market and an affordable point of view.
Thank you. Okay, and then we'll come to that. We disagree, but we'll come to that. It's agreed, isn't it? What is common ground in terms of the need for market housing in this area, that the local planning authority can demonstrate a 5-year supply. It's not being contested.
We've not contested that through the appeal, Mr. Hunter. My understanding of that was that there was a paper submitted as a background document to the local plan probably about 14 months ago now that said at the point of adoption we've got enough land that we're releasing it.
And the local plan inspectors accepted that in the report.
Yeah, and as I've referred to, the plan and that supply includes the windfall allowance to make up as a component of that supply.
Okay. It's also the case, isn't it, that this isn't an authority that has not made sufficient provision within its plan. I'm going to come to the windfall allowance because I think that's where your case is. It seems to me that's where your case is now. The plan itself makes adequate provision not only for the 5-year period, but also for the plan period. In fact, the inspectors say in the report, we've oversupplied by about 6.8 years.
There's a comment to that effect that's qualified, isn't there? I agree. They've got a sufficient supply of land coming forward on a range of sites, including their expectation on other non-identified supply.
So subject then to your point about whether or not this site is important in terms of to your windfall site point.
Yeah.
This site isn't necessary in order to meet needs either over the 5-year period or over the local plan period, unless it's necessary as part of the windfall component.
The site is not identified by us to form a necessity point about the 5-year supply in that regard. We say the site is within the urban area of Widnes. It is a site that effectively is unidentified. It's enabled by planning policy on green space land that there is a surplus around. Why wouldn't you welcome the development in that regard?
Not because it conflicts with HE69 paragraph 99 and other things. I think it's the answer. But on this particular point, then, good, thank you. Can we also, I am going to come back to your windfall point, but I want to just set the whole context for it as well. In terms of the Nantwich decision, can we agree that
I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter, I've got a feeling something just popped up to say Mr. Barrett was entering the lobby, which means he's obviously left.
Sir, thank you very much. I didn't deliberately leave, my internet connection went. It was just a minute or so ago when you were discussing viability and evidence of future viability or lack of.
Yeah, we had then moved on. I think I asked a question about the UU. Mr. Mitchell said he'd rather leave that to the UU session about securing things. And then we moved on to the supply of housing. Mr. Mitchell has agreed that MPPF paragraph, the imperative is not simply to boost the supply of homes full stop, it's to boost them where needed. And he's clarified that the appellant's case is that they are needed in North Widnes and that it will form a part of the windfall component of housing land supply identified in the development plan. Also, I think Mr. Mitchell will tell me if anything's wrong, but summarising the points, you've accepted that he has said he's not challenging the position that the authority can demonstrate a 5-year supply, accepts the local planning inspectors proceeded on that basis, but says, why wouldn't you want this site in a sustainable market housing in a sustainable location like this? And again, came back to the windfall point, which I'm going to come to in a second. Sorry to give you a rundown. And I just was about to take Mr. Mitchell to the Nantwich decision, just to agree, if we can, a few points on that. Mr. Mitchell, do you have the Nantwich decision? It's CW0303.
Yeah, can I just make one point there?
Yeah, of course.
I've also added in the context of that discussion about meeting affordable needs in Widnes as
I'm
well.
going to come to that. I promise I will. I'm going to, directly after this, I'll come to affordable needs. Nantwich CCW03 or CW.
Yeah, I've got that up. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, the bit in the Secretary of State's decision, where he refers to the policy imperative of boosting the supply of housing and giving the supply of market housing in a sustainable location significant weight, is paragraph 28, isn't it, on page 6?
Yeah.
And we see that although I said Mr. Barrett was entirely right to say the Secretary of State did his own assessment of the 5-year position and concluded that there was a 5-year supply. When it came to giving significant weight to the delivery of significant numbers of market housing in a sustainable location, he relied on the reasons given by the inspector at 414 and 420. We see that in the opening words of 28.
So, 28 for the reasons given in the inspector's report, and 414 and 420, the Secretary of State agrees with the inspector. That's the point, is it, you're making?
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah. When we wonder why we think, why did the Secretary of State give significant weight to this matter? The answer to that, the Secretary of State says, is go look to 414 and 420 of the inspector's report, because my reasons for doing that are the same as his.
Yeah, that's what that paragraph states, yeah.
Yeah. And when we turn to those paragraphs, so they are on page 94. We see, in short, that at least part of the inspector's reasoning wasn't to do with the 5-year supply. It was to do with contribution to housing numbers later on in the plan period, which he said in the last words of 414, this is all the more value given the identified shortfall in delivery. And then 420 on the following page.
Sorry, can I just pause for a moment, if I may? Just let me look at the paragraph as a whole.
Yeah.
Okay, and then 420.
420 says against the harms he's discussed, get up to 189 dwellings in context of national imperative to significantly boost the supply of homes. The identified shortfall in housing delivery over the planned period, and supported by the indicators that it may come forward to the market relatively quickly. This, i.e. the delivery of up to 189 dwellings, is a clear benefit, meriting significant weight in the scheme. So, yeah, having regard to national policy about boosting significantly the supply of homes and the identified shortfall and the other indicators he mentioned, I give this significant weight here. Yeah, so that's the same. Those are the reasons that the Secretary of State gave it significant weight, aren't they? Because he told us that in paragraph 28.
Yeah, and it's looking at that decision as a whole, isn't it?
Yeah, but so clearly an important factor for both the inspector and the Secretary of State was that there was an identified shortfall in housing delivery over the planned period in that case.
In that decision, one of the factors was that there was a shortfall, yeah.
And that isn't a factor in our case, even on your own case.
And there is, we are not meeting the needs of affordable housing, in that regard.
Yeah, but we're talking about market housing now. We're going to come on to affordable housing. In terms of market housing, there is no identified shortfall in delivery over a 5-year or the planned period.
There is no identified in the 5-year period, and the council, as of 2 days ago, released all the land that it needed for its local plan. Now, I accept that point. The point that I would add to that is that the council is also relying on other sources of housing to deliver that provision overall.
Including windfalls, is your case?
Including the windfall point, yeah.
We go to that and deal with that point now then. Could you go within the working draft of the local plan to page 45, policy CSR 3?
Can I have that reference again? Sorry, Mr. Hunter.
Yes, it's
CSR.
the CSR 3, housing supply and locational priorities, page 45, within the document number of the working draft.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I've got that.
You're going to have to bear with me while I find that, because I've got...
No, of course.
Do you have a PDF page number, Mr. Hunter?
It's page, sorry, page 45 within the document. It is page 45, happily, within the PDF as well.
45.
And we see in the headline, so do you have that yet? Sorry.
Yeah, yes, I do. Thank you.
Yes, we see in the headline that the plan period 2014 to 2037, repeated from earlier on in the policy in the plan, the minimum or at least target of 8,050 net additional dwellings and the 350 per annum figure. And then over the page, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Can I ask you then just to see how that 850 is to be achieved? We see under item 3 on there, we see the supplies made up from housing completions since 2014, sites with planning permission under construction, the various strategic residential locations identified, housing allocations identified in RD1, mixed use allocations, small sites and windfall development. Yeah. And then sorry, within I'm sorry. Sorry, I've just managed to lose my reference here. Just bear with me one moment. Yes, sorry. Could you go to page 129 and 130 under policy RD1, which has the residential development allocations?
Sorry, can I have that page number again, please?
Yes, it's page 129 and 130.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got there. Thank you.
Yep. And we can see under the housing land supply table there, working out the residual requirement. We've got a housing requirement of 8,050, as we know, completions to 2014, which are very large, which take away 3,336, which leaves a residual requirement of 4,714. Then that reduces, taking account of the 836 dwellings net on sites under construction. Then you further deduct the dwellings on sites with planning permission and get to 2,364. Then you deduct your small sites allowance of 2,064, and then adding back some back in 249 to make allowance for slippage. Yeah, and you get a residual requirement before taking into account the allocations of 2,313. And I was going to point out the residential allocations that we see in RD1, the inspector will be able to look through them, and know that you looked at them before, Mr. Mitchell, but there are well in excess of that residual requirement within the residential allocations, aren't there?
No, I accept that the council's got land from a range of sources and is meeting its position, but I wouldn't say that that precludes you building anything else anywhere else. And quite clearly, the policy context under CSR 3, there is an expectation that there is a variety of sources going to come forward for housing.
Yeah, but and also, can we not see from that table as well? There is a small sites allowance, and the small sites allowance is sites of less than 5 units, which an assumption that they'll provide about 20 dwellings per annum over the 15 years remaining of the plan from 2022 to 2037 of 300.
Yeah. My understanding of that is that there's a blurring in Part E of windfall and small sites.
Yeah.
The problem with windfall is you can't identify it, so you don't know how big they are in any event or what they are. But I think the allowance is broadly categorised in a similar way for unknown supply, so that is potentially factored in at that point.
Yeah, but the small sites allowances in itself are windfall sites, aren't they? They're sites without planning permission. They're unidentified sites without planning permission at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah.
So isn't the implication that any further windfalls beyond that will be of like 1 or 2 dwellings, won't they, basically?
I've got no idea, because
we're not relying on large like this coming forward as windfalls.
Sorry?
My point is that the plan isn't, when it refers to windfalls, it's looking at something smaller than the small sites here of up to 5 units. It's not relying on large sites coming forward. I think the entire small sites allowance for the plan.
Yeah, I think that, well, I mean, I think the point there is that the council just doesn't know, and the nature of windfall, it doesn't know. I mean, another example could be a big factory shuts, for example, and there's 500 houses come that way through windfall.
Yeah, but if I mean, again, I think we just agree that if not a single windfall house was built over the rest of the planned period, but there would still be sufficient supply within the table that we see there and the allocations to more than meet the 8,050.
Well, not if you say, sorry, if you're saying not a single windfall site, there's allowance of 300, your difference is 249, that leaves a shortfall of 51, doesn't it, on the mathematical position?
Sorry, well, let me put it another way. If the small sites allowance is accurate, there is not a single additional windfall site required when one takes into account all the allocations in order to achieve or more than achieve the 8,050.
I accept your mathematical calculation on that basis, but I remain of the view that we just don't know what windfall may or may not come, and there's a variety of sources to that. I'd also just add that, as we've known, very clear, really, I think you've used the same words, it's at least 8,050 houses in any event. We're not working up to a cap.
No, but it's a question of whether it's necessary to meet needs in this context. Okay, affordable housing. I think the factual position has been explored. You make the point that that there hasn't been affordable housing delivered via Section 106. Mr. Eaton says yes, but we've delivered an awful lot via our active RSLs in our area, on average 26%. But you say, well, that doesn't mean you shouldn't seek, you'd be seeking to achieve affordable housing. Here, it's a benefit. It's real people in real need. You say, which is all true. But all I want to actually ask you about is the Wychavon decision. Just put this point to you. The Wychavon decision, I did put this to Mr. Eaton, and I can take you to the relevant parts of it. But I think was it Harold Stevens, Inspector Stevens?
Which document is it?
CW 003.
Oh, sorry, Nantwich. Yeah.
Not the Nantwich one. It's the
That's CW 03.
Yeah, it's oh sorry.
It's 04. It's Pulley Lane.
Oh, 04. Sorry, I mixed my numbers up. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I've just got that in front of me there.
I'll just check. I think it was. Yes, it was Harold Stevens. Sorry. When one reads what he says in paragraphs 431 on page 50 of his report, which is page 73 on the PDF.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter, you're going to have to slow down with those references.
Yeah,
But I'm still not getting them quickly up. Paragraph. So I'm in the Pulley Lane decision. I've got the reference down. What paragraph was it?
It's paragraphs 431 on page 50. Through to page 57, paragraph 467. So I'll take a trot through it, but
okay.
Mr. Mitchell, can I just check before I do that? To be fair to you, have you read this entire section?
No, I've just read all those. I think you've just highlighted 7 pages. I only had one chocolate hobnob, Mr. Hunter.
No, that's okay. I'm actually sorry, sir. I beg your pardon. It's not all the way through to those 7 pages. It's 53 and it's 447. Sorry, 447. You don't have to go that far through. Let me take you through it. It's
4.31 to 4.47.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I'm just going to put the broad point to you, and then I'll try and illustrate it. I do not recall seeing such trenchant criticisms of a local planning authority in any other case from an inspector in terms of its complete failure and inadequacy to try and meet its housing needs. If there is, maybe there are other planning authorities, but they're pretty strong criticisms. We'll see. So 4.31. Answering the question whether the proposed amount is necessary to meet housing needs of the district, bearing in mind housing land supply position. The short answer to the question is yes. Council officers agree the council doesn't enjoy a 5-year supply and can't satisfy what was then paragraph 47 of the MPPF. But that's just the short answer. And he says at the end, what follows are points of further context. 432, the first point to observe is part and parcel of the 5-year supply calculation is that the council has failed for a considerable period of time to deliver a housing requirement. Pausing there, that's not the same here.
I think we're talking about a 5-year position there. Yeah, no, I'd agree. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's talking about the overall housing position, which is relevant because he does feed into what he says about affordable housing. Well, so he's saying he basically says when we read through all of this, there's a completely dire position in terms of housing land supply generally. I think words like catastrophic are used, and we see in 432. The evidence, therefore, demonstrates there's a long-standing chronic problem with housing delivery in South Worcestershire and Wychavon. That was noted in the local planning examiner's interim inclusions. The 433, the position is far worse than the council's assessment as thus suggested. So the council is in denial about how awful its position is. The SWDP inspector made no bones about the 3 fundamental shortcomings in the SHMA. I don't need to go through all of those. There's then discussion about what the OAN for the plan period should be. I don't need to take you through all of that. We can just go straight to 442 on page 52. If the position in relation to the overall supply of housing demonstrated a general district-wide requirement for further housing, that requirement becomes critical and the need overriding in relation to the provision of affordable housing. The most recent analysis in the SHPA, found to be a sound assessment of affordable housing needs, demonstrates a desperate picture bearing hallmarks of overcrowding, barriers to getting onto the housing ladder, and families in crisis. There are nearly 5,000 households on the waiting list, 35% of whom are families with children. Over a fifth of them have a local connection and are in priority need. The SHPA indisputably records that affordability is at crisis point. Without adequate provision of affordable housing, these acute housing needs will be incapable of being met. In terms of the MPPS requirement to create inclusive and mixed communities in paragraph 50, this is a disaster of catastrophic proportions. Needless to say, these socially disadvantaged people are unrepresented in the inquiry and require the objectivity of the planning appeal to require a voice and for that to be heard. Addressing the needs of the homeless and overcrowded families and children in the district is surely an imperative of any civilised planning system. Then the bit that I think was quoted in your evidence and perhaps elsewhere, these bleak and desperate considerations are thrown even sharper relief by examination in the current circumstances in Wychavon itself. Over the whole of the district's area, there is presently a need for 268 homes per annum. These are real people in real need now. And then he says, worryingly, there's no early prospect of any resolution, because between 2005 and 2009, they've only delivered 229, which is an average of 55 per annum. So less than 25% of less than 20% of their annual need. And then between 2009 and 2013, 500 were delivered, which is only slightly better at 62 per annum. And one would be forgiven for characterising the council's approach to this issue as complacent. One could go on, and there's reference in 446 to it being pitiful. But I just want to put the global question to you, is that the dire, catastrophic, disastrous situation presented there with a complacent planning authority that was in denial and coming nowhere near to meeting its affordable housing needs is very far from removed from the picture in Halton, where no doubt there are needs, but one could not characterise the situation in the way that Inspector Stevens characterised it there.
Well, in the context of Wychavon, that's quite a big number on what their affordable needs are. In the context of Halton, the need is 199 per year, and we had a discussion earlier about the inspector's report on that in that regard, and it went on to specify the difference between needs in Widnes and needs in Runcorn. And on the Widnes side of the river, we've heard a lot about the spatial context to the previous local plan and the firm grip it had on land releases, which was meaning the council wasn't achieving its affordable housing delivery. So, we are a POSI compliant position in the new policy at 25%. Our clients are committed to delivering those homes. And in that regard, I give that significant weight. There is an identified need in Halton, but also specifically in Widnes that has struggled in the past. And I think there was also some anecdotal given evidence from the councillors and other parties about brownfield sites not being viable. And for that reason, the council appears to have dropped its affordable housing requirement on brownfield sites. So this need is there. I don't think you could say that it's not there.
Yeah, it has been being met to a large degree, in a way at least that is nowhere near comparable to the situation in Wychavon. I think you have to accept.
No, I don't accept that. There has some need being met, but it's nowhere near what this authority needs to be delivering in affordable housing terms, which is why it's such a high corporate priority of the council.
Okay, well, I'm going to move on from that. In terms of I just want to deal with I'm going to try and deal with them compendiously to save time in relation to this. I'm going to deal with the NEEP and the MUGA benefit, which you give significant weight. Yeah.
Yeah.
The public open space and pedestrian links, which is a factor you give medium weight.
Yeah.
And the green provision of the greenway, or the link, the footpath link on the eastern part of the site. Yeah, which you give significant weight again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I just check, is that still the same? Because I think you acknowledged in your evidence that it used to be a UDP requirement, but it's not a requirement of policy, a specific requirement of policy anymore to provide this link. Does that not have the weight? Is it not lesser if it's not identified specifically?
Yeah, I think I acknowledge that until a couple of days ago, the Green Way was a policy of the UDP. And in fact, in the conversations that we had with the council through the application process, is something the council was very, very keen on us securing. And the reason for that is that back to the proposals maps, it interlinked with the Greenway south of Liverpool Road, and it offered connection to the south, to the public rights of way south of the railway line, north of the appeal site. And when you look at the local plan proposals maps in that area, and you look at the public rights of way, there are public footpaths either side of the railway line, which the council has in the past deemed as very important. So I do think it is significant weight on the Greenway. We do connect the network of public rights of way and the Greenway together in this part of Widnes, and that also helps things like safe routes to school for pedestrians, cyclists, etc.
Okay, can I just understand how that's going to work as well? And could you turn to the proposed overall master plan, which is PL042?
Thank you. Yeah.
And if I can understand, this is the path is shown sort of hatched diagonal lines on the eastern boundary of the site, running along.
That's correct. Yeah, yeah.
And it runs down whole past the fairway of whole line, down the side of the clubhouse.
Yes.
And then does it continue round the car park? Around the eastern side of the car park?
Yeah, it then feeds into it. There's a network of footpaths through this site. I just wonder whether there's a better diagram of this to explain this, Mr. Hunter.
No, there might well be, but this is the one that
okay. Yeah, well, it feeds in along the side
here where it's connected. Yeah, is it?
No, can I just ask, when you speak over each other, it's very difficult for me to follow it, take a note. So if you could just try not to do it, I'd be very grateful, especially at this time of day. It's very difficult for me to keep up.
Okay. So what I was saying is, I think we can see it on here. So rather than spending more time looking for another plan, I think it's adequately shown on here. It goes down, it connects into the estate itself, doesn't it?
From the northern corner at the railway line. Yeah. It intersects the public right of way at the end across the northern part of the site. It then travels down the boundary. You'll see there's a slight curve at that point following the boundary round, and it follows the route. And if you look on the right hand side, it does say Widnes Tennis Academy at that point there on the grey hatched building. And then it follows down the line in between the clubhouse and that boundary, along the line of the car park, and then connects into the footpath through the estate. It goes past the cul-de-sac with the turning head and then into the site. And at that point, there's a sort of junction on it. There's then a route out to Hillside Road to the east, and then it loops back into the site down towards the main entrance and the crossing point that was proposed, which Mr. Woollerscroft gave evidence to connect to the council's Greenway.
Okay, thank you. And can I just, in terms of the other roads within the site, are they going to be private or public? Is there going to be public highway, or are they going to be retained private, or what is there a?
Yeah, I think it's probably a question for Mr. Woollerscroft Morris. I think the majority of the roads are adoptable, with the exception of the hatched areas that form private driveways to, I think, 3 or 4 properties.
Okay. Well, I'm going to I'm going to leave that one there. Can I, in terms of one of the points that you make in terms of public open space, and pedestrian links. Sorry, let me break that down. You make a point about pedestrian, the site providing pedestrian links, other than the one that we've just been speaking about, from Liverpool Road through to, is it Highfield Road on the in the east part of the site. And I just want to know, that isn't something which route you're particularly thinking of. We're talking about a route from one of the two accesses off Liverpool Road, travelling along the central sort of spine road through the site to the east, south of Woodland Avenue, to that cul-de-sac, and then the footpath connection to Highland.
Yeah, if I could refer you to a slightly different drawing.
I feel one. Yeah.
P1004.
Yeah.
337 is the landscape residential master plan drawing. Which is a sort of slightly more coloured up version of the layout that you were looking at previously.
So could you give me that reference again? I beg your pardon. I'm not sure I got it.
PL004. Yeah, sorry, I said P1, didn't I? Is that, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a document that the drawing was prepared by TPM Landscape, Chartered Landscape Architects. And that shows a number of the footpaths coloured up in that area as well, and the linkages in the site. Does that help your question?
No, because my laptop has given up the ghost, I'm afraid, as well, in opening new documents. So I'm stuck with that. But so I think I know which one it is, and my point is that no one, doesn't look like anyone realistically is going to want to cut through the site that way. What benefit would there be travelling from Liverpool Road through to Highfield Road using the internal site, the internal roads within the site, rather than just going along Liverpool Road and turning left into Highfield Road? Doesn't seem to give you anything.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. If I was a school child walking along Liverpool Road towards Wade Deacon High School, what I might do is walk along the road towards the east and then cut into the site to avoid the busy road and cut out along Highfield Road, or I'd follow the road up to the green link, up the eastern boundary of the site, to connect into the public right of way to the north. A more attractive and safer route to school, for example.
Okay. Well, I can make my points on that. In terms of the remaining areas that we were discussing, the provision of the NEEP and the MOOG as a policy requirement, you need to do that. You've accepted that that is necessary to satisfy policy.
I think the multi-use games area came out of the open space and playing pitch study, and whilst there was not a specific requirement on the site, it was a benefit that we were delivering overall, and we saw that as a benefit to the scheme.
But if it's not okay,
I don't think it was purely a policy driven requirement. I think we've gone beyond policy in that respect.
Okay, but that, I think Mr. Eaton's position it was, and Mr. Eaton pointed out that there is alternative provision parks to the south and to the I think the Muga to the south on the near the Frank Myler Pavilion. This isn't a facility that's necessarily needed for the locality absent this development.
I recall that the playing pitch strategy looked at need across the board, as did the open space study. And one of the typologies in the open space study was all about children's play areas and play places on site. And the Mugger effectively brings a lot of that together in a more intensive use format. Okay.
Can I just one final point? You also give some weight, whether you say medium weight, your 337 to 339, to the employment and economic benefits associated with the proposed development. Yeah.
So in my evidence,
By all means do. I mean, your 337, which is on page 11 of your proof.
we're talking 3378 to 339 about some of the economic benefits.
Yeah. There are no specifics there. Those are all generic benefits of housing development anywhere, aren't they?
I think when we looked at the benefits, it wasn't just looking at this in the context of housing and the economic position. It's looking at this in the context of the economic value of the club. There's not been a wider or more detailed assessment of that. The opportunity here in the club is to enhance, a number of localised jobs. It's a small number, hence we only assign moderate weight to it. The housing and the economic benefits from housing come through two attributes. The first being the construction jobs during the construction phase, as typical with any housing development, but also bringing the economically active people into Widnes, who will also have a contribution locally, spend locally, etc. And you've also got the benefits of things like the new home bonus type payments in there as well.
But
I've only assumed moderate weight in that regard. I don't feel as though I've overcooked it.
No, I know, but my point is, and it's just factual, is the things that you have referred to in 337 to 339 are generic employment and other economic benefits that would arise from any housing development in any location.
I accept the point. We've not done a specific analysis. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I have no questions, Mr. Mitchell. I think you clarified the point that I asked at the end of your examination in chief early on, so I'm now clear on the case that's been put forward. Thank you very much. I did indicate earlier on that I would allow an opportunity for any of those parties who've indicated that they wish to speak to ask Mr. Mitchell any questions. I'm not sure if Councillor Wall is still with us. In fact, I can see Councillor Wall. Do you have any questions for Mr. Mitchell? Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Mitchell? No. In that case, Mr. Barrett, would you like to re-examine Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you very much. Mr. Mitchell, will you take up your proof of evidence, please?
Yes.
And there was a discussion at the very start of cross-examination where you undertook the planning balance. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And Mr. Hunter was pointing out that at the time you considered the tilted balance was engaged in preparation of your evidence because we were addressing the UDP.
That's right, yeah.
Would you go to 619, paragraph 619 of your proof of evidence, please?
Yes.
The table 2 is the planning balance, and we see the reference. We dealt with it in chiefs at 617. And then if you would go to 619 and just read that to yourself, note there's a spelling error, I think, typo. It's also important to note that I think that at should be an as. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Engaged. This adds further weight in favour of the proposed development. You see that?
Yes.
So table 2, is it a balance taking into account the tilted balance, or is it what's perhaps known in other circles as the flat balance?
Yeah, we've taken a flat balance in that respect of the benefits of the scheme.
Okay. And the conclusion overall in respect of that flat balance is set out in your evidence is what? In the planning balance applied in circumstances where it's flat, where there isn't the tilted balance engaged.
Yeah, and the overall balance in this respect, we weigh up the benefits and the harms in that table, and you can see that we've focused on the benefits.
Okay.
position overall.
No. Framework, please. Paragraph 99B. And just want to consider, I think it's the case that's being developed, at least in part, by the local planning authority and Sport England in respect of subparagraph B. Do you consider that there is a requirement for a quantity of land over and above that which is the subject matter of an individual application to be provided?
No, it doesn't say that at all.
I want you to go to or remind yourself of the Sport England correspondence. Actually, let me go through my re-examination. I will come to that point, but bear in mind that that's 99B. You've dealt with HE4 and whether there's a conflict there. Can I ask you to go to the golf needs assessment, which I think is SD 035?
Yes, I'm there.
And there's a couple of, and go to page, in the PDF page, 45 of 50. And there are two aspects that we're going to look at. It's whether the proposed changes would be likely to be successful in financial terms, it being Mr. Smith's view. You'll recall that the club will struggle. If they're struggling with an 18-hole golf course, they'll be struggling with a 9. That's the point that he was making.
Yeah.
Just if you look then to the consultation with England Golf, just I mean, maybe obvious to the inspector, but for the avoidance of doubt, what is England Golf in terms of its role in the overarching?
England Golf is the governing body for the sport of golf.
And is this a bespoke response from England Golf in respect of the client's proposals?
Sorry, the point at 45.
Yes, at the bottom of page 45, you'll see consultation with England Golf. SD 035, the Widnes Golf Club needs.
Consultation. Sorry, I'm on the. It's the PDF 2-page point there.
Okay,
yes.
PDF page 45.
Yeah.
Is this specific to the appeal proposal? This consultation response?
Yeah.
It reads, looking at the local facility and club data, there is a lack of standalone 9-hole provision in the area. We consider a combination of 18 and 9-hole facilities and offers, as well as driving ranges and practice facilities, all an important part of the mix, providing variety to suit a range of participants' golf needs and the modern way in which the game is being consumed. Interesting expression, that the game is being consumed. Our view in general is that we want to see golf provision protected and preserved where possible, but with the understanding that this needs also to be based on a financially viable and sustaining operating model. What's their view about what Wigan Golf are proposing?
They're supportive of the proposition. They recognise the 27-hole combined complex is a benefit overall. And I think in my evidence previously, I referred to the Express 9 golf game, which links to your comment about in which the way the game is being consumed, because the Express 9 allows, a quicker round of golf, really.
And I just wondered, to what extent does the need assessment address the number of existing 18-hole facilities?
So the KKP golf needs assessment, I believe, looks at all the existing facilities within the catchment.
And does it identify a shortage of facilities?
No, it doesn't. No.
Any indication that golfers who wish to access club facilities are being prevented from doing so because of waiting lists and absence of facilities?
No, I believe that's not the case. I think Mr. Wright referred to his assessment of playing slots on various booking systems.
You also then discussed with Mr. Hunter the playability of the 9-hole facility could be played for 9 holes, 12 or 18, and you explained the variety. What is the significance? You said in answer to one of his questions, there is a significance of a par 5. What is that significance?
The significance of the par 5 hole, particularly in relation to a 9-hole course, is that it offers that greater challenge for golfers. So the way I see those proposals is that they are delivering maximum flexibility, appealing to the maximum consumer market of golf.
Can I ask you to go to the Sport England consultation response, CO21?
Yes.
You asked about this by Mr. Hunter, those 2 paragraphs. The inspector will have to come to a view as to what the golf needs assessment does or doesn't. When it says as a resource to meet the needs of the sport, not surplus to the current owner's requirements. If I read the golf needs assessment, why would I conclude, as is asserted there, that it's looking only to, or looking primarily or only to the current owner's requirements? Is that a fair characterization of the needs assessment?
No, I don't think it does. I think the needs assessment is very balanced and looks to the market as a whole.
Right. The second part, and this is the part that Mr. Hunter focused upon, no replacement to an equivalent or greater quantity, open brackets, golf course land, close brackets, and equivalent or better quality in a suitable location has been put forward. Only qualitative improvements to the retained part of the golf course and Blundell's Hill Golf Course have been put forward. This does not comply with paragraph 99B of the framework. You see that?
Yeah, I recall that. I would disagree with that position, entirely. And I think this is where I mentioned in cross-examination that Sport England seemed to be taking an entrenched stance on the land point, which I disagree with.
If their position is right, that you need additional land, and that's how it was put to you, was the inspector's interpretation at Bicester necessarily wrong then? If Sport England are right, does that mean the inspector at Bicester was wrong?
That must have been the case, yeah.
Were they made aware of the Bicester case as part of the analysis? The golf needs assessment does refer to the Bicester case, doesn't it?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And in any of the correspondence from Sport England, do they condescend to particulars as to why Bicester would not be a relevant approach to the interpretation of national policy?
No.
Can I ask you then to go to Appendix 11, it is, of the Barton Will, it's Appendix 11 to Mr. Aldridge's evidence, the Barton Wilmore document. And paragraph 34, because I think what was being put to you, sustainability benefits were not part of the assessment.
On paragraph 34.
Your paragraph 34 in Appendix 11, yeah. Page 6 of 7 on the PDF file.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to bear with me to get to that for a moment, please, Mr. Barrett.
So
do you have a core document reference number, which would be easiest?
it's Mr. Aldridge's evidence, his appendices and Appendix 11. I don't think it is a separate appendix.
Okay.
It's AD033.
Oh, well, there you go. So the AD033.
In the sequential test and exception test?
Yes. That was the Barton Wilmore document that was attached to.
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
So you're probably familiar with it. If I asked you to go to paragraph 34.
Yeah.
On page 6, is it right or wrong that sustainability benefits were not identified and discussed in the course of that document?
No, I talked through this in the broadest terms and what the aspects are, and they're set out in that paragraph 34, and conclude at 35 that they've been taken into account.
No. I'm afraid you're going to have to jump back to the needs assessment. There is one thing that I perhaps should have done at the time. The need assessment is SD 035.
Yes.
So just allow us to catch up. SD 035 and page 22 of 50 on the PDF. And you discussed with Mr. Hunter the quality of play facilities and the reference on this page to the course itself at Widnes.
Yes.
And you were taken to the first sentence of the penultimate paragraph on page 22 of the PDF or page 24 of the original. Whilst the quality of other facilities within the catchment area have not been assessed, it's assumed that the majority are also generally of a high standard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that, yeah.
I just want to take you through the rationale of the author of this document as to why that assumption was made. He goes on to say, this is because most are private members clubs and as such tend to have dedicated ground staff and a sophisticated maintenance programme, thus allowing for regular work to be carried out and for repairs to be undertaken when required. There's a reference then to post-seasonal remedial work tends to take place in autumn, winter on specific hills. That's been prepared by KKP. Should the inspector give weight to the views of a consultancy whose specialisation is, amongst other things, the assessment of sports facilities, including the quality of sports facilities?
Yes.
There is then reference to consultation with other golf providers in the area, not having highlighted course quality issues. And Mr. Hunter says, well, they would say that, wouldn't they? Have Wigan Golf Course said that?
No, Widnes have highlighted their qualitative problems, haven't they?
They do actually say, although existing facilities are considered to be of an adequate standard at the very least, although drainage issues are noted at Walton Hall Golf Course and Bowring Park Golf Course. Do the authors have some knowledge of some issues affecting golf courses, as it appears from that document?
Yes, and I referred down to the following page about other quality of provision at Sherdley Park Golf Course.
I think that's everything. Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. So was there anything that arises out of my re-examination that you would like to ask Mr. Mitchell about, or are we completed here?
Thank you. Are you asking me?
Yeah, yes, I was asking you if there was anything that arose out of my re-examination.
No.
Thank you very much. So that concludes my re-examination then.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett.
And concludes our evidence, save for the discussion on 106.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. It's been a very long day for you. I'm sure you'll be glad to see the end of the the evidence on this point.
Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Barrett and Mr. Hunter. Gentlemen, it's now 5 o'clock. I think trying to do a discussion on planning obligations at this point, I think we might be pushing it, if I'm truly honest.
Yes.
I'm going to suggest that we push that one to the roundtable discussion on the 4th as well.
Yes, sir. Can I just on that point? I just aware that the council solicitor was intending to participate on that, and I assume I'm not sure. I know Miss Ty for the appellant.
We do have Miss Ty here. I can see that she's present.
Yeah.
So thank you, Miss Ty, for coming along, and I apologise that we will now have to move this to a different date.
Can I just question Miss Ty whether she can access her diary and Mr. Hunter's instructing solicitor access his or her diary for the 4th of March? I see Ms. Ty nodding.
4th of April is fine with me.
4th of April.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure I can see the council solicitor's name in it. Maybe all I was going to say, so is if I could. Could I just briefly take instructions on that point? I'm just wary of saying let's press ahead regardless without taking instructions on her availability and my client's position on that. Would you just permit me to, if I turn my camera off and make a phone call to...
When you say press ahead, I
don't mean today, sir. Sorry, I mean... No, so what I mean is press ahead with the idea of dealing with this on the 4th of April, just so... Obviously, we don't want to cause a problem for that, sir, but I ought to get my client's instructions on that, I think, just to make sure that there isn't any major problem with her or anybody else dealing with it on that date.
Okay, in that case, shall we take a short adjournment and we'll come back in, say, five minutes or 10 minutes? How long do you need, Mr. Hunter?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. We'll take a short 5-minute adjournment and then we'll come back and we'll have this discussion.
Thank you, sir.
We're now adjourned until 5:10. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It's 5:10. The inquiry is now resumed. Ms. Hunter, did you have an opportunity to take instructions?
There are a couple of problems, but we hope we found a solution to it. So Mr. Eaton, I'm afraid, it's not the one I necessarily thought, but Mr. Eaton is not available on the 4th, which raises a problem with conditions. But thankfully, Mr. Plant has agreed to stand in his shoes. There's also been a suggestion, sir, but I don't know whether or not you'll think this is adequate. Is that whether or not it might, if you wanted to deal with matters in writing first, it might be that some issues could be dealt with because if the appellant is content and the conditions are agreed. But I don't know, sir. This was just one suggestion to try and get around the problem. Was if you had any concerns, if you wish to raise them in writing, Mr. Eaton could try and deal with them before he goes away, and then Mr. Plant could speak to any outstanding issues at the round table, which might make things more straightforward. But either that or just proceed straight to the round table.
I think I prefer to do it as a part of a discussion than in writing. Some of the issues aren't significant then.
I thought that might be the case. It was just put forward as one potential thing to make things to perhaps address Mr. Meaton's absence, but Mr. Plant will be there and we'll be able to discuss matters.
One thing that does strike me, though, Mr. Hunter, is if Mr. Eaton isn't available on the 4th, then potentially we could be having a discussion around the wording on the local plan. And I think I indicated this morning that would then be a discussion between me and the 2 witnesses that we've heard from on those points. And Mr. Eaton was one of those witnesses.
Yes, sir. I don't, unless Mr. Barrett has any objection, though, to Mr. Plant speaking. So, I mean, Mr. Eaton isn't a policy officer per se anyway, so he's not the one with first-hand knowledge of it. But also I suppose what is the issue that may arise? The issue that might arise is the council decides not to publish a version with the wording in the inspector's report. But I don't think Mr. Eaton's in any privileged position on that as opposed to Mr. Plant. So the only issue is whether you or Mr. Barrett would mind another officer speaking about that in the unlikely event that we are dealing with wording that isn't the same as that in the inspector's appendix. But
well, I think Mr. Eaton gave evidence on it and was cross-examined on it, and so I'm not quite sure how that would work if Mr. Plant was then to come and sit in his place.
Okay, well,
Barrett, do you have any comments on that? And I'm just raising it as an issue that we can discuss now, really, and not saying I have a view.
It's not a concern that I share, sir, because I know Mr. Plant has been involved in the background, and Mr. Plant was closely associated with the preparation of the local plan. I think I'd be a bit more uncomfortable if it related to other issues such as the planning balance, but what we're coming back for is to discuss the final wording of the local plan, and that will be it. The rationale for it doesn't matter whether the rationale was good, bad, or indifferent. It's the wording that you will have to take away, sir, and that Mr. Hunter and I will have to make submissions on.
We wouldn't be having a further discussion on the respective parties' views on the meaning of those words or the implications of them. Just that would come in submissions then.
Yeah, well, that could arise, but there's no reason why Mr. Plant wouldn't be capable of speaking to that. He is a professional, a planning professional, and it will be something that probably he is a little more intimately involved with than Mr. Eaton in that respect.
And I think Mr. Eaton evidence has been given thus far on the assumption that the wording would be as set out in the appendix to the inspector's report. So Mr. Eaton hasn't actually given evidence on the alternative scenario where it isn't, and so it would be the first time you've heard any evidence from a witness from the council anyway on it, if we're calling it evidence, but the first time you'd heard. So the other option, there are other dates, but I know that the other ones that Mr. Eaton gave as possibilities were ones that wouldn't work for Mr. Barrett or myself, or both, either both or one of us. And we'd be looking at late April, I think, if we don't go for the 4th of April.
In that case, thank you. Yes, let's stay with the 4th then.
Yeah. So
go ahead, Mr. Barrett.
So the controversy only arises if there is a departure from what Mr. Eaton had said his expectation was, I think. I don't think it would be a proper to invite resumption of evidence on any other topic. It will just,
no.
If there is, it will have to be just confined to that one issue.
And I think I made that clear. It would be a discrete roundtable discussion on that specific point. It wouldn't be a wider discussion more generally. Yes, yeah. Thank you. So we'll go with the 4th of April. It might be useful to set aside some additional time now, as we have certainly got the planning obligations discussion as well as the conditions as well. And I think we'll probably start with those before we go into the. I'll send out a programme for that in due course, actually, rather than. In that case, what that leaves us with is arrangements for site visits on Monday. I was given a draft itinerary for this, if you bear with me while I bring it out. Now, I think there are two parts of this in terms of, gentlemen, I don't know if you're both planning on being at the site visit or whether it'll be myself and the officers.
Yourself and the officers.
And in which case, I think I've been asked during the inquiry to visit Liverpool Road and the surroundings during school opening and closing times. So I'm happy to do that on my own. In which case, shall we say that we'll meet at Widnes Golf Club around about 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then we can have an accompanied site visit at that point. Followed by Blundell's Hill, and then I'll conduct the rest of the site visit unaccompanied. I think that's what we agreed.
Yes.
In which case, if I make my way to Widnes Golf Club, let's say for 10 o'clock, which gives me an opportunity to visit the site beforehand, the surroundings beforehand, and I'm assuming I'll be able to park on site. There's no difficulty there. Mr. Barrett.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And obviously I'll need a representative from the council and from the appellants team. I'm not sure anyone else has indicated at this point that they'd like to come along. but I did say, I think at the beginning of the inquiry, that in the event that anyone else did want to, they should get in contact with the owner, because they will need the owner's permission to do so. Okay, is there anything? Oh, there is one more thing, actually. Mr. Hunter, you did say that you were going to have a quick look at that document on trees. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at it yet.
I've had a brief look at it, and what I've done is I've forwarded it to Mr. Cocking. It seems to me that Mr. Cocking should be entitled to have a look at that as well, and so maybe that he wants to say something or not in response to it, because I think the let's have a look. There's an opinion expressed about the loss of tree cover, which I think is not necessarily agreed. But so I've only had a brief look at it, sir. So what I've done at the moment is ask Mr. Cocking to send his views back to me and see whether I needed to say anything else about it.
So unless I'm mistaken, the amount of tree cover was a question that arose during the course of the discussion on trees that related to the amount at the point of the completion of the development rather than at a certain point in the future. That it was 22%, and the calculation by Mr. Blankenstein is, I think, 18 from memory. I haven't got it right in front of me right now. Is 18.5%. If there's going to be a big factual dispute between Mr. Blankenstein and Mr. Cocking, then we might have to consider how we're going to deal with that. So I think I better keep my mouth shut for the time being to see what Mr. Cocking says in terms of any response to that document.
So if I recall correctly, this is a response to the question that I asked in terms of what the tree, was there anywhere in the evidence where I could find the extent of the tree cover at the point immediately post development having occurred?
That's correct, sir, yes. And it also deals with, there was a discussion about the width of the footpath along Liverpool Road and whether there would be an incursion into trees over and above what Mr. Cocking had thought would be the position with regard to sight lines. And I think that's been addressed as well in it.
I think so. What I'm saying is, I don't think I have any problem with it going in, sir, but I'd just like to make sure that none of the respect that Mr. Cocking doesn't have anything arising out of that he thinks he ought to say to you. And if Mr. No, sorry, so just say that. So if there's just an opportunity, if there are any comments arising out of it that Mr. Cocking wants to make, if we could send that through to you and Mr. Barrett, obviously, and his team, so then there wouldn't be any issue.
And presumably it's in direct response to these points. Mr. Barrett, would you have any comments on there being a response from Mr. Cocking? And then as we're not closing today, there would be an opportunity for you to respond to those possibly.
Yeah, sir, I agree with that. So can I just invite you just to put a time frame on that? In you know, what, I don't know, 1 week for Mr. Cocking and 1 week, one further week for Mr. Blankenstein to respond.
That seems sensible, sir.
So taking it step by step. Firstly, Mr. Hunter, you don't have any concerns with it being accepted. So it's going to be added to the list of documents submitted at the inquiry. That you'd like an opportunity for Mr. Cocking to respond.
Yep.
And we're going to say 7 days, which would be, let's say,
it's the 11th, 4 p.m. 11th of March.
By 11th of March, and then responses from the appellant on any response that may be received by Mr. Cocking by the 18th of March.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. In that case, it's now 23 minutes past 5. I'm going to adjourn the inquiry until 9:30. Yes, let's go 9:30 on the 4th of April. And as I said, I will send out a draft programme for how I see the day running in advance of that date. And so for those of you that I'm seeing on Monday, I'll see you at 10 o'clock at Widnes Golf Course. But in the meantime, the inquiry is now adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.